Chapter 1 of Wildfire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Wildfire by Zane Grey. Chapter 1. For some reason, the desert scene before Lucy Bostil awoke varying emotions. A sweet gratitude for the fullness of her life there at the ford, yet a haunting remorse that she could not be wholly content, a vague loneliness of soul, a thrill and a fear for the strangely calling future, glorious, unknown. She longed for something to happen. It might be terrible, so long as it was wonderful. This day, when Lucy had stolen away on a forbidden horse, she was 18 years old. The thought of her mother, who had died long ago on their way into this wilderness, was the one drop of sadness in her joy. Lucy loved everybody at Bostil's Ford, and everybody loved her. She loved all the horses except her father's favorite racer, that perverse devil of a horse, the great Sage King. Lucy was glowing and rapt with love for all she beheld from her lofty perch. The green and pink blossoming hamlet beneath her, set between the beauty of the gray sage expanse and the ghastliness of the barren heights. The swift Colorado, suddenly thundering below in the abyss. The Indians in their bright colors, riding up the river trail. The eagle poised like a feather on the air, and beneath him the grazing cattle making black dots on the sage. The deep velvet azure of the sky. The golden lights on the bare peaks and the lilac vales in the far ravines. The silky rustle of a canyon swallow as he shot downward in the sweep of the wind, the fragrance of cedar, the flowers of the spear-pointed mescal, the brooding silence, the beckoning range, the purple distance. Whatever it was Lucy longed for, whatever was whispered by the wind and written by the mystery of the waste of sage and stone, she wanted it to happen there at Bostil's Ford. She had no desire for civilization. She flouted the idea of marrying the rich rancher of Durango. Bostil's sister, that stern but lovable woman who had brought her up and taught her, would never persuade her to marry against her will. Lucy imagined herself like a wild horse, free, proud, untamed, meant for the desert, and here she would live her life. The desert and her life seemed as one, yet in what did they resemble each other? In what of this scene could she read the nature of her future? Shudderingly she rejected the red, sullen, thundering river with its swift, changeful, endless, contending strife, for that was tragic. And she rejected the frowning mass of red rock, upreared, riven, and split and canyoned, so grim and aloof, for that was barren. But she accepted the vast sloping valley of sage, rolling gray and soft and beautiful down to the dim mountains and purple ramparts of the horizon. Lucy did not know what she yearned for. She did not know why the desert called to her. She did not know in what it resembled her spirit. But she did know that these three feelings were as one, deep in her heart. For 10 years, every day of her life, she had watched this desert scene, and never had there been an hour that it was not different, yet the same. 10 years, and she grew up watching, feeling, till from the desert's thousand moods she assimilated its nature, loved her bonds, and could never have been happy away from the open, the color, the freedom, the wildness. On this birthday, when those who loved her said she had become her own mistress, she acknowledged the claim of the desert forever, and she experienced a deep, rich, strange happiness. Hers always, then, the mutable and immutable desert, the leagues and leagues of slope and sage and rolling ridge, the great canyons and the giant cliffs, the dark river with its mystic thunder of waters, the pine-fringed plateaus, the endless stretch of horizon with its lofty, isolated, noble monuments, and the bold ramparts with their beckoning beyond. Hers always the desert seasons, the shrill, icy blast, the intense cold, the steely skies, the fading snows, the gray old sage and the bleached grass under the pall of the spring sandstorms, the hot furnace breath of summer with its magnificent cloud pageants in the sky, with the black tempests hanging here and there over the peaks, dark veils floating down and rainbows everywhere, and the lacy waterfalls upon the glistening cliffs, and the thunder of the red floods, and the glorious golden autumn when it was always afternoon and time stood still. Hers always the rides in the open with the sun at her back and the wind in her face, and hers surely sooner or later the nameless adventure which had its inception in the strange yearning of her heart and presaged its fulfillment somewhere down that trailless sage slope she loved so well. Bostil's house was a crude but picturesque structure of red stone and white clay and bleached cottonwoods, and it stood at the outskirts of the cluster of green enclosed cabins which composed the hamlet. Bostil was wont to say that in all the world there could hardly be a grander view than the outlook down that gray sea of rolling sage, down to the black fringed plateaus and the wild, blue-rimmed and gold-spired horizon. One morning, in early spring, as was Bostil's custom, he ordered the racers to be brought from the corrals and turned loose on the slope. He loved to sit there and watch his horses graze, but ever he saw that the riders were close at hand, and that the horses did not get out on the slope of sage. He sat back and gloried in the sight. He owned bands of mustangs. Nearby was a field of them, fine and mettlesome and racy, yet Bostil had eyes only for the blooded favorites. Strange it was that not one of these was a mustang or a broken wild horse, for many of the riders' best mounts had been captured by them or the Indians, and it was Bostil's supreme ambition to own a great wild stallion. There was Plume, a superb mare that got her name from the way her mane swept in the wind when she was on the run, and there was Two-Face, like a coquette, sleek and glossy and running, and the huge rangy bay, Dusty Ben, and the black stallion, Sarchedon, and lastly, Sage King, the color of the upland sage, a racer in build, a horse splendid and proud and beautiful. "Where's Lucy?" presently asked Bostil. As he divided his love, so he divided his anxiety. Some rider had seen Lucy riding off, with her golden hair flying in the wind. This was an old story. "She's up on Buckles?" Bostil queried, turning sharply to the speaker. "Reckon so," was the calm reply. Bostil swore. He did not have a rider who could equal him in profanity. Farlane, you'd orders. Lucy's not to ride them horses, least of all Buckles. He ain't safe even for a man." "Wal, he's safe for Lucy." "But didn't I say no?" "Boss, it's likely you did, fer you talk a lot," replied Farlane. "Lucy pulled my hat down over my eyes, told me to go to thunder, and then zip, she and Buckles were dusting it for the sage." "She's got to keep out of the sage," growled Bostil. "It ain't safe for her out there. Where's my glass? I want to take a look at the slope. Where's my glass?" The glass could not be found. "What's making them dust clouds on the sage? Antelope? Holley, you used to have eyes better'n me. Use 'em, will you?" A gray-haired, hawk-eyed rider, lean and worn, approached with clinking spurs. "Down in there," said Bostil, pointing. "Thet's a bunch of hosses," replied Holley. "Wild horses?" "I take 'em so, seeing how they throw thet dust." "Huh! I don't like it. Lucy oughtn't be riding round alone." "Wal, boss, who could catch you up on Buckles? Lucy can ride. An' there's the King and Sarch right under your nose. The only hosses on the sage thet could outrun Buckles." Farlane knew how to mollify his master, and long habit had made him proficient. Bostil's eyes flashed. He was proud of Lucy's power over a horse. The story Bostil first told to any stranger happening by the ford was how Lucy had been born during a wild ride, almost as it were on the back of a horse. That at least was her fame, and the riders swore she was a worthy daughter of such a mother. Then, as Farlane well knew, a quick road to Bostil's goodwill was to praise one of his favorites. "Reckon you spoke sense for once, Farlane," replied Bostil with relief. "I wasn't thinking so much of danger for Lucy. But she lets that half-witted Creech go with her." "No, boss, you're wrong," put in Holley earnestly. "I know the girl. She has no use for Joel. But he just runs after her. And he's harmless," added Farlane. "We ain't agreed," rejoined Bostil quickly. "What do you say, Holley?" The old rider looked thoughtful and did not speak for long. "Well, yes and no," he answered finally. "I reckon Lucy could make a man out of Joel, but she doesn't care for him, and that settles that. And maybe Joel's leaning toward the bad." "If she meets him again, I'll rope her in the house," declared Bostil. Another clear-eyed rider drew Bostil's attention from the gray waste of rolling sage. "Bostil, look! Look at the King! He's watching for something. And so's Sarch." The two horses named were facing a ridge some few hundred yards distant, and their heads were aloft and ears straight forward. Sage King whistled shrilly, and Sarchedon began to prance. "Boys, you better drive them in," said Bostil. "They'd like nothing so well as getting out on the sage. Hello, what's that shooting up behind the ridge?" "No more than Buckles with Lucy making him run some," replied Holley with a dry laugh. "If it ain't! Lord, look at him come!" Bostil's anger and anxiety might never have been. The light of the upland rider's joy shone in his keen gaze. The slope before him was open and almost level, down to the ridge that had hidden the missing girl and horse. Buckles was running for the love of running, as the girl low down over his neck was riding for the love of riding. The Sage King whistled again and shot off with a graceful sweep to meet them. Sarchedon plunged after him. Two Face and Plume jealously trooped down too. But Dusty Ben, after a toss of his head, went on grazing. The gray and the black met Buckles and could not turn in time to stay with him. A girl's gay scream pealed up the slope, and Buckles went lower and faster. Sarchedon was left behind. Then the Gray King began to run as if before he had been loping. He was beautiful in action. This was play, a game, a race, plainly dominated by the spirit of the girl. Lucy's hair was a bright stream of gold in the wind. She rode bareback. It seemed that she was hunched low over Buckles with her knees high on his back, scarcely astride him at all. Yet her motion was one with the horse. Again that wild, gay scream pealed out. Call or laugh or challenge. Sage King, with a fleetness that made the eyes of Bostil and his riders glisten, took the lead, and then sheered off to slow down, while Buckles thundered past. Lucy was pulling him hard, and had him plunging to a halt, when the rider Hawley came out to grasp his bridle. Buckles was snorting, and his ears were laid back. He pounded the ground and scattered the pebbles. "No use, Lucy," said Bostil. "You can't beat the King at your own game, even with a running start." Lucy Bostil's eyes were blue, as keen as her father's, and now they flashed like his. She had a hand twisted in the horse's long mane, and as, lithe and supple, she slipped a knee across his broad back, she shook a little gauntleted fist at Bostil's gray racer. "Sage King, I hate you," she called, as if the horse were human, "and I'll beat you some day." Bostil swore by the gods. His Sage King was the swiftest horse in all that wild upland country of wonderful horses. He swore the great gray could look back over his shoulder and run away from any broken horse known to the riders. Bostil himself was half horse, and the half of him that was human he divided between love of his fleet racers and his daughter Lucy. He had seen years of hard riding on that wild Utah border where, in those days, a horse meant all the world to a man. A lucky strike of grassy upland and good water south of the Rio Colorado made him rich in all that he cared to own. The Indians, yet unspoiled by white men, were friendly. Bostil built a boat at the Indian crossing of the Colorado, and the place became known as Bostil's Ford. From time to time his personality and his reputation and his need brought horse hunters, riders, sheep herders, and men of pioneer spirit, as well as wandering desert travelers, to the ford, and the lonely, isolated hamlet slowly grew. North of the river it was more than 200 miles to the nearest little settlement, with only a few lonely ranches on the road. To the west were several villages equally distant, but cut off for 2 months at a time by the raging Colorado, flooded by melting snow up in the mountains. Eastward from the ford stretched a ghastly, broken, unknown desert of canyons. Southward rolled the beautiful uplands, with valleys of sage and grass, and plateaus of pine and cedar, until this rich rolling gray and green range broke sharply on a purple horizon line of upflung rocky ramparts and walls and monuments, wild, dim, and mysterious. Bostil's cattle and horses were numberless, and many as were his riders, he always could use more. But most riders did not abide long with Bostil. First, because some of them were of a wandering breed, wild horse hunters themselves, and secondly, Bostil had two great faults. He seldom paid a rider in money, and he never permitted one to own a fleet horse. He wanted to own all the fast horses himself. And in those days every rider, especially a wild horse hunter, loved his steed as part of himself. If there was a difference between Bostil and any rider of the sage, it was that, as he had more horses, so he had more love. Whenever Bostil could not get possession of a horse he coveted, either by purchase or trade, he invariably acquired a grievance toward the owner. This happened often, for riders were loath to part with their favorites, and he had made more than one enemy by his persistent nagging. It could not be said, however, that he sought to drive hard bargains. Bostil would pay any price asked for a horse. Across the Colorado, in a high, red-walled canyon opening upon the river, lived a poor sheep herder and horse trader named Creech. This man owned a number of thoroughbreds, two of which he would not part with for all the gold in the uplands. These racers, Blue Roan and Peg, had been captured wild on the ranges by Ute Indians and broken to racing. They were still young and getting faster every year. Bostil wanted them because he coveted them and because he feared them. It would have been a terrible blow to him if any horse ever beat the gray. But Creech laughed at all offers and taunted Bostil with a boast that in another summer he would see a horse out in front of the King. To complicate matters and lead rivalry into hatred, young Joel Creech, a great horseman, but worthless in the eyes of all save his father, had been heard to say that some day he would force a race between the King and Blue Roan, and that threat had been taken in various ways. It alienated Bostil beyond all hope of reconciliation. It made Lucy Bostil laugh and look sweetly mysterious. She had no enemies, and she liked everybody. It was even gossiped by the women of Bostil's Ford that she had more than liking for the idle Joel, but the husbands of these gossips said Lucy was only tender-hearted. Among the riders, when they sat around their lonely campfires or lounged at the corrals of the Ford, there was speculation in regard to this race hinted by Joel Creech. There never had been a race between the King and Blue Roan, and there never would be unless Joel were to ride off with Lucy. In that case, there would be the grandest race ever run on the uplands, with the odds against Blue Roan only if he carried double. If Joel put Lucy up on the roan and he rode Peg, there would be another story. Lucy Bostil was a slip of a girl, born on a horse, as strong and supple as an Indian, and she could ride like a burr sticking in a horse's mane. With Blue Roan carrying her light weight, she might run away from anyone up on the King, which for Bostil would be a double tragedy, equally in the loss of his daughter and the beating of his best beloved racer. But with Joel on Peg, such a race would end in heartbreak for all concerned, for the King would outrun Peg, and that would bring riders within gunshot. It had always been a fascinating subject, this long-looked-for race. It grew more so when Joel's infatuation for Lucy became known. There were fewer riders who believed Lucy might elope with Joel than there were who believed Joel might steal his father's horses. But all the riders who loved horses and all the women who loved gossip were united in at least one thing, and that was that something like a race or a romance would soon disrupt the peaceful, sleepy tenor of Bostil's Ford. In addition to Bostil's growing hatred for the Creeches, he had a great fear of Cordts, the horse thief, a fear ever restless, ever watchful. Cordts hid back in the untrodden ways. He had secret friends among the riders of the ranges, faithful followers back in the canyon camps, gold for the digging, cattle by the thousands, and fast horses. He had always gotten what he wanted, except one thing. That was a certain horse, and the horse was Sage King. Cordts was a bad man, a product of the early gold fields of California and Idaho, an outcast from that evil wave of wanderers retreating back over the trails so madly traveled westward. He became a lord over the free ranges, but more than all else, he was a rider. He knew a horse. He was as much horse as Bostil. Cordts rode into this wild, free-range country where he had been heard to say that a horse thief was meaner than a poisoned coyote. Nevertheless, he became a horse thief. The passion he had conceived for the Sage King was the passion of a man for an unattainable woman. Cordts swore that he would never rest, that he would not die till he owned the King. So there was reason for Bostil's great fear. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Bostil went toward the house with his daughter, turning at the door to call a last word to his riders about the care of his horses. The house was a low, flat, wide structure, with a corridor running through the middle, from which doors led into the adobe walled rooms. The windows were small openings high up, evidently intended for defense as well as light, and they had rude wooden shutters. The floor was clay, covered everywhere by Indian blankets. A pioneer's home it was, simple and crude, yet comfortable, and having the rare quality peculiar to desert homes. It was cool in summer and warm in winter. As Bostil entered with his arm round Lucy, a big hound rose from the hearth. This room was immense, running the length of the house, and it contained a huge stone fireplace where a kettle smoked fragrantly, and rude homemade chairs with blanket coverings and tables to match, and walls covered with bridles, guns, pistols, Indian weapons, and ornaments, and trophies of the chase. In a far corner stood a workbench with tools upon it and horse trappings under it. In the opposite corner, a door led into the kitchen. This room was Bostil's famous living room, in which many things had happened, some of which had helped make desert history, and were never mentioned by Bostil. Bostil's sister came in from the kitchen. She was a huge person, with a severe yet motherly face. She had her hands on her hips, and she cast a rather disapproving glance at father and daughter. "So you're back again?" she queried severely. "Sure, Auntie," replied the girl complacently. "You ran off to get out of seeing Wetherby, didn't you?" Lucy stared sweetly at her aunt. "He was waiting for hours," went on the worthy woman. "I never saw a man in such a stew. No wonder, playing fast and loose with him the way you do." "I told him no," flashed Lucy. "But Wetherby's not the kind to take no. And I'm not satisfied to let you mean it. Lucy Bostil, You don't know your mind an hour straight running. You've fooled enough with these riders of your dad's. If you're not careful, you'll marry one of them. One of these wild riders, as bad as a Ute Indian. Weatherby is young, and he idolizes you. In all common sense, why don't you take him?" "I don't care for him," replied Lucy. "You like him as well as anybody." "John Bostil, what do you say? You approved of Weatherby. I heard you tell him Lucy was like an unbroken colt, and that you'd—" "Sure, I like Jem," interrupted Bostil, and he avoided Lucy's swift look. "Well?" demanded his sister. Evidently Bostil found himself in a corner between two fires. He looked sheepish, then disgusted. "Dad!" exclaimed Lucy reproachfully. "See here, Jane," said Bostil with an air of finality. "The girl is of age today, and she can do what she damn pleases." "That's a fine thing for you to say," retorted Aunt Jane. "Like as not she'll be fetching that hangdog Joel Creech up here for you to support." "Auntie!" cried Lucy, her eyes blazing. "Oh, child, you torment me, worry me so," said the disappointed woman. "It's all for your sake. Look at you, Lucy Bostil, a girl of 18 who comes of a family. And you riding around and going around as you are now in a man's clothes." "But you dear old goose, I can't ride in a woman's skirt," expostulated Lucy. "Mind you, Auntie, I can ride." "Lucy, if I live here forever, I'd never get reconciled to a Bostil woman in leather pants. We Bostils were somebody once, back in Missouri." Bostil laughed. "Yes, and if I hadn't hit the trail west, we'd be starving yet. Jane, you're a sentimental old fool. Let the girl alone and reconcile yourself to this wilderness." Aunt Jane's eyes were wet with tears. Lucy, seeing them, ran to her and hugged and kissed her. "Auntie, I will promise, from today, to have some dignity. I've been free as a boy in these rider clothes. As I am now, the men never seem to regard me as a girl. Somehow, that's better. I can't explain, but I like it. My dresses are what have caused all the trouble. I know that. But if I'm grown up, if it's so tremendous, then I'll wear a dress all the time, except just when I ride. Will that do, Auntie?" "Maybe we'll grow up after all," replied Aunt Jane, evidently surprised and pleased. Then Lucy, with clinking spurs, ran away to her room. "Jane, what's this nonsense about young Joel Creech?" asked Bostil gruffly. "I don't know any more than is gossiped. That I told you. Have you ever asked Lucy about him?" "I sure haven't," said Bostil bluntly. "Well, ask her. If she tells you at all, she'll tell you the truth. Lucy'd never sleep at night if she lied." Aunt Jane returned to her housewifely tasks, leaving Bostil thoughtfully stroking the hound and watching the fire. Presently Lucy returned, a different Lucy, one that did not rouse his rider's pride, but thrilled his father's heart. She had been a slim, lithe, supple, disheveled boy, breathing the wild spirit of the open and the horse she rode. She was now a girl, in the graceful roundness of her slender form, with hair the gold of the sage at sunset, and eyes the blue of the deep haze of the distance, and lips the sweet red of the upland rose. And all about her seemed different. "Lucy, you look like she used to be," said Bostil unsteadily. "My mother," murmured Lucy. But these two, keen, so strong, so alive, did not abide long with sad memories. "Lucy, I want to ask you something," said Bostil presently. "What about this young Joel Creech?" Lucy started, as if suddenly recalled. Then she laughed merrily. "Dad, you old fox! Did you see him ride out after me?" "No. I was just asking on general principles." "What do you mean?" "Lucy, is there anything between you and Joel?" he asked gravely. "No," she replied, with her clear eyes up to his. Bostil thought of a bluebell. "I'm begging your pardon," he said, hastily. "Dad, you know how Joel runs after me. I've told you. I let him till lately. I liked him. But that wasn't why. I felt sorry for him, pitied him." "You did? Seems an awful waste," replied Bostil. "Dad, I don't believe Joel is perfectly right in his mind," Lucy said solemnly. "Ho, ho! Fine compliments you're paying yourself." "Listen, I'm serious. I mean, I've grown to see, looking back, that a slow, gradual change has come over Joel since he was kicked in the head by a mustang. I'm sure no one else has noticed it." "Going batty over you. That's no unusual sign round this here camp. Look at—" "We are talking about Joel Creech. Lately he has done some queer things. Today, for instance, I thought I gave him the slip, but he must have been watching. Anyway, to my surprise, he showed up on Peg. He doesn't often get Peg across the river. He said the feed was getting scarce over there. I was dying to race Buckles against Peg, but I remembered you wouldn't like that." "I should say not," said Bostil darkly. "Well, Joel caught up to me, and he wasn't nice at all. He was worse today. We quarreled. I said I'd bet he'd never follow me again, and he said he'd bet he would. Then he got sulky and hung back. I rode away, glad to be rid of him, and I climbed to a favorite place of mine. On my way home I saw Peg grazing on the rim of the creek, near that big spring hole where the water's so deep and clear. And what do you think? There was Joel's head above the water. I remembered in our quarrel I had told him to go wash his dirty face. He was doing it. I had to laugh. When he saw me, then he—" Lucy faltered, blushing with anger and shame. "Well, what then?" demanded Bostil quietly. "He called, 'Hey, Luce, take off your clothes and come in for a swim.'" Bostil swore. "I tell you, I was mad," continued Lucy, "and just as surprised. That was one of the queer things. But never before had he dared to insult you. Then what did you do?" interrupted Bostil curiously. "I yelled, 'I'll fix you, Joel Creech!' His clothes were in a pile on the bank. At first I thought I'd throw them in the water, but when I got to them I thought of something better. I took up all but his shoes, for I remembered the 10 miles of rock and cactus between him and home, and I climbed up on Buckles. Joel screamed and swore something fearful, but I didn't look back. And Peg, you know, maybe you don't know, but Peg is fond of me, and he followed me, straddling his bridle all the way in. I dropped Joel's clothes down the ridge a ways, right in the trail, so he can't miss them. And that's all. Dad, was it very bad?" "Bad? Why, you ought to have thrown your gun on him. At least bounced a rock off his head. But say, Lucy, after all, maybe you've done enough. I guess you never thought of it." "What?" "The sun is hot today. Hot! And if Joel's as crazy and mad as you say, he'll not have sense enough to stay in the water or shade till the sun's gone down. And if he tackles that 10 miles before, he'll sunburn himself within an inch of his life." "Sunburn? Oh, Dad, I'm sorry," burst out Lucy contritely. "I never thought of that. I'll ride back with his clothes." "You will not," said Bostil. Let me send someone then," she entreated.
"Girl, haven't you the nerve to play your own game? Let Creech get his lesson. He deserves it. And now, Lucy, I've got 2 more questions to ask."
"Only 2?"
she queried archly.
"Dad, don't scold me with questions."
"What shall I say to Wetherby for good and all?" Lucy's eyes shaded dreamily, and she seemed to look beyond the room, out over the ranges.
"Tell him to go back to Durango and forget the foolish girl who can care only for the desert and a horse."
"All right. That is straight talk, like an Indian's. And now, the last question. What do you want for a birthday present?"
"Oh, of course!" she cried, gleefully, clapping her hands. "I'd forgotten that. I'm 18.
"You get that old chest of your mother's. But what from me?"
"Dad, will you give me anything I ask for?"
"Yes, my girl."
"Anything? Any horse?"
Lucy knew his weakness, for she had inherited it. "Sure. Any horse but the king."
"How about Sarchedon?"
"Why, Lucy, what did you do with that big black devil? He's too high, 17 hands high. You couldn't mount him."
"Pooh! Sarch kneels for me."
"Child, listen to reason. Sarch will pull your arms out of their sockets."
"He has got an iron jaw,"
agreed Lucy.
"Well, then, how about Dusty Ben?"
She was tormenting her father, and she did it with glee. "No, not Ben. He's the faithfulest hoss I ever owned. It wouldn't be fair to part with him, even to you. Old associations, a rider's loyalty. Now, Lucy, you know."
"Dad, you're afraid I'd train and love Ben into beating the king. Some day I'll ride some horse out in front of the gray. Remember, Dad? Then give me Two-Face."
"Sure not her, Lucy. That mare can't be trusted. Look why we named her Two-Face."
"Buckles, then, dear, generous daddy who longs to give his grown-up girl anything."
"Lucy, can't you be satisfied and happy with your mustangs? You've got a dozen. You can have any others on the range. Buckles ain't safe for you to ride."
Bostil was notably the most generous of men, the kindest of fathers. It was an indication of his strange obsession in regard to horses that he never would see that Lucy was teasing him. As far as horses were concerned, he lacked a sense of humor. Anything connected with his horses was of intense interest. "I dearly love to own Plume,"
said Lucy demurely. Bostil had grown red in the face, and now he was on the rack. The monstrous selfishness of a rider who had been supreme in his day could not be changed. "Girl, I thought you hadn't no use for Plume," he stammered.
"I haven't. The jade, she threw me once. I've never forgiven her." "Dad, I'm only teasing you. Don't I know you couldn't give one of those racers away? You couldn't."
"Lucy, I reckon you're right." Bostil burst out in immense relief.
"Dad, I'll bet if Cordts gets me and holds me as ransom for the king, as he's threatened, you'll let him have me."
"Lucy, now that ain't funny," complained the father.
"Dear Dad, keep your old racers. But remember, I'm my father's daughter. I can love a horse, too. Oh, if I ever get the one I want to love, a wild horse, a desert stallion, pure Arabian, broken right by an Indian. If I ever get him, Dad, you look out, for I'll run away from Sarch and Ben, and I'll beat the king." The hamlet of Bostil's Ford had a singular situation, though considering the wonderful nature of that desert country, it was not exceptional. It lay under the protecting red bluff that only Lucy Bostil cared to climb. A hard-trodden road wound down through rough breaks in the canyon wall to the river. Bostil's house, at the head of the village, looked in the opposite direction, down the sage slope that widened like a colossal fan. There was one wide street bordered by cottonwoods and cabins, and a number of gardens and orchards, beginning to burst into green and pink and white. A brook ran out of a ravine in that huge bluff, and from this led irrigation ditches. The red earth seemed to blossom at the touch of water. The place resembled an Indian encampment, quiet, sleepy, colorful, with the tiny streams of water running everywhere, and lazy columns of blue wood smoke rising. Bostil's Ford was the opposite of a busy village, yet its few inhabitants, as a whole, were prosperous. The wants of pioneers were few. Perhaps once a month the big, clumsy flatboat was rowed across the river with horses or cattle or sheep, and the season was now close at hand when for weeks, sometimes months, the river was unfordable. There were a score of permanent families, a host of merry, sturdy children, a number of idle young men, and only one girl, Lucy Bostil. But the village always had transient inhabitants, friendly Utes and Navajos to trade, and sheep herders with a scraggy, woolly flock, and travelers of the strange religious sect identified with Utah going on into the wilderness. Then there were always riders passing to and fro, and sometimes unknown ones regarded with caution. Horse thieves sometimes boldly rode in, and sometimes were able to sell or trade. In the matter of horse dealing, Bostil's Ford was as bold as the thieves. Old Bracton, a man of varied Western experience, kept the one store which was tavern, trading post, freighter's headquarters, blacksmith shop, and anything else needful. Bracton employed riders, teamsters, sometimes Indians, to freight supplies in once a month from Durango, and that was over 200 miles away. Sometimes the supplies did not arrive on time, occasionally not at all. News from the outside world, except that elicited from the taciturn travelers marching into Utah, drifted in at intervals, but it was not missed. These wilderness spirits were the forerunners of a great movement, and as such were big, strong, stern, sufficient unto themselves. Life there was made possible by horses. The distant future that looked bright to far-seeing men must be and could only be fulfilled through the endurance and faithfulness of horses. And then from these men horses received the meed due them and the love they were truly worth. The Navajo was a nomad horseman, an Arab of the Painted Desert, and the Ute Indian was close to him. It was they who developed the white riders of the uplands, as well as the wild horse wrangler or hunter. Bracton's ramshackle establishment stood down at the end of the village street. There was not a sod board in all that structure, and some of the pine logs showed how they had been dropped from the bluff. Bracton, a little old gray man with scant beard and eyes like those of a bird, came briskly out to meet an incoming freighter. The wagon was minus a hind wheel, but the teamster had come in on 3 wheels and a pole. The sweaty, dust-caked, weary,
thin-ribbed mustangs, and the gray and red-stained wagon, and the huge jumble of dusty packs showed something of what the journey had been. "Hi there, Red Wilson. You air some late gettin' in," greeted old Brackton. Red Wilson had red eyes from fighting the flying sand and red dust pasted in his scraggy beard, and as he gave his belt an upward hitch, little red clouds flew from his gun sheath. "Yep, and I left a wheel and part of the load on the trail," he said. With him were Indians who began to unhitch the teams. Riders lounging in the shade greeted Wilson and inquired for news. The teamster replied that travel was dry, the water holes were dry, and he was dry, and his reply gave both concern and amusement. "One more trip out and back. That's all, till it rains," concluded Wilson. Brackton led him inside, evidently to alleviate part of that dryness. Water and grass next to horses were the stock subject of all riders. "It's got uncommon hot early," said one. "Yes, and them northeast winds hard this spring," said another. "No snow in the uplands." "Holley's seen a dry spell comin'." "Well, we can drift along without freighters. There's grass and water enough here, even if it doesn't rain." "Sure, but there ain't none across the river." "Never was in the early season, and if there was it'd be sheeped off." "Creech'll be fetchin' his hosses across soon, I reckon." "You bet he will. He's trainin' for the races next month." "An' when are they comin' off?" "You got me. Maybe Van knows." Someone prodded a sleepy rider who lay all his splendid lithe length, hat over his eyes. Then he sat up and blinked, a lean-faced, gray-eyed fellow, half good-natured and half resentful. "Did somebody punch me?" "No, you got a nightmare. Say, Van, when will the races come off?" "Huh, and you woke me for that? Buster says in a few weeks, soon as he hears from the Indians. Plans to have 800 Indians here, and the biggest purses and best races ever had at the Ford." "You'll ride the King again?" "Reckon so. But Bostil's kicking because I'm heavier than I was," replied the rider. "You're skin and bones at that." "Maybe you'll need to work a little off, Van. Someone said Creech's Blue Roan was coming fast this year." "Bill, your mind ain't operating," replied Van scornfully. "Didn't I beat Creech's horses last year without the King turning a hair?" "Not if I recollect you didn't. The Blue Roan wasn't running." Then they argued after the manner of friendly riders, but all earnest and eloquent in their convictions. The prevailing opinion was that Creech's horse had a chance, depending upon condition and luck. The argument shifted upon the arrival of two newcomers, leading mustangs and apparently talking trade. It was manifest that these arrivals were not loath to get the opinion of others. "Van, there's a hoss!" exclaimed one. "No, he ain't," replied Van, and that diverse judgment appeared to be characteristic throughout. The strange thing was that Macomber, the rancher, had already traded his mustang and money to boot for the sorrel. The deal, whether wise or not, had been consummated. Brackton came out with Red Wilson, and they had to have their say. "Well, derned if some of you fellers ain't kind and complimentary," remarked Macomber, scratching his head. "But then every feller can't have horse sense." Then, looking up to see Lucy Bostil coming along the road, he brightened as if with inspiration. Lucy was at home among them, and the shy eyes of the younger riders, especially Van, were nothing if not revealing. She greeted them with a bright smile, and when she saw Brackton she burst out.
"Oh, Mr. Brackton, the wagon's in. And did my box come? Today's my birthday." "'Deed it did, Lucy, and many more happy ones to you," he replied, delighted in her delight. "But it's too heavy for you. I'll send it up. Or maybe one of the boys."
5 riders in unison eagerly offered their services and looked as if each had spoken first. Then Macomber addressed her.
"Miss Lucy, you see this here sorrel?" "Ah, the same lazy crowd and the same old story. A horse trade," laughed Lucy. "There's a little difference of opinion," said Macomber, politely indicating the riders. "Now, Miss Lucy, we all know you're a judge of horse, and as good as that you tell the truth. That ain't in some horse traders I know. What do you think of this mustang?"
Macomber had eyes of enthusiasm for his latest acquisition, but some of the cocksureness had been knocked out of him by the blunt riders.
"Macomber, aren't you a great one to talk?" queried Lucy, severely. "Didn't you get around Dad and trade him an old blind knock-kneed bag of bones for a perfectly good pony, one I like to ride?"
The riders shouted with laughter, while the rancher struggled with confusion.
"'Pon my word, Miss Lucy, I'm surprised you could think that of such an old friend of yours, and your dad's, too. I'm hoping he doesn't side altogether with you." "Dad and I never agree about a horse. He thinks he's got the best of you. But you know, Macomber, what a horse thief you are. Worse than Cordts." "Wal, if I got the best of Bostil, I'm willing to be thought bad. I'm the first feller to take him in. And now, Miss Lucy, look over my sorrel."
Lucy Bostil did indeed have an eye for a horse. She walked straight up to the wild, shaggy mustang with a confidence born of intuition and experience, and reached a hand for his head, not slowly nor yet swiftly. The mustang looked as if he was about to jump, but he did not. His eyes showed that he was not used to women.
"He's not well broken," said Lucy. "Some Navajo has beaten his head and breaking him."
Then she carefully studied the mustang point by point.
"He's deceiving at first because he's good to look at," said Lucy. "But I wouldn't own him. The saddle will turn on him. He's not vicious, but he'll never get over his scare. He's narrow between the eyes, a bad sign. His ears are stiff and too close. I don't see anything more wrong with him." "You've seen enough," declared Macomber. "And so you wouldn't own him? You couldn't make me a present of him, even on my birthday. Well, now I'm sorry, for I was thinking of that,"
replied Macomber ruefully. It was plain that the sorrel had fallen irremediably in his estimation.
"Macomber, I often tell Dad all you horse traders get your deserts now and then. It's vanity and desire to beat the other man that's your downfall."
Lucy went away with Van Shoulder in her box, leaving Macomber trying to return the banter of the riders. The good-natured raillery was interrupted by a sharp word from one of them. "Look! Darn me if thet ain't a naked Indian comin'." The riders whirled to see an apparently nude savage approaching, almost on a run. "Take a shot at thet, Bill," said another rider. "Miss Lucy might see." "No, she's out of sight. But maybe some other woman is around." "Hold on, Bill," called Macomber. "You never saw an Indian run like thet." Some of the riders swore, others laughed, and all suddenly became keen with interest. "Sure his face is white if his body's red." The strange figure neared them. It was indeed red up to the face, which seemed white in contrast. Yet only in general shape and action did it resemble a man.
"Damned if it ain't Joel Creech," sang out Bill Stark. The other riders accorded their wondering assent. "Gone crazy, sure. I always seen it comin'. Say, but ain't he wild? Foaming at the mouth like a winded hoss." Young Creech was headed down the road toward the ford across which he had to go to reach home. He saw the curious group, slowed his pace, and halted. His face seemed convulsed with rage and pain and fatigue. His body, even to his hands, was encased in a thick, heavy coating of red adobe that had caked hard. "God's sake, fellers!" he panted, with eyes rolling. "Take this adobe mud off me. I'm dying." Then he staggered into Brackton's place. A howl went up from the riders, and they surged after him. That evening after supper Bostil stamped in the big room, roaring with laughter, red in the face, and he astonished Lucy and her aunt to the point of consternation. "Now you've got it, Lucy Bostil!" he roared. "Oh, dear! Oh, dear!" exclaimed Aunt Jane. "Done what?" asked Lucy blankly. Bostil conquered his paroxysm, and wiping his moist red face, he eyed Lucy in mock solemnity. "Joel," whispered Lucy, who had a guilty conscience. "Lucy, I'd never heard the beat of it. Joel's smarter in some ways than we thought, and crazier in others. He had the sun figured, but what'd he want to run through town for? Why, never in my life have I seen such tickled riders." "Dad!" almost screamed Lucy. "What did Joel do?" "Well, I see it this way. He couldn't or wouldn't wait for sundown. And he wasn't hankering to be burned. So he wallows in a adobe mud hole and covers himself thick with mud. You know that adobe mud? Then he starts home. But he hadn't figured on the adobe getting hard, which it did, harder'n rock. And that must have hurt more'n sunburn. Late this afternoon he came running down the road yelling that he was dying. The boys had conniption fits. Joel ain't over liked, you know, and here they had one on him. Maybe they didn't try hard to clean him off. But the fact is, not for hours did they get that adobe off him. They washed and scrubbed and curried him while he yelled and cussed. Finally, they peeled it off with his skin, I guess. He was raw, and they say the maddest feller ever seen in Bostil's Ford. Lucy was struggling between fear and mirth. She did not look sorry. "Oh, oh, oh, Dad!" "Wasn't it great, Lucy?" "But what will he do?" choked Lucy. "Lord only knows. That worries me some, because he never said a word about how he came to lose his clothes or why he had the adobe on him. And sure I never told. Nobody knows but us." "Dad, he'll do something terrible to me," cried Lucy, aghast at her premonition. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. The days did not pass swiftly at Bostil's Ford, and except in winter and during the spring sandstorms, the lagging time passed pleasantly. Lucy rode every day, sometimes with Van and sometimes alone. She was not over keen about riding with Van, First, because he was in love with her, and secondly, in spite of that, she could not beat him when he rode the King. They were training Bostil's horses for the much anticipated races. At last word arrived from the Utes and Navajos that they accepted Bostil's invitation and would come in force, which meant, according to Holley and other old riders, that the Indians would attend about 800 strong. "That old Chief Hawk is coming," Holley informed Bostil. "He hasn't been here for several years. Recollect that bunch of colts he had? They're bosses, not mustangs. So you look out, Bostil. No rider or rancher or sheepman, in fact, no one ever lost a chance to warn Bostil. Some of it was in fun, but most of it was earnest. The nature of events was that sooner or later a horse would beat the King. Bostil knew that as well as anybody, though he would not admit it. Holley's hint made Bostil look worried. Most of Bostil's gray hairs might have been traced to his years of worry about horses. The day he received word from the Indians, he sent for Brackton, Williams, Muncie, and Creech to come to his house that night. These men, with Bostil, had for years formed, in a way, a club, which gave the Ford distinction. Creech was no longer a friend of Bostil's, but Bostil had always been fair-minded, and now he did not allow his animosities to influence him. Holley, the veteran rider, made the sixth member of the club. Bostil had a cedar log blazing cheerily in the wide fireplace, for these early spring nights in the desert were cold. Brackton was the last guest to arrive. He shuffled in without answering the laconic greetings afforded him, and his usually mild eyes seemed keen and hard. "John, I reckon you won't love me for this here I've got to tell you tonight, specially," he said, seriously. "You old robber, I couldn't love you anyhow," retorted Bostil. But his humor did not harmonize with the sudden gravity of his look. "What's up?" "Who do you suppose I just sold whiskey to?" "I've no idea," replied Bostil. Yet he looked as if he was perfectly sure. "Cordts! Cordts! And 4 of his outfit. 2 of them I didn't know. Bad men, judging from appearances, let alone company. The others was Hutchinson and Dick Sears." "Dick Sears!" exclaimed Bostil. Muncie and Williams echoed Bostil. Holley appeared suddenly interested. Creech alone showed no surprise. "But Sears is dead," added Bostil. "He was dead, we thought," replied Brackton with a grim laugh. "But he's alive again. He told me he'd been in Idaho for 2 years, in the gold fields. Said the work was too hard, so he'd come back here. Laughed when he said it. The little devil. I bet he was thinking of that wagon train of mine he stole." Bostil gazed at his chief rider. "Well, I reckon we didn't kill Sears after all," replied Holley. "I wasn't ever sure." "Lord! Cordts and Sears in camp!" ejaculated Bostil, and he began to pace the room. "No, they're gone now," said Brackton. "Take it easy, boss. Sit down," drawled Holley. "The King is safe, and all the racers. I swear to that. Why, Cordts couldn't chop into that log and wire corral if he and his gang chopped all night. They hate work. Besides, Farlane is there, and the boys." This reassured Bostil, and he resumed his chair. But his hand shook a little. "Did Cordts have anything to say?" he asked. "Sure. He was friendly and talkative," replied Brackton. "He came in just after dark. Left a man I didn't see out with the hosses. He bought 2 big packs of supplies and some leather stuff and, of course, ammunition. Then some whiskey. Had plenty of gold and he wouldn't take no change. Then while his men, except Sears, was carrying out the stuff, he talked.
Go on, tell me, said Bostil.
Well, he'd been out north of Durango and fetched news. There's wild talk back there of a railroad going to be built some day, joining East and West. It's interesting, but no sense to it. How could they build a railroad through that country?
North ain't so cut up and lumpy as here, put in Holley. Grandest idea ever thought of for the West, avowed Bostil. If that railroad ever starts, we'll all get rich. Go on, Brack.
Then Cort said water and grass was petering out back on the trail, same as Red Wilson said last week. Finally, he asked, "How's my friend Bostil?" I told him you was well. He looked kind of thoughtful then, and I knew what was coming. "How's the King?" "Grand," I told him, "grand. When is them races coming off?" I said we hadn't planned the time yet, but it would be soon, inside of a month or 2. "Brackton," he said sharp-like, "is Bostil going to pull a gun on me at sight?" "Reckon he is," I told him. "Well, I'm not powerful glad to know that. I hear Creech's blue horse will race the King this time. How about it?" "Sure and certain this year. I've Creech's and Bostil's word for that." Cordts put his hand on my shoulder. You ought to have seen his eyes. "I want to see that race. I'm going to." "Well," I said, "you'll have to stop being... You'll need to change your business." Then, Bostil, what do you think? Cordts was sort of eager and wild. He said that was a race he just couldn't miss. He swore he wouldn't turn a trick or let a man of his gang stir a hand till after that race, if you'd let him come. A light flitted across Bostil's face.
"I know how Cordts feels," he said.
"Well, it's a queer deal," went on Brackton. "For a long time you've meant to draw on Cordts when you meet. We all know that."
"Yes, I'll kill him." The light left Bostil's face. His voice sounded differently. His mouth opened, drooped strangely at the corners, then shut in a grim, tense line. Bostil had killed more than one man. The memory, no doubt, was haunting and ghastly. Cordts seemed to think his word was guarantee of his good faith. He said he'd send an Indian in here to find out if he can come to the races. I reckon, Bostil, that it wouldn't hurt none to let him come and hold your gun hand for the time he swears he be honest. Queer deal, ain't it, men? A horse thief turning honest just to see a race. Beats me. Bostil, it's a cheap way to get at least a little honesty from Cordts, and refusing might rile him bad. When all's said, Cordts ain't as bad as he could be. "I'll let him come," replied Bostil, breathing deep. "But it'll be hard to see him, remembering how he robbed me and what he's threatened. And I ain't letting him come to bribe a few weeks of decency from him. I'm doing it for only one reason, because I know how he loves the King, how he wants to see the King run away from the field that day. That's why." There was a moment of silence, during which all turned to Creech. He was a stalwart man, no longer young, with a lined face, deep set, troubled eyes, and white, thin beard. "Bostil, if Cordts loves the King that well, he's in for a heartbreak," said Creech.
with a ring in his voice. Down crashed Bostil's heavy boots, and fire flamed in his gaze. The other men laughed, and Brackton interposed. "Hold on, you boy riders!" he yelled. "We ain't a-goin' to have any arguments like that. Now, Bostil, it's settled then. You let Cordts come?" "Glad to have him," replied Bostil. "Good. And now maybe we'd better get down to the business of this here meeting." They seated themselves around the table, upon which Bostil laid an old and much soiled ledger and a stub of a lead pencil. "First we'll set the time," he said with animation, "and then pitch into details. What's the date?" No one answered, and presently they all looked blankly from one to the other. "It's April, ain't it?" queried Holley. That assurance was as close as they could get to the time of year. "Lucy!" called Bostil in a loud voice. She came running in, anxious, almost alarmed. "Goodness, you made us jump! What on earth is the matter?" "Lucy, we want to know the date," replied Bostil. "Date? Did you have to scare Auntie and me out of our wits just for that?" "Who scared you? This is important, Lucy. What's the date?" "It's a week today since last Tuesday," answered Lucy sweetly. "Huh, then it's Tuesday again," said Bostil, laboriously writing it down. "Now, what's the date?" "Don't you remember?" "Remember? I never knew." "Dad, last Tuesday was my birthday. The day you did not give me a horse." "Ah, so it was," rejoined Bostil, confused at her reproach. "And that date was, let's see, April 6th. Then this is April 13th. Much obliged, Lucy. Run back to your aunt now. This horse talk won't interest you." Lucy tossed her head. "I'll bet I'll have to straighten out the whole thing." Then with a laugh she disappeared. 3 days, beginning, say, June 1st. June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. How about that for the races?" Everybody agreed, and Bostil laboriously wrote that down. Then they planned the details. Purses and prizes, largely donated by Bostil and Muncie, the rich members of the community, were recorded. The old rules were adhered to. Any rider or any Indian could enter any horse in any race, or as many horses as he liked in as many races, but by winning one race he excluded himself from the others. Bostil argued for a certain weight in riders, but the others ruled out this suggestion. Special races were arranged for the Indians, with saddles, bridles, blankets, guns as prizes. All this appeared of absorbing interest to Bostil. He perspired freely. There was a gleam in his eye, betraying excitement. When it came to arranging the details of the big race between the high-class racers, then he grew intense and harder to deal with. Many points had to go by vote. Muncie and Williams both had fleet horses to enter in this race. Holley had one. Creech had two. There were sure to be several Indians entering fast mustangs. And Bostil had the King and 4 others to choose from. Bostil held out stubbornly for a long race. It was well known that Sage King was unbeatable in a long race. If there were any chance to beat him, it must be at short distance. The vote went against Bostil, much to his chagrin, and the great race was set down for 2 miles. "But 2 miles, 2 miles," he kept repeating. "That's Blue Roan's distance. That's his distance. And it ain't fair to the King." His guests, excepting Creech, argued with him, explained, reasoned, showed him that it was fair to all concerned. Bostil finally acquiesced, but he was not happy. The plain fact was that he was frightened. When the men were departing, Bostil called Creech back into the sitting room. Creech appeared surprised, yet it was evident that he would have been glad to make friends with Bostil. "What'll you take for the roan?" Bostil asked tersely, as if he had never asked that before. "Bostil, didn't we thresh thet out before and fell out over it?" queried Creech, with a deprecating spread of his hands. "Wal, we can fall in again if you sell or trade the hoss." "I'm sorry, but I can't." "You need money an' hosses, don't you?" replied Bostil brutally. He had no conscience in a matter of horse dealing. "Lord knows I do," replied Creech. "Wal, then, here's your chance. I'll give you 500 in gold and Sarchedon to boot." Creech looked as if he had not heard aright. Bostil repeated the offer. "No," replied Creech. "I'll make it 1,000 and throw Plume in with Sarch," flashed Bostil. "No." Creech turned pale and swallowed hard. 2,000 and Dusty Ben along with the others? This was an unheard of price to pay for any horse. Creech saw that Bostil was desperate. It was an almost overpowering temptation. Evidently Creech resisted it only by applying all his mind to the thought of his clean-limbed, soft-eyed, noble horse. Bostil did not give Creech time to speak. 2,500 and Two Face along with the rest. "My God, Bostil, stop it! I can't part with Blue Roan. You're rich, and you've no heart. That I always knew. At least to me you never had, since I owned them two racers. Didn't I beg you a little time back to lend me a few hundred to meet that debt? And you wouldn't unless I'd sell the horses. And I had to lose my sheep. Now I'm a poor man, getting poorer all the time. But I won't sell or trade Blue Roan, not for all you got." Creech seemed to gain strength with his speech and passion with the strength. His eyes glinted at the hard, paling face of his rival. He raised a clenching fist. "And by G.D., I'm gonna win that race." During that week Lucy had heard many things about Joel Creech, and some of them were disquieting. Some rider had not only found Joel's clothes on the trail, but he had recognized the track of the horse Lucy rode, and at once connected her with the singular discovery. Coupling that with Joel's appearance in the village, encased in a heaving armor of adobe, the riders guessed pretty close to the truth. For then the joke was tremendous, and Joel Creech was exceedingly sensitive to ridicule. The riders made life unbearable for him. They had fun out of it as long as Joel showed signs of taking the joke manfully, which was not long. And then his resentment won their contempt. That led to sarcasm on their part and bitter anger on his. It came to Lucy's ears that Joel began to act and talk strangely. She found out that the rider Van had knocked Joel down in Brackton's store and had kicked a gun out of his hand. Van laughed off the rumor, and Brackton gave her no satisfaction. Moreover, she heard no other rumors. The channels of gossip had suddenly closed to her. Bostil, when questioned by Lucy, swore in a way that amazed her, and all he told her was to leave Creech alone. Finally, when Muncie discharged Joel, who worked now and then, Lucy realized that something was wrong with Joel and that she was to blame for it. She grew worried and anxious and sorry, but she held her peace and determined to find out for herself what was wrong. Every day when she rode out into the sage, she expected to meet him, or at least see him somewhere. Nevertheless, days went by and there was no sign of him. One afternoon she saw some Indians driving sheep down the river road toward the ford, and acting upon impulse, she turned her horse after them. Lucy seldom went down the river road. Riding down and up was merely work, and a horse has as little liking for it as she had. Usually it was a hot, dusty trip, and the great, dark, overhanging walls had a depressing effect upon her. She always felt awe at the gloomy canyon and fear at the strange, murmuring Red River. But she started down this afternoon in hope of meeting Joel. She had a hazy idea of telling him she was sorry for what she had done, and of asking him to forget it and pay no more heed to the riders. The sheep raised a dust cloud in the sandy wash where the road wound down, and Lucy hung back to let them get farther ahead. Gradually the tiny roar of pattering hooves and the blended bleating and baaing died away. The dust cloud, however, hung over the head of the ravine, and Lucy had to force Sarchedon through it. Sarchedon did not mind sand and dust, but he surely hated the smell of sheep. Lucy seldom put a spur to Sarchedon. Still, she gave him a lash with her quirt, and then he went on obediently, if disgustedly. He carried his head like a horse that wondered why his mistress preferred to drive him down into an unpleasant hole, when she might have been cutting the sweet, cool sage wind upon the slope. The wash, with its sand and clay walls, dropped into a gulch, and there was an end of green growths. The road led down over solid rock. Gradually the rims of the gorge rose, shutting out the light and the cliffs. It was a winding road, and one not safe to tarry on in a stormy season. Lucy had seen boulders weighing a ton go booming down that gorge during one of the sudden fierce desert storms, when a torrent of water and mud and stone went plunging into the river. The ride through here was short, though slow. Lucy always had time to adjust her faculties for the overpowering contrast these lower regions presented. Long before she reached the end of the gorge, she heard the sullen thunder of the river. The river was low, too, for otherwise there would have been a deafening roar. Presently she came out upon a lower branch of the canyon into a great red-walled space, with the river still 1,000 feet below, and the cliffs towering as high above her. The road led down along this rim, where to the left all was open, across to the split and peaked wall opposite. The river appeared to sweep round a bold, bulging corner a mile above. It was a wide, swift, muddy, turbulent stream. A great bar of sand stretched out from the shore. Beyond it, through the mouth of an intersecting canyon, could be seen a clump of cottonwoods and willows that marked the home of the Creeches. Lucy could not see the shore nearest her, as it was almost directly under her. Besides, in this narrow road on a spirited horse, she was not inclined to watch the scenery. She hurried Sarchedon down and down under the overhanging brows of rock to where the rim sloped out and failed. Here was an half acre of sand, with a few scant willows set down seemingly in a dent at the base of the giant, beetling cliffs. The place was light, though the light seemed a kind of veiled red, and to Lucy always ghastly. She could not have been joyous with that river moaning before her, even if it had been up on a level in the clear and open day. As a little girl, 8 years old, she had conceived a terror and hatred of this huge, jagged rent, so full of red haze and purple smoke and the thunder of rushing waters. And she had never wholly outgrown it. The joy of the sun and wind, the rapture in the boundless open, the sweetness in the sage, these were not possible here. Something mighty and ponderous, heavy as those colossal cliffs, weighted down her spirit. The voice of the river drove out any dream. Here was the incessant frowning presence of destructive forces of nature, and the ford was associated with catastrophe to sheep, to horses, and to men. Lucy rode across the bar to the shore where the Indians were loading the sheep into an immense rude flatboat. As the sheep were frightened, the loading was no easy task. Their bleating could be heard above the roar of the river. Bostil's boatmen, Shugrue and Somers, stood knee-deep in the quicksand of the bar, and their efforts to keep free-footed were as strenuous as their handling of the sheep. Presently the flock was all crowded on board. The Indians followed, and then the boatmen slid the unwieldy craft off the sandbar. Then, each manning a clumsy oar, they pulled upstream. Alongshore were whirling, slow eddies, and their rowing was possible. Out in that swift current it would have been folly to try to contend with it, let alone make progress. The method of crossing was to row up along the shore as far as a great cape of rock jutting out, and there make into the current, and while drifting down, pull hard to reach the landing opposite. Heavy laden as the boat was, the chances were not wholly in favor of a successful crossing. Lucy watched the slow, laborious struggle of the boatmen with the heavy oars until she suddenly remembered the object of her visit down to the ford. She appeared to be alone on her side of the river. At the landing opposite, however, were two men, and presently Lucy recognized Joel Creech and his father. A second glance showed Indians with burros, evidently waiting for the boat. Joel Creech jumped into a skiff and shoved off. The elder man, judging by his motions, seemed to be trying to prevent his son from leaving the shore, but Joel began to row upstream, keeping close to the shore. Lucy watched him. No doubt he had seen her and was coming across. Either the prospect of meeting him or the idea of meeting him there in the place where she was never herself made her want to turn at once and ride back home. But her stubborn sense of fairness overruled that. She would hold her ground solely in the hope of persuading Joel to be reasonable. She saw the big flatboat sweep into line of sight at the same time Joel turned into the current. But while the larger craft drifted slowly the other way, the smaller one came swiftly down and across. Joel swept out of the current into the eddy, rode across that, and slid the skiff up on the sandbar. Then he stepped out. He was bareheaded and barefooted, but it was not that which made him seem a stranger to Lucy. "Are you looking for me?" he shouted. Lucy waved a hand for him to come up. Then he approached. He was a tall, lean young man, stoop-shouldered and bow-legged from much riding, with sallow, freckled face, a thin fuzz of beard, weak mouth and chin, and eyes remarkable for their small size and piercing quality and a different color. For one was gray and the other was hazel. There was no scar on his face, but the irregularity of his features reminded one who knew that he had once been kicked in the face by a horse. Creech came up hurriedly, in an eager, wild way that made Lucy suddenly pity him. He did not seem to remember that the stallion had an antipathy for him. But Lucy, if she had forgotten, would have been reminded by Sarchedon's action. "Look out, Joel!" she called, and she gave the black's head a jerk. Sarchedon went up with a snort and came down pounding the sand. Quick as an Indian, Lucy was out of the saddle. "Lend me your quirt," said Joel, showing his teeth like a wolf. "No, I wouldn't let you hit Sarch. You beat him once, and he's never forgotten," replied Lucy. The eye of the horse and the man met and clashed, and there was a hostile tension in their attitudes. Then Lucy dropped the bridle and drew Joel over to the huge drift log, half buried in the sand. Here she sat down, but Joel remained standing. His gaze was now all the stranger for its wistfulness. Lucy was quick to catch a subtle difference in him, but she could not tell wherein it lay. "What did you want?" asked Joel. "I've heard a lot of things, Joel," replied Lucy, trying to think of just what she wanted to say. "Reckon you have," said Joel, dejectedly, and then he sat down on the log and dug holes in the sand with his bare feet. Lucy had never before seen him look tired, and it seemed that some of the healthy brown of his cheeks had thinned out. Then Lucy told him guardedly a few of the rumors she had heard. "All that you say is nothing to what's happened," he replied, bitterly. "Them riders mocked the life and soul out of me." "But, Joel, you shouldn't be so touchy," said Lucy, earnestly. "After all, the joke was on you. Why didn't you take it like a man?" "But they knew you stole my clothes," he protested. "Suppose they did. That wasn't much to care about. If you hadn't taken it so hard, they'd have let up on you. Maybe I might have stood that. But they taunted me with being loony about you." Joel spoke huskily. There was no doubt that he had been deeply hurt. Lucy saw tears in his eyes, and her first impulse was to put a hand on his and tell him how sorry she was. But she desisted. She did not feel at her ease with Joel. "What did you and Van fight about?" she asked presently. Joel hung his head. "I reckon I ain't a-goin' to tell you." "You're ashamed of it?" Joel's silence answered that. "You said something about me?" Lucy could not resist her curiosity, back of which was a little heat. "It must have been bad, else Van wouldn't have struck you." "He hit me. He knocked me flat," passionately said Joel. "And you drew a gun on him?" "I did. And like a fool, I didn't wait till I got up. Then he kicked me. Bostil's Fort will never be big enough for me and Van now." "Don't talk foolish. You won't fight with Van. Joel, maybe you deserved what you got. You say some rude things." "I only said I'd pay you back," burst out Joel. "How?" "I swore I'd lay for you and steal your clothes so you'd have to run home naked." There was indeed something lacking in Joel, but it was not sincerity. His hurt had rankled deep, and his voice trembled with indignation. "But, Joel, I don't go swimming in spring holes," protested Lucy, divided between amusement and annoyance. "I meant it anyhow," said Joel doggedly. "Are you absolutely honest? Is that all you said to provoke Van?" "It's all, Lucy. I swear." She believed him and saw the unfortunate circumstance more than ever her fault. "I'm sorry, Joel. I'm much to blame. I shouldn't have lost my temper and played that trick with your clothes. If you'd only had sense enough to stay out till after dark. But no use crying over spilt milk. Now, if you'll do your share, I'll do mine. I'll tell the boys I was to blame. I'll persuade them to let you alone. I'll go to Muncie." "No, you won't go crying small for me," blurted out Joel. Lucy was surprised to see pride in him. "Joel, I'll not make it appear—" "You're not to say one word about me to anyone," he went on, with the blood beginning to darken his face. And now he faced her. How strange the blaze in his differently colored eyes. "Lucy Bostil, there's been that done and said to me which I'll never forgive. I'm no good in Bostil's Ford. Maybe I never was much, but I could get a job when I wanted it and credit when I needed it. Now I can't get nothing. I'm no good. I'm no good, and it's your fault." "Oh, Joel, what can I do?" cried Lucy. "I reckon there's only one way you can square me," he replied, suddenly growing pale. But his eyes were like flint. He certainly looked to be in possession of all his wits. "How?" queried Lucy sharply. "You can marry me. That'll show that gang, and it'll square me. Then I'll go back to work and I'll stick. That's all, Lucy Bostil." Manifestly he was laboring under strong suppressed agitation. That moment was the last real strength and dignity ever shown by Joel Creech. "But, Joel, I can't marry you, even if I am to blame for your ruin," said Lucy simply. "Why?" "Because I don't love you." "I reckon that won't make any difference if you don't love someone else." Lucy gazed blankly at him. He began to shake, and his eyes grew wild. She rose from the log. "Do you love anybody else?" he asked passionately. "None of your business," retorted Lucy. Then, at a strange darkening of his face, an aspect unfamiliar to her, she grew suddenly frightened. "It's Van," he said thickly. "Joel, you're a fool." That only infuriated him. "So they all say. And they got my old man believing it, too. Maybe I am. But I'm a-goin' to kill Van." "No, no, Joel. What are you saying? I don't love Van. I don't care any more for him than for any other rider. Or you." "That's a lie, Lucy Bostil." "How dare you say I lie?" demanded Lucy. "I've a mind to turn my back on you. I'm trying to make up for my blunder, and you insult me." "You talk sweet, but talk isn't enough. You made me no good. Will you marry me?" "I will not." And Lucy, with her blood up, could not keep contempt out of her voice and look, and she did not care. That was the first time she had ever shown anything approaching ridicule for Joel. The effect was remarkable. Like a lash upon a raw wound, it made him writhe. But more significant to Lucy was the sudden convulsive working of his features and the wildness of his eyes. Then she turned her back, not from contempt, but to hurry away from him. He leaped after her and grasped her with rude hands. "Let me go!" cried Lucy, standing perfectly motionless. The hard clutch of his fingers roused a fierce, hot anger. Joel did not heed her command. He was forcing her back. He talked incoherently. One glimpse of his face added terror to Lucy's fury. "Joel, you're out of your head!" she cried, and she began to wrench and writhe out of his grasp. Then ensued a short, sharp struggle. Joel could not hold Lucy, but he tore her blouse into shreds. It seemed to Lucy that he did that savagely. She broke free from him, and he lunged at her again. With all her strength, she lashed his face with the heavy leather quirt. That staggered him. He almost fell. Lucy bounded to Sarchedon. In a rush, she was up in the saddle. Joel was running toward her, blood on his face, blood on his hands. He was not the Joel Creech she knew. "Stop!" cried Lucy fiercely. "I'll run you down!" The big black plunged at a touch of spur and came down quivering, ready to bolt. Creech swerved to one side. His face was lividly white, except where the bloody welts crossed it. His jaw seemed to hang loosely, making speech difficult. "Just for that," he panted hoarsely, "I'll lay for you, and I'll strip you, and I'll tie you on a horse, and I'll drive you naked through Bostil's Ford." Lucy saw the utter futility of all her good intentions. Something had snapped in Joel Creech's mind, and in hers kindness had given precedence to a fury she did not know was in her. For the second time she touched a spur to Sarchedon. He leaped out, flashed past Creech, and thundered up the road. It was all Lucy could do to break his gait at the first steep rise. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. 3 wild horse hunters made camp one night beside a little stream in the Sevier Valley, 500 miles as a crow flies from Bostil's Ford. These hunters had a poor outfit, excepting, of course, their horses. They were young men, rangy in build, lean and hard from life in the saddle, bronze-like Indians, still-faced and keen-eyed. 2 of them appeared to be tired out and lagged at the campfire duties. When the meager meal was prepared, they sat cross-legged before a ragged tarpaulin, eating and drinking in silence. The sky in the west was rosy, slowly darkening. The valley floor billowed away, ridged and cut, growing gray and purple and dark. Walls of stone, pink with the last rays of the setting sun, enclosed the valley, stretching away toward a long, low, black mountain range. The place was wild, beautiful, open, with something nameless that made the desert different from any other country. It was perhaps a loneliness of vast stretches of valley and stone, clear to the eye even after sunset. That black mountain range, which looked close enough to ride before dark, was 100 miles distant. The shades of night fell swiftly, and it was dark by the time the hunters finished the meal. Then the campfire had burned low. One of the three dragged branches of dead cedars and replenished the fire. Quickly it flared up, with the white flame and crackle characteristic of dry cedar. The night wind had risen, moaning through the gnarled, stunted cedars nearby, and it blew the fragrant wood smoke into the faces of the two hunters, who seemed too tired to move. "I reckon a pipe would help me make up my mind," said one. "Well, Bill," replied the other dryly, "your mind's made up, else you'd not say smoke." "Why?" "Because there ain't 3 pipefuls of that precious tobacco left." "That's one apiece, then. Lin, come and smoke the last pipe with us." The tallest of the 3, he who had brought the firewood, stood in the bright light of the blaze. He looked the born rider, light, lithe, powerful. "Sure, I'll smoke," he replied. Then presently he accepted the pipe tendered him, and sitting down beside the fire, he composed himself to the enjoyment which his companions evidently considered worthy of a decision they had reached. "So this smoking means you both want to turn back?" queried Lin, his sharp gaze glancing darkly bright in the glow of the fire. "Yep, we'll turn back. And Lordy, the relief I feel!" replied one. "We've been long coming to it, Lin, and that was for your sake," replied the other. Lin slowly pulled at his pipe and blew out the smoke as if reluctant to part with it. "Let's go on," he said quietly. "No, I've had all I want of chasing that damn wild stallion," returned Bill shortly. The other spread wide his hands and bent an expostulating look upon the one called Lin. "We're 200 miles out," he said. "There's only a little flour left in the bag. No coffee. Only a little salt. All the horses except your big Nagger are played out. We're already in strange country. And you know what we've heard of this and all to the south. It's all canyons, and somewheres down there is that awful canyon none of our people ever seen. But we've heard of it, and awful cut up country." He finished with the conviction that no one could say a word against the common sense of his argument. Lin was silent, as if impressed. Bill raised a strong, lean, brown hand in a forcible gesture. "We can't catch Wildfire." That seemed to him, evidently, a more convincing argument than his comrades'. "Bill is sure right if I'm wrong, which I ain't," went on the other. "Lin, we trailed that wild stallion for 6 weeks. That's the longest chase he ever had. He's left his old range. He's cut out his band and left them one by one. We've tried every trick we know on him, and he's too smart for us. There's a horse. Why, Lin, we're all but gone to the dogs chasing Wildfire. And now I'm done, and I'm glad of it." There was another short silence, which presently Bill opened his lips to break. "Lin, it makes me sick to quit. I ain't denying that for a long time I've had hopes of catching Wildfire. He's the grandest hoss I ever laid eyes on. I reckon no man, unless he was an Arab, ever seen as good a one. But now that's neither here nor there. We've got to hit the back trail." "Boys, I reckon I'll stick to Wildfire's tracks," said Lin, in the same quiet tone.
Bill swore at him, and the other hunter grew excited and concerned. "Lin Slone, are you gone plumb crazy over thet red hoss?" "I reckon," replied Slone. The working of his throat as he swallowed could be plainly seen by his companions. Bill looked at his ally as if to confirm some sudden understanding between them. They took Slone's attitude gravely, and they wagged their heads doubtfully, as they might have done had Slone just acquainted them with a hopeless and deathless passion for a woman. It was significant of the nature of riders that they accepted his attitude and had consideration for his feelings. For them, the situation subtly changed. For weeks they had been 3 wild horse wranglers on a hard chase after a valuable stallion. They had failed to get even close to him. They had gone to the limit of their endurance and of the outfit, and it was time to turn back. But Slone had conceived that strange and rare longing for a horse, a passion understood if not shared by all riders, and they knew that he would catch Wildfire or die in the attempt. From that moment their attitude toward Slone changed as subtly as had come the knowledge of his feeling. The gravity and gloom left their faces. It seemed they might have regretted what they had said about the futility of catching Wildfire. They did not want Slone to see or feel the hopelessness of his task. "I tell you, Lin," said Bill, "your hoss Nagger's as good as when we started." "Oh, he's better," vouchsafed the other rider. "Nagger needed to lose some weight." "Lin, have you got a extra set of shoes for him?" "No full set. Only 3 left," replied Lin soberly. "Well, that's enough. You can keep Nagger shod, and maybe that red stallion will get sore feet and go lame. Then you'll stand a chance." "But Wildfire keeps traveling the valleys, the soft ground," said Slone. "No matter. He's leaving the country, and he's bound to strike sandstone sooner or later. Then, by gosh, maybe he'll wear off them hoofs." "Say, can't he ring bells offen the rocks?" exclaimed Bill. "Oh, Lordy, what a hoss!" "Boys, do you think he's leaving the country?" inquired Slone anxiously. "Sure he is," replied Bill. "He ain't the first stallion I've chased off the Sevier range. And I know it's a stallion that makes for new country when you push him hard." "Yep, Lin, he's sure leaving," added the other comrade. "Why, he's traveled a bee line for days. I'll bet he's seen us many a time. Wildfire's about as smart as any man. He was born wild, and his dam was born wild, and there you have it. The wildest of all wild creatures, a wild stallion with the intelligence of a man. A grand hoss, Lin, but one that'll be hell if you ever catch him. He has killed stallions all over the Sevier range. A wild stallion that's a killer. I never liked him for that. Could he be broke?" "I'll break him," said Lin Slone grimly. "It's getting him that's the job. I've got patience to break a hoss, but patience can't catch a streak of lightning." "No, you're right," replied Bill. "If you have some luck you'll get him maybe. If he wears out his feet, or if you crowd him into a narrow canyon, or ran him into a bad place where he can't get by you, that might happen. And then with Nagger you stand a chance. Did you ever tire that hoss?" "Not yet." "And how far did you ever run him without a break?" "Why, when we ketched that sorrel last year
I rode Nagger myself 30 miles, most at a hard gallop, and he never turned a hair."
"I beat that," replied Lin. "He could run hard 50 miles, maybe more. Honestly, I've never seen him tired yet. If only he was fast."
"Wal, Nagger ain't so darn slow, come to think of thet," replied Bill, with a grunt. "He's good enough for you not to want another hoss." "Lin, you're goin' to wear out Wildfire and then trap him somehow. Is thet the plan?" asked the other comrade.
"I haven't any plan. I'll just trail him like a cougar trails a deer."
"Lin, if Wildfire gives you the slip he'll have to fly. You've got the best eyes for tracks of any wrangler in Utah."
Slone accepted the compliment with a fleeting, doubtful smile on his dark face. He did not reply, and no more was said by his comrades. They rolled with backs to the fire. Slone put on more wood, for the keen wind was cold and cutting, and then he lay down, his head in his saddle, with a goat skin under him and a saddle blanket over him. All three were soon asleep. The wind whipped the sand and ashes and smoke over the sleepers. Coyotes barked from near in darkness, and from the valley ridge came the faint mourn of a hunting wolf. The desert night grew darker and colder. The Stewart brothers were wild horse hunters for the sake of trades and occasional sales. But Lin Slone never traded nor sold a horse he had captured. The excitement of the game and the lure of the desert and the love of a horse were what kept him at the profitless work. His type was rare in the uplands. These were the early days of the settlement of Utah, and only a few of the hardiest and most adventurous pioneers had penetrated the desert in the southern part of that vast upland. And with them came some of that wild breed of riders to which Slone and the Stewarts belonged. Horses were really more important and necessary than men, and this singular fact gave these lonely riders a calling. Before the Spaniards came, there were no horses in the West. Those explorers left or lost horses all over the Southwest. Many of them were Arabian horses of purest blood. American explorers and travelers at the outset of the 19th century encountered countless droves of wild horses all over the plains. Across the Grand Canyon, however, wild horses were comparatively few in number in the early days, and these had probably come in by way of California. The Stewarts and Slone had no established mode of catching wild horses. The game had not developed fast enough for that. Every chase of horse or drove was different, and once in many attempts they met with success. A favorite method originated by the Stewarts was to find a water hole frequented by the band of horses or the stallion wanted, and to build round this hole a corral with an opening for the horses to get in. Then the hunters would watch the trap at night, and if the horses went in to drink, the gate was closed across the opening. Another method of the Stewarts was to trail a coveted horse up on a mesa of highland, places which seldom had more than one trail of ascent and descent, and there block the escape and cut lines of cedars into which the quarry was ran till captured. Still another method, discovered by accident, was to shoot a horse lightly in the neck and sting him. This last, called creasing,
was seldom successful, and for that matter, in any method 10 times as many horses were killed as captured. Lin Slone helped the Stewarts in their own way, but he had no especial liking for their tricks. Perhaps a few remarkable captures of remarkable horses had spoiled Slone. He was always trying what the brothers claimed to be impossible. He was a fearless rider, but he had the fault of saving his mount, and to kill a wild horse was a tragedy for him. He would much rather have hunted alone, and he had been alone on the trail of the stallion Wildfire when the Stewarts had joined him. Lin Slone awoke next morning and rolled out of his blanket at his usual early hour, but he was not early enough to say good-bye to the Stewarts. They were gone. The fact surprised him and somehow relieved him. They had left him more than his share of the outfit, and perhaps that was why they had slipped off before dawn. They knew him well enough to know that he would not have accepted it. Besides, perhaps they felt a little humiliation at abandoning a chase which he chose to keep up. Anyway, they were gone, apparently without breakfast. The morning was clear, cool, with the air dark like that before a storm. And in the east, over the steely wall of stone, shone a redness growing brighter. Slone looked away to the west, down the trail taken by his comrades, but he saw nothing moving against that cedar-dotted waste. "Goodbye," he said, and he spoke as if he was saying goodbye to more than comrades. "I reckon I won't ever see Sevier Village soon again, and maybe never," he soliloquized. There was no one to regret him, unless it was old Mother Hall, who had been kind to him on those rare occasions when he got out of the wilderness. Still, it was with regret that he gazed away across the red valley to the west. Slone had no home. His father and mother had been lost in the massacre of a wagon train by Indians, and he had been one of the few saved and brought to Salt Lake. That had happened when he was 10 years old. His life thereafter had been hard, and but for his sturdy Texas training, he might not have survived. The last 5 years he had been a horse hunter in the wild uplands of Nevada and Utah. Slone turned his attention to the pack of supplies. The Stewarts had divided the flour and the parched corn equally, and unless he was greatly mistaken, they had left him most of the coffee and all of the salt. "Now I hold that decent of Bill and Abe," said Slone, regretfully. "But I could have got along without it better'n they could." Then he swiftly set about kindling a fire and getting a meal. In the midst of his task a sudden ruddy brightness fell around him. Lin Slone paused in his work to look up. The sun had risen over the eastern wall. "Ah," he said, and drew a deep breath. The cold, steely, darkling sweep of desert had been transformed. It was now a world of red earth and gold rocks and purple sage, with everywhere the endless straggling green cedars. A breeze whipped in, making the fire roar softly. The sun felt warm on his cheek, and at the moment he heard the whistle of his horse. "Good old Nagger," he said. "I sure won't have to track you this morning." Presently he went off into the cedars to find Nagger and the mustang that he used to carry the pack. Nagger was grazing in a little open patch among the trees, but the pack horse was missing. Slone seemed to know in what direction to go to find the trail, for he came upon it very soon. The pack horse wore hobbles, but he belonged to the class that could cover a great deal of ground when hobbled. Slone did not expect the horse to go far, considering that the grass thereabouts was good. But in a wild horse country it was not safe to give any horse a chance. The call of his wild brethren was irresistible. Slone, however, found the mustang standing quietly in a clump of cedars, and, removing the hobbles, he mounted and rode back to the camp. Nagger caught sight of him and came at his call. This horse, Nagger, appeared as unique in his class as Slone was rare among riders. Nagger seemed of several colors, though black predominated. His coat was shaggy, almost woolly, like that of a sheep. He was huge, raw-boned, knotty, long of body and long of leg, with the head of a war charger. His build did not suggest speed. There appeared to be something slow and ponderous about him, similar to an elephant, with the same suggestion of power and endurance. Slone discarded the pack saddle and bags. The latter were almost empty. He roped the tarpaulin on the back of the mustang, and making a small bundle of his few supplies, he tied that to the tarpaulin. His blanket he used for a saddle blanket on Nagger. Of the utensils left by the Stewarts, he chose a couple of small iron pans with long handles. The rest he left. In his saddlebags he had a few extra horseshoes, some nails, bullets for his rifle, and a knife with a heavy blade. Not a rich outfit for a far country, he mused. Slone did not talk very much, and when he did he addressed Nagger and himself simultaneously. Evidently he expected a long chase, one from which he would not return, and light as his outfit was, it would grow too heavy. Then he mounted and rode down the gradual slope, facing the valley and the black, bold, flat mountain to the southeast. Some few hundred yards from camp he halted Nagger and bent over in the saddle to scrutinize the ground. The clean-cut track of a horse showed in the bare, hard sand. The hoof marks were large, almost oval, perfect in shape, and manifestly they were beautiful to Lin Slone. He gazed at them for a long time, and then he looked across the dotted red valley, up the vast ridgy steppes, toward the black plateau and beyond. It was the look an Indian gives to a strange country. Then Slone slipped off the saddle and knelt to scrutinize the horse tracks. A little sand had blown into the depressions, and some of it was wet and some of it was dry. He took his time about examining it, and he even tried gently blowing other sand into the tracks to compare that with what was already there. Finally, he stood up and addressed Nagger. "Reckon we won't have to argue with Abe and Bill this morning," he said with satisfaction. "Wildfire made that track yesterday before sunup." Thereupon Slone remounted and put Nagger to a trot. The pack horse followed with an alacrity that showed he had no desire for loneliness. As straight as a beeline, Wildfire had left a trail down into the floor of the valley. He had not stopped to graze, and he had not looked for water. Slone had hoped to find a water hole in one of the deep washes in the red earth. But if there had been any water there, Wildfire would have scented it. He had not had a drink for 3 days that Slone knew of, and Nagger had not drunk for 40 hours. Slone had a canvas water bag hanging over the pommel, but it was a habit of his to deny himself as far as possible till his horse could drink also. Like an Indian, Slone ate and drank but little. It took 4 hours of steady trotting to reach the middle and bottom of that wide, flat valley. A network of washes cut up the whole center of it, and they were all as dry as bleached bone. To cross these, Slone had only to keep Wildfire's trail, and it was proof of Nagger's quality that he did not have to veer from the stallion's course. It was hot down in the lowland. The heat struck up, reflected from the sand, but it was a March sun and no more than pleasant to Slone. The wind rose, however, and blew dust and sand in the faces of horse and rider. Except lizards, Slone did not see any living things. Miles of low greasewood and sparse yellow sage led to the first almost imperceptible rise of the valley floor on that side. The distant cedars beckoned to Slone. He was not patient because he was on the trail of Wildfire, but nevertheless the hours seemed short. Slone had no past to think about, and the future held nothing except a horse. And so his thoughts revolved the possibilities connected with this chase of Wildfire. The chase was hopeless in such country as he was traversing, and if Wildfire chose to roam around valleys like this one, Slone would fail utterly. But the stallion had long ago left his band of horses, and then, one by one, his favorite consorts. And now he was alone, headed with unerring instinct for wild, untrammeled ranges. He had been used to the pure, cold water and the succulent grass of the cold desert uplands. Assuredly, he would not tarry in such barren lands as these. For Slone, an ever-present and growing fascination lay in Wildfire's clear, sharply defined tracks. It was as if every hoof mark told him something. Once far up the interminable ascent, he found on a ridge top tracks showing where Wildfire had halted and turned. "Hi, Nagger!" cried Slone exultingly. "Look there! He's begun facing about. He's wondering if we're still after him. He's worried, but we'll keep out of sight a day behind." When Slone reached the cedars, the sun was low down in the west. He looked back across the 50 miles of valley to the colored cliffs and walls. He seemed to be above them now, and the cool air, with tang of cedar and juniper, strengthened the impression that he had climbed high. A mile or more ahead of him rose a gray cliff with breaks in it and a line of dark cedars or pinyons on the level rims. He believed these breaks to be the mouths of canyons, and so it turned out. Wildfire's trail led into the mouth of a narrow canyon with very steep and high walls. Nagger snorted his perception of water, and the mustang whistled. Wildfire's tracks led to a point under the wall where a spring gushed forth. There were mountain lion and deer tracks also, as well as those of smaller game. Slone made camp here. The mustang was tired, but Nagger, upon taking a long drink, rolled in the grass as if he had just begun the trip. After eating, Slone took his rifle and went out to look for deer, but there appeared to be none at hand. He came across many lion tracks and saw with apprehension where one had taken Wildfire's trail. Wildfire had grazed up the canyon, keeping on, and he was likely to go miles in a night. Slone reflected that as small as were his own chances of getting Wildfire, they were still better than those of a mountain lion. Wildfire was the most cunning of all animals, a wild stallion. His speed and endurance were incomparable, his scent as keen as those animals that relied wholly upon scent to warn them of danger. And as for sight, it was Slone's belief that no hoofed creature, except the mountain sheep used to high altitudes, could see as far as a wild horse. It bothered Slone a little that he was getting into a lion country. Nagger showed nervousness, something unusual for him. Slone tied both horses with long halters and stationed them on patches of thick grass. Then he put a cedar stump on the fire and went to sleep. Upon awakening and going to the spring, he was somewhat chagrined to see that deer had come down to drink early. Evidently they were numerous. A lion country was always a deer country, for the lions followed the deer. Slone was packed and saddled and on his way before the sun reddened the canyon wall. He walked the horses. From time to time he saw signs of Wildfire's consistent progress. The canyon narrowed, and the walls grew lower, and the grass increased. There was a decided ascent all the time. Slone could find no evidence that the canyon had ever been traveled by hunters or Indians. The day was pleasant and warm and still. Every once in a while, a little breath of wind would bring a fragrance of cedar and pinyon, and a sweet hint of pine and sage. At every turn he looked ahead, expecting to see the green of pine and the gray of sage. Toward the middle of the afternoon, coming to a place where Wildfire had taken to a trot, he put Nagger to that gait, and by sundown had worked up to where the canyon was only a shallow ravine. And finally it turned once more to lose itself in a level where straggling pines stood high above the cedars, and great dark green silver spruces stood above the pines. And here were patches of sage, fresh and pungent, and long reaches of bleached grass. It was the edge of a forest. Wildfire's trail went on. Slone came at length to a group of pines, and here he found the remains of a campfire and some flint arrowheads. Indians had been in there, probably having come from the opposite direction of Slone's. This encouraged him, for where Indians could hunt, so could he. Soon he was entering a forest where cedars and pinyons and pines began to grow thickly. Presently he came upon a faintly defined trail, just a dim, dark line, even to that experienced eye. But it was a trail, and Wildfire had taken it. Slone halted for the night. The air was cold, and the dampness of it gave him an idea there were snowbanks somewhere not far distant. The dew was already heavy on the grass. He hobbled the horses and put a bell on Nagger. A bell might frighten lions that had never heard one. Then he built a fire and cooked his meal. It had been long since he had camped high up among the pines. The sough of the wind pleased him like music. There had begun to be prospects of pleasant experience along with the toil of chasing Wildfire. He was entering new and strange and beautiful country. How far might the chase take him? He did not care. He was not sleepy, but even if he had been, it developed that he must
wait till the coyotes ceased their barking round his campfire. They came so close that he saw their gray shadows in the gloom. But presently they wearied of yelping at him and went away. After that the silence, broken only by the wind as it roared and lulled, seemed beautiful to Slone. He lost completely that sense of vague regret which had remained with him, and he forgot the Stewarts. And suddenly he felt absolutely free, alone, with nothing behind to remember, with wild, thrilling, nameless life before him. Just then the long mourn of a timber wolf wailed in with the wind. Seldom had he heard the cry of one of those night wanderers. There was nothing like it, no sound like it to fix in the lone camper's heart the great solitude and the wild. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. In the early morning, when all was gray and the big, dark pines were shadowy specters, Slone was awakened by the cold. His hands were so numb that he had difficulty starting a fire. He stood over the blaze, warming them. The air was nipping, clear and thin, and sweet with frosty fragrance. Daylight came while he was in the midst of his morning meal. A white frost covered the ground and crackled under his feet as he went out to bring in the horses. He saw fresh deer tracks. Then he went back to camp for his rifle. Keeping a sharp lookout for game, he continued his search for the horses. The forest was open and park-like. There were no fallen trees or evidences of fire. Presently he came to a wide glade in the midst of which Nagger and the pack mustang were grazing with a herd of deer. The size of the latter amazed Slone. The deer he had hunted back on the Sevier range were much smaller than these. Evidently these were mule deer, closely allied to the elk. They were so tame that they stood facing him curiously, with long ears erect. It was sheer murder to kill a deer standing and watching like that, but Slone was out of meat and hungry and facing a long, hard trip. He shot a buck, which leaped spasmodically away, trying to follow the herd, and fell at the edge of the glade. Slone cut out a haunch, and then catching the horses, he returned to camp, where he packed and saddled, and at once rode out on the dim trail. The wildness of the country he was entering was evident in the fact that as he passed the glade where he had shot the deer a few minutes before, there were coyotes quarreling over the carcass. Slone could see ahead and on each side several hundred yards, and presently he ascertained that the forest floor was not so level as he had supposed. He had entered a valley or was traversing a wide, gently sloping pass. He went through thickets of juniper and had to go around clumps of quaking aspen. The pines grew larger and farther apart. Cedars and pinyons had been left behind, and he had met with no silver spruces after leaving camp. Probably that point was the height of a divide. There were banks of snow in some of the hollows on the north side. Evidently the snow had very recently melted, and it was evident also that the depth of snow through here had been fully 10 feet, judging from the mutilation of the juniper trees, where the deer, standing on the hard, frozen crust, had browsed upon the branches. The quiet of the forest thrilled Slone, and the only movement was the occasional gray flash of a deer or coyote across a glade. No birds of any species crossed Slone's sight. He came presently upon a lion track in the trail, made probably a day before. Slone grew curious about it, seeing how it held as he was holding to Wildfire's tracks. After a mile or so he made sure the lion had been trailing the stallion, and for a second he felt a cold contraction of his heart. Already he loved Wildfire, and by virtue of all this toil of travel considered the wild horse his property. No lion could ever get close to Wildfire, he soliloquized with a short laugh. Of that he was absolutely certain. The sun rose, melting the frost, and a breath of warm air, laden with the scent of pine, moved heavily under the huge yellow trees. Slone passed a point where the remains of an old campfire and a pile of deer antlers were further proof that Indians had visited this plateau to hunt. From this camp, broader, more deeply defined trails led away to the south and east. Slone kept to the east trail, in which Wildfire's tracks and those of the lion showed clearly. It was about the middle of the forenoon when the tracks of the stallion and lion left the trail to lead up a little draw where grass grew thick. Slone followed, reading the signs of Wildfire's progress and the action of his pursuer, as well as if he had seen them. Here the stallion had plowed into a snowbank, eating a hole 2 feet deep. Then he had grazed around a little, then on and on. There his splendid tracks were deep in the soft earth. Slone knew what to expect when the track of the lion veered from those of the horse, and he followed the lion tracks. The ground was soft from the late melting of snow, and Nagger sunk deep. The lion left a plain track. Here he stole steadily along. There he left many tracks at a point where he might have halted to make sure of his scent. He was circling on the trail of the stallion with cunning intent of ambush. The end of this slow, careful stalk of the lion, as told in his tracks, came upon the edge of a knoll where he had crouched to watch and wait. From this perch he had made a magnificent spring, Slone estimating it to be 40 feet. But he had missed the stallion. There were Wildfire's tracks again, slow and short, and then deep and sharp, where in the impetus of fright he had sprung out of reach. A second leap of the lion, and then lessening bounds, and finally an abrupt turn from Wildfire's trail told the futility of that stalk. Slone made certain that Wildfire was so keen that as he grazed along he had kept to open ground. Wildfire had run for a mile, then slowed down to a trot, and he had circled to get back to the trail he had left. Slone believed the horse was just so intelligent. At any rate, Wildfire struck the trail again and turned at right angles to follow it. Here the forest floor appeared perfectly level. Patches of snow became frequent and larger as Slone went on. At length the patches closed up and soon extended as far as he could see. It was soft, affording difficult travel. Slone crossed hundreds of deer tracks, and the trail he was on eventually became a deer runway. Presently, far down one of the aisles between the great pines, Slone saw what appeared to be a yellow cliff far away. It puzzled him, and as he went on he received the impression that the forest dropped out of sight ahead. Then the trees grew thicker, obstructing his view. Presently the trail became soggy, and he had to help his horse. The mustang floundered in the soft snow and earth. Cedars and pinyons appeared again, making travel still more laborious. All at once there came to Slone a strange consciousness of light and wind and space and void. On the instant his horse halted with a snort. Slone quickly looked up. Had he come to the end of the world? An abyss, a canyon, yawned beneath him, beyond all comparison in its greatness. His keen eye, educated to desert distance and dimension, swept down and across, taking in the tremendous truth before it staggered his comprehension. But a second sweeping glance, slower, becoming intoxicated with what it beheld, saw gigantic cliff steps and yellow slopes dotted with cedars, leading down to clefts filled with purple smoke, and these led on and on to a ragged red world of rock, bare, shining, bold, uplifted in mesa, dome, peak, and crag, clear and strange in the morning light, still and sleeping like death. This, then, was the great canyon, which had seemed like a hunter's fable rather than the truth. Slone's sight dimmed, blurring the spectacle, and he found that his eyes had filled with tears. He wiped them away and looked again and again, until he was confounded by the vastness and the grandeur and the vague sadness of the scene. Nothing he had ever looked at had affected him like this canyon, although the Stewarts had tried to prepare him for it. It was horse hunter's passion that reminded him of his pursuit. The deer trail led down through a break in the wall. Only a few rods of it could be seen. This trail was passable, even though choked with snow, but the depth beyond this wall seemed to fascinate Slone and hold him back, used as he was to desert trails. Then the clean mark of Wildfire's hoof brought back the old thrill. "This place fits you, Wildfire," muttered Slone, dismounting. He started down, leading Nagger. The mustang followed. Slone kept to the wall side of the trail, fearing the horses might slip. The snow held firmly at first, and Slone had no trouble. The gap in the rim rock widened to a slope, thickly grown over with cedars and pinyons and manzanita. This growth made the descent more laborious, yet afforded means at least for Slone to go down with less danger. There was no stopping. Once started, the horses had to keep on. Slone saw the impossibility of ever climbing out while that snow was there. The trail zigzagged down and down. Very soon the yellow wall hung tremendously over him, straight up. The snow became thinner and softer. The horses began to slip. They slid on their haunches. Fortunately, the slope grew less steep, and Slone could see below where it reached out to comparatively level ground. Still, a mishap might yet occur. Slone kept as close to Nagger as possible, helping him whenever he could do it. The mustang slipped, rolled over, and then slipped past Slone, went down the slope to bring up in a cedar. Slone worked down to him and extricated him. Then the huge Nagger began to slide, Snow and loose rock slid with him, and so did Slone. The little avalanche stopped of its own accord, and then Slone dragged Nagger on down and down, presently to come to the end of the steep descent. Slone looked up to see that he had made short work of 1,000-foot slope. Here cedars and pinyons grew thickly enough to make a forest. The snow thinned out to patches and then failed. But the going remained bad for a while, as the horses sank deep in a soft red earth. This eventually grew more solid and finally dry. Slone worked out of the cedars to what appeared a grassy plateau, enclosed by the great green and white slope, with its yellow wall overhanging, and distant mesas and cliffs. Here his view was restricted. He was down on the first bench of the great canyon, and there was the deer trail, a well-worn path keeping to the edge of the slope. Slone came to a deep cut in the earth, and the trail headed it, where it began at the last descent of the slope. It was the source of the canyon. He could look down to see the bare, worn rock, and 100 yards from where he stood the earth was washed from its rims, and it began to show depth and something of that ragged outline which told of violence of flood. The trail headed many canyons like this, all running down across this bench, disappearing, dropping invisibly. The trail swung to the left under the great slope, and then presently it climbed to a higher bench. Here were brush and grass and huge patches of sage, so pungent that it stung Slone's nostrils. Then he went down again, this time to come to a clear brook lined by willows. Here the horses drank long, and Slone refreshed himself. The sun had grown hot. There was fragrance of flowers he could not see, and a low murmur of a waterfall that was likewise invisible. For most of the time his view was shut off, but occasionally he reached a point where, through some break, he saw towers gleaming red in the sun. A strange place, a place of silence and smoky veils in the distance. Time passed swiftly. Toward the waning of the afternoon, he began to climb to what appeared to be a saddle of land, connecting the canyon wall on the left with a great plateau, gold-rimmed and pine-fringed, rising more and more in his way as he advanced. At sunset, Slone was more shut in than for several hours. He could tell the time was sunset by the golden light on the cliff wall again overhanging him. The slope was gradual up to this pass to the saddle, and upon coming to a spring and the first pine trees, he decided to halt for a camp. The mustang was almost exhausted. Thereupon he hobbled the horses in the luxuriant grass round the spring, and then unrolled his pack. Once, as dusk came stealing down, while he was eating his meal, Nagger whistled in fright. Slone saw a gray, pantherish form gliding away into the shadows. He took a quick shot at it, but missed. "It's a lion country, all right," he said, and then he set about building a big fire on the other side of the grassy plot, so to have the horses between fires. He cut all the venison into thin strips and spent an hour roasting them. Then he lay down to rest, and he said, "Wonder where Wildfire is tonight. Am I closer to him? Where's he heading for?" The night was warm and still. It was black near the huge cliff, and overhead velvety blue. with stars of white fire. It seemed to him that he had become more thoughtful and observing of the aspects of his wild environment, and he felt a welcome consciousness of loneliness. Then sleep came to him, and the night seemed short. In the gray dawn he arose refreshed. The horses were restive. Nagger snorted a welcome. Evidently they had passed an uneasy night. Slone found lion tracks at the spring and in sandy places. Presently he was on his way up to the notch between the great wall and the plateau. A growth of thick scrub oak made travel difficult. It had not appeared far up to that saddle, but it was far. There were straggling pine trees and huge rocks that obstructed his gaze. But once up, he saw that the saddle was only a narrow ridge, curved to slope up on both sides. Straight before Slone and under him opened the canyon, blazing and glorious along the peaks and ramparts, where the rising sun struck, misty and smoky and shadowy down in those mysterious depths. It took an effort not to keep on gazing. But Slone turned to the grim business of his pursuit. The trail he saw leading down had been made by Indians. It was used probably once a year by them, and also by wild animals, and it was exceedingly steep and rough. Wildfire had paced to and fro along the narrow ridge of that saddle, making many tracks before he had headed down again. Slone imagined that the great stallion had been daunted by the tremendous chasm, but had finally faced it, meaning to put this obstacle between him and his pursuers. It never occurred to Slone to attribute less intelligence to Wildfire than that. So, dismounting, Slone took Nagger's bridle and started down. The mustang with the pack was reluctant. He snorted and whistled and pawed the earth. But he would not be left alone, so he followed. The trail led down under cedars that fringed a precipice. Slone was aware of this without looking. He attended only to the trail and to his horse. Only an Indian could have picked out that course, and it was cruel to put a horse to it. But Nagger was powerful, sure-footed, and he would go anywhere that Slone led him. Gradually, Slone worked down and away from the bulging rim wall. It was hard, rough work and risky because it could not be accomplished slowly. Brush and rocks, loose shale and weathered slope, long, dusty inclines of yellow earth, and jumbles of stone. These made bad going for miles of slow, zigzag trail down out of the cedars. Then the trail entered what appeared to be a ravine. That ravine became a canyon. At its head was a dry wash, full of gravel and rocks. It began to cut deep into the bowels of the earth. It shut out sight of the surrounding walls and peaks. Water appeared from under a cliff and, augmented by other springs, became a brook. Hot, dry, and barren at its beginning, this cleft became cool and shady and luxuriant with grass and flowers and amber moss with silver blossoms. The rocks had changed color from yellow to deep red. 4 hours of turning and twisting, endlessly down and down over boulders and banks and every conceivable roughness of earth and rock, finished the pack mustang, and Slone mercifully left him in a long reach of canyon where grass and water never failed. In this place Slone halted for the noon hour, letting Nagger have his fill of the rich grazing. Nagger's 3 days in grassy upland despite the continuous travel by day, had improved him. He looked fat, and Slone had not yet caught the horse resting. Nagger was iron to endure. Here Slone left all the outfit except what was on his saddle, and the sack containing the few pounds of meat and supplies, and the 2 utensils. This sack he tied on the back of his saddle and resumed his journey. Presently he came to a place where Wildfire had doubled on his trail and had turned up a side canyon. The climb out was hard on Slone, if not on Nagger. Once up, Slone found himself upon a wide, barren plateau of glaring red rock and clumps of greasewood and cactus. The plateau was miles wide, shut in by great walls and mesas of colored rock. The afternoon sun beat down fiercely. A blast of wind, as if from a furnace, swept across the plateau, and it was laden with red dust. Slone walked here, where he could have ridden, and he made several miles of up and down progress over this rough plateau. The great walls of the opposite side of the canyon loomed appreciably closer. What, Slone wondered, was at the bottom of this rent in the earth? The great desert river was down there, of course, but he knew nothing of it. Would that turn back Wildfire? Slone thought grimly how he had always claimed Nagger to be part fish and part bird. Wildfire was not going to escape. By and by, only isolated mescal plants with long, yellow-plumed spears broke the bare monotony of the plateau, and Slone passed from red sand and gravel to a red, soft shale, and from that to hard, red rock. Here Wildfire's tracks were lost, the first time in 7 weeks. But Slone had his direction down that plateau, with the cleavage lines of canyons to right and left. At times Slone found a vestige of the old Indian trail, and this made him doubly sure of being right. He did not need to have Wildfire's tracks. He let Nagger pick the way, and the horse made no mistake in finding the line of least resistance. But that grew harder and harder. This bare rock, like a file, would soon wear Wildfire's hoofs thin, and Slone rejoiced. Perhaps somewhere down in this awful chasm he and Nagger would have it out with the stallion. Slone began to look far ahead, beginning to believe that he might see Wildfire. Twice he had seen Wildfire, but only at a distance. Then he had resembled a running streak of fire, whence his name, which Slone had given him. This bare region of rock began to be cut up into gullies. It was necessary to head them or to climb in and out. Miles of travel really meant little progress straight ahead. But Slone kept on. He was hot, and Nagger was hot, and that made hard work easier. Sometimes on the wind came a low thunder. Was it a storm or an avalanche, slipping or falling water? He could not tell. The sound was significant and haunting. Of one thing he was sure, that he could not have found his back trail, but he divined he was never to retrace his steps on this journey. The stretch of broken plateau before him grew wilder and bolder of outline, darker in color, weirder in aspect, and progress across it grew slower, more dangerous. There were many places Nagger should not have been put to, where a slip meant a broken leg. But Slone could not turn back. And something besides an indomitable spirit kept him going. Again, the sound resembling thunder assailed his ears, louder this time. The plateau appeared to be ending in a series of great capes or promontories. Slone feared he would soon come out upon a promontory from which he might see the impossibility of further travel. He felt relieved down in the gullies, where he could not see far. He climbed out of one presently, from which there extended a narrow ledge with a slant too perilous for any horse. He stepped out upon that with far less confidence than Nagger. To the right was a bulge of low wall, and a few feet to the left a dark precipice. The trail here was faintly outlined, and it was 6 inches wide and slanting as well. It seemed endless to Slone, that ledge. He looked only down at his feet and listened to Nagger's steps. The big horse trod carefully, but naturally, and he did not slip. That ledge extended in a long curve, turning slowly away from the precipice and ascending a little at the further end. Slone drew a deep breath of relief when he led Nagger up on level rock. Suddenly a strange yet familiar sound halted Slone as if he had been struck. The wild, shrill, high-pitched, piercing whistle of a stallion. Nagger neighed a blast in reply and pounded the rock with his iron-shod hoofs. With a thrill Slone looked ahead. There, some few hundred yards distant, on a promontory, stood a red horse. "My Lord, it's Wildfire," breathed Slone tensely. He could not believe his sight. He imagined he was dreaming. But as Nagger stamped and snorted defiance, Slone looked with fixed and keen gaze and knew that beautiful picture was no lie. Wildfire was as red as fire. His long mane, wild in the wind, was like a whipping black-streaked flame. Silhouetted there against that canyon background, he seemed gigantic. A demon horse, ready to plunge into fiery depths. He was looking back over his shoulder, his head very high, and every line of him was instinct with wildness. Again he sent out that shrill, air-splitting whistle. Slone understood it to be a clarion call to Nagger. If Nagger had been alone, Wildfire would have killed him. The red stallion was a killer of horses. All over the Utah ranges he had left the trail of a murderer. Nagger understood this, too, for he whistled back in rage and terror. It took an iron arm to hold him. Then Wildfire plunged, apparently down, and vanished from Slone's sight. Slone hurried onward, to be blocked by a huge crack in the rocky plateau. This he had to head, and then another, and like obstacle checked his haste to reach that promontory. He was forced to go more slowly. Wildfire had been close only as to sight, and this was the great canyon that dwarfed distance and magnified proximity. Climbing down and up, toiling on, he at last learned patience. He had seen Wildfire at close range. That was enough. So he plodded on, once more returning to careful regard of Nagger. It took an hour of work to reach the point where Wildfire had disappeared. A promontory indeed it was, overhanging a valley 1,000 feet below. A white torrent of a stream wound through it. There were lines of green cottonwoods following the winding course. Then Slone saw Wildfire slowly crossing the flat toward the stream. He had gone down that cliff, which to Slone looked perpendicular. Wildfire appeared to be walking lame. Slone, making sure of this, suffered a pang. Then, when the significance of such lameness dawned upon him, he whooped his wild joy and waved his hat. The red stallion must have heard, for he looked up. Then he went on again and waded into the stream, where he drank long. When he started to cross, the swift current drove him back in several places. The water wreathed white around him, but evidently it was not deep, and finally he crossed. From the other side he looked up again at Nagger and Slone, and going on, he soon was out of sight in the cottonwoods. "How to get down?" muttered Slone. There was a break in the cliff wall, a bare stone slant where horses had gone down and come up. That was enough for Slone to know. He would have attempted the descent if he were sure no other horse but Wildfire had ever gone down there. But Slone's hair began to rise stiff on his head. A horse like Wildfire and mountain sheep and Indian ponies were all very different from Nagger. The chances were against Nagger. "Come on, old boy. If I can do it, you can," he said. Slone had never seen a trail as perilous as this. He was afraid for his horse. A slip there meant death. The way Nagger trembled in every muscle showed his feelings, but he never flinched. He would follow Slone anywhere, providing Slone rode him or led him. And here, as riding was impossible, Slone went before. If the horse slipped, there would be a double tragedy, for Nagger would knock his master off the cliff. Slone set his teeth and stepped down. He did not let Nagger see his fear. He was taking the greatest risk he had ever run. The break in the wall led to a ledge, and the ledge dropped from step to step, and these had bare, slippery slants between. Nagger was splendid on a bad trail. He had methods peculiar to his huge build and great weight. He crashed down over the stone steps, both front hoofs at once. The slants he slid down on his haunches, with his forelegs stiff and the iron shoes scraping. He snorted and heaved and grew wet with sweat. He tossed his head at some of the places, but he never hesitated, and it was impossible for him to go slowly. Whenever Slone came to corrugated stretches in the trail, he felt grateful, but these were few. The rock was like smooth red iron. Slone had never seen such hard rock. It took him long to realize that it was marble. His heart seemed a tense, painful knot in his breast, as if it could not beat, holding back in the strained suspense. But Nagger never jerked on the bridle. He never faltered. Many times he slipped, and often with both front feet, but never with all 4 feet. So he did not fall, and the red wall began to loom above Slone. Then suddenly he seemed brought to a point where it was impossible to descend. It was a round bulge, slanting fearfully, with only a few little rough surfaces to hold a foot. Wildfire had left a broad, clear swept mark at that place, and red hairs on some of the sharp points. He had slid down. Below was an offset that fortunately prevented further sliding. Slone started to walk down this place, but when Nagger began to slide, Slone had to let go the bridle and jump. Both he and the horse landed safely. Luck was with them, and they went on, down and down, to reach the base of the great wall, scraped and exhausted, wet with sweat, but unhurt. As Slone gazed upward, he felt the impossibility of believing what he knew to be true.
He hugged and petted the horse. Then he led on to the roaring stream. It was green water, white with foam. Slone waded in and found the water cool and shallow and very swift. He had to hold to Nagger to keep from being swept downstream. They crossed in safety. There in the sand showed Wildfire's tracks, and here were signs of another Indian camp, half a year old. The shade of the cottonwoods was pleasant. Slone found this valley oppressively hot. There was no wind, and the sand blistered his feet through his boots. Wildfire held to the Indian trail that had guided him down into this wilderness of worn rock, and that trail crossed the stream at every turn of the twisting, narrow valley. Slone enjoyed getting into the water. He hung his gun over the pommel and let the water roll him. A dozen times he and Nagger forded the rushing torrent. Then they came to a box-like closing of the valley to canyon walls, and here the trail evidently followed the stream bed. There was no other way. Slone waded in and stumbled, rolled, and floated ahead of the sturdy horse. Nagger was wet to his breast, but he did not fall. This gulch seemed full of a hollow, rushing roar. It opened out into a wide valley, and Wildfire's tracks took to the left side and began to climb the slope. Here the traveling was good, considering what had been passed. Once up out of the valley floor, Slone saw Wildfire far ahead, high on the slope. He did not appear to be limping, but he was not going fast. Slone watched as he climbed. What and where would be the end of this chase? Sometimes Wildfire was plain in his sight for a moment, but usually he was hidden by rocks. The slope was one great talus, a jumble of weathered rock fallen from what appeared a mountain of red and yellow wall. Here the heat of the sun fell upon him like fire. The rocks were so hot Slone could not touch them with bare hand. The close of the afternoon was approaching, and this slope was interminably long. Still, it was not steep, and the trail was good. At last, from the height of slope, Wildfire appeared, looking back and down. Then he was gone. Slone plodded upward. Long before he reached that summit, he heard the dull rumble of the river. It grew to be a roar, yet it seemed distant. Would the great desert river stop Wildfire in his flight? Slone doubted it. He surmounted the ridge to find the canyon opening in a tremendous gap, and to see down, far down, a glittering, sun-blasted slope, merging into a deep, black gulch where a red river swept and chafed and roared. Somehow the river was what he had expected to see. A force that had cut and ground this canyon could have been nothing but a river like that. The trail led down, and Slone had no doubt that it crossed the river and led up out of the canyon. He wanted to stay there and gaze endlessly and listen. At length he began the descent. As he proceeded, it seemed that the roar of the river lessened. He could not understand why this was so. It took half an hour to reach the last level, a ghastly, black, and iron-ribbed canyon bed, with the river splitting it. He had not had a glimpse of Wildfire on this side of the divide, but he found his tracks, and they led down off the last level, through a notch in the black bank of marble to a sandbar and the river. Wildfire had walked straight off the sand into the water. Slone studied the river and shore. The water ran slow, heavily, in sluggish eddies.
From far up the canyon came the roar of a rapid, and from below the roar of another, heavier and closer. The river appeared tremendous in ways Slone felt rather than realized, yet it was not swift. Studying the black, rough wall of rock above him, he saw marks where the river had been 60 feet higher than where he stood on the sand. It was low then. How lucky for him that he had gotten there before flood season. He believed Wildfire had crossed easily, and he knew Nagger could make it. Then he piled and tied his supplies and weapons high on the saddle to keep them dry, and looked for a place to take to the water. Wildfire had sunk deep before reaching the edge. Manifestly he had lunged the last few feet. Slone found a better place and waded in, urging Nagger. The big horse plunged, almost going under, and began to swim. Slone kept upstream beside him. He found presently that the water was thick and made him tired, so it was necessary to grasp a stirrup and be towed. The river appeared only a few hundred feet wide, but probably it was wider than it looked. Nagger labored heavily near the opposite shore. Still, he landed safely upon a rocky bank. There were patches of sand in which Wildfire's tracks showed so fresh that the water had not yet dried out of them. Slone rested his horse before attempting to climb out of that split in the rock. However, Wildfire had found an easy ascent. On this side of the canyon, the bare rock did not predominate. A clear trail led up a dusty, gravelly slope upon which scant greasewood and cactus appeared. Half an hour's climbing brought Slone to where he could see that he was entering a vast valley, sloping up and narrowing to a notch in the dark cliffs, above which towered the great red wall, and about that the slopes of cedar and the yellow rim rock. And scarcely a mile distant, bright in the western sunlight, shone the red stallion, moving slowly. Slone pressed on steadily. Just before dark he came to an ideal spot to camp. The valley had closed up so that the lofty walls cast shadows that met. A clump of cottonwoods surrounding a spring, abundance of rich grass, willows and flowers lining the banks, formed an oasis in the bare valley. Slone was tired out from the day of ceaseless toil down and up, and he could scarcely keep his eyes open. But he tried to stay awake. The dead silence of the valley, the dry fragrance, the dreaming walls, the advent of night low down, when up on the ramparts the last red rays of the sun lingered, the strange loneliness, these were sweet and comforting to him. And that night's sleep was as a moment. He opened his eyes to see the crags and towers and peaks and domes and the lofty walls of that vast, broken chaos of canyons across the river. They were now emerging from the misty gray of dawn, growing pink and lilac and purple under the rising sun. He arose and set about his few tasks, which, being soon finished, allowed him an early start. Wildfire had grazed along no more than a mile in the lead. Slone looked eagerly up the narrowing canyon, but he was not rewarded by a sight of the stallion. As he progressed up a gradually ascending trail, he became aware of the fact that the notch he had long looked up to was where the great red walls closed in and almost met, and the trail zigzagged up this narrow vent, so steep that only a few steps could be taken without rest. Slone toiled up for an hour, an age, till he was wet, burning, choked, with a great weight on his chest. Yet still he was only halfway up that awful break between the walls. Sometimes he could have tossed a stone down upon a part of the trail, only a few rods below, yet many, many weary steps of actual toil. As he got farther up, the notch widened. What had been scarcely visible from the valley below was now colossal in actual dimensions. The trail was like a twisted mile of thread between two bulging mountain walls leaning their ledges and fronts over this tilted pass. Slone rested often. Nagger appreciated this and heaved gratefully at every halt. In this monotonous toil, Slone forgot the zest of his pursuit. And when Nagger suddenly snorted in fright, Slone was not prepared for what he saw. Above him ran a low red wall around which evidently the trail led. At the curve, which was a promontory, scarcely 100 feet in an air line above him, he saw something red moving, bobbing, coming out into view. It was a horse. Wildfire, no farther away than the length of 3 lassos. There he stood looking down. He fulfilled all of Slone's dreams, only he was bigger, but he was so magnificently proportioned that he did not seem heavy. His coat was shaggy and red. It was not glossy. The color was what made him shine. His mane was like a crest, mounting, then failing low. Slone had never seen so much muscle on a horse. Yet his outline was graceful, beautiful. The head was indeed that of the wildest of all creatures, a stallion born wild. And it was beautiful, savage, splendid, everything but noble. Whatever Wildfire was, he was a devil, a murderer. He had no noble attributes. Slone thought that if a horse could express hate, surely Wildfire did then. It was certain that he did express curiosity and fury. Slone shook a gauntleted fist at the stallion as if the horse were human. That was a natural action for a rider of his kind. Wildfire turned away, showed bright against the dark background, and then disappeared. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva.
That was the last Slone saw of Wildfire for 3 days. It took all of this day to climb out of the canyon. The second was a slow march of 30 miles into a scrub cedar and pinyon forest, through which the great red and yellow walls of the canyon could be seen. That night Slone found a water hole in a rocky pocket and a little grass for Nagger. The third day's travel consisted of 40 miles or more through level pine forest, dry and odorous, but lacking the freshness and beauty of the forest on the north side of the canyon. On this south side, a strange feature was that all the water, when there was any, ran away from the rim. Slone camped this night at a muddy pond in the woods, where Wildfire's tracks showed plainly. On the following day, Slone rode out of the forest into a country of scanty cedars, bleached and stunted, and out of this to the edge of a plateau, from which the shimmering desert
flung its vast and desolate distances, forbidding and menacing. This was not the desert upland country of Utah, but a naked and bony world of colored rock and sand, a painted desert of heat and wind and flying sand and waterless wastes and barren ranges. But it did not daunt Slone, for far down on the bare, billowing ridges moved a red speck at a snail's pace, a slowly moving dot of color which was Wildfire. On open ground like this, Nagger, carrying 250 pounds, showed his wonderful quality. He did not mind the heat, nor the sand, nor the glare, nor the distance, nor his burden. He did not tire. He was an engine of tremendous power. Slone gained upon Wildfire, and toward evening of that day he reached within half a mile of the stallion, and he chose to keep that far behind. That night he camped where there was dry grass, but no water. Next day he followed Wildfire down and down over the endless swell of rolling red ridges, bare of all but bleached white grass and meager greasewood, always descending in the face of that painted desert of bold and ragged steps. Slone made 50 miles that day and gained the valley bed, where a slender stream ran thin and spread over a wide, sandy bottom. It was salty water, but it was welcome to both man and beast. The following day he crossed, and the tracks of Wildfire were still wet on the sandbars. The stallion was slowing down. Slone saw him limping along, not far in advance. There was a 10-mile stretch of level ground, blown hard as rock, from which the sustenance had been bleached, for not a spear of grass grew there. And following that was a tortuous passage through a weird region of clay dunes, blue and violet and heliotrope and lavender, all worn smooth by rain and wind. Wildfire favored the soft ground now. He had deviated from his straight course, and he was partial to washes and dips in the earth where water might have lodged. And he was not now scornful of a green, scummed water hole with its white margin of alkali. That night Slone made camp with Wildfire in plain sight. The stallion stopped when his pursuer stopped, and he began to graze on the same stretch with Nagger. How strange this seemed to Slone. Here at this camp was evidence of Indians. Wildfire had swung round to the north in his course. Like any pursued wild animal, he had begun to circle, and he had pointed his nose toward the Utah he had left. Next morning Wildfire was not in sight, but he had left his tracks in the sand. Slone trailed him with Nagger at a trot. Toward the head of this sandy flat Slone came upon old cornfields and a broken dam where the water had been stored, and well-defined trails leading away to the right. Somewhere over there in the desert lived Indians. At this point Wildfire abandoned the trail he had followed for many days and cut out more to the north. It took all the morning hours to climb 3 great steps and benches that led up to the summit of a mesa vast in extent. It turned out to be a sandy waste. The wind rose, and everywhere were moving sheets of sand, and in the distance circular yellow dust devils rising high like waterspouts. And back down in the sun-scorched valley a sandstorm moved along majestically, bearing the desert in its yellow pall. Then 2 more days of sand and another day of the slowly rising ground, growing from bare to gray and gray to green, and then to the purple of sage and cedar. These 3 grinding days were toiled out with only one water hole.
and Wildfire was lame and in distress, and Nagger was growing gaunt and showing strain, and Slone, haggard and black and worn, plodded miles and miles on foot to save his horse. Slone felt that it would be futile to put the chase to a test of speed. Nagger could never head that stallion. Slone meant to go on and on, always pushing Wildfire, keeping him tired, wearied, and worrying him till a section of the country was reached where he could drive Wildfire into some kind of a natural trap. The pursuit seemed endless. Wildfire kept to open country where he could not be surprised. There came a morning when Slone climbed to a cedared plateau that rose for a whole day's travel and then split into a labyrinthine maze of canyons. There were trees, grass, water. It was a high country, cool and wild, like the uplands he had left. For days he camped on Wildfire's trail, always relentlessly driving him, always watching for the trap he hoped to find. And the red stallion spent much of this time of flight and looking backward. Whenever Slone came in sight of him, he had his head over his shoulder, watching. And on the soft ground of these canyons, he'd begun to recover from his lameness. But this did not worry Slone. Sooner or later, Wildfire would go down into a high-walled wash from where there would be no outlet, or he would wander into a box canyon, or he would climb out on a mesa with no place to descend unless he passed Slone, or he would get cornered on a soft, steep slope where his hoofs would sink deep and make him slow. The nature of the desert had changed. Slone had entered a wonderful region, the like of which he had not seen. A high plateau crisscrossed in every direction by narrow canyons with red walls 1,000 feet high. And one of the strange turning canyons opened into a vast valley of monuments. The plateau had weathered and washed away, leaving huge sections of stone walls, all standing isolated, different in size and shape, but all clean cut, bold, with straight lines. They stood up everywhere, monumental, towering, many-colored, lending a singular and beautiful aspect to the great green and gray valley, billowing away to the north where dim broken battlements mounted to the clouds. The only living thing in Slone's sight was Wildfire. He shone red down on the green slope. Slone's heart swelled. This was the setting for that grand horse, a perfect wild range. But also it seemed the last place where there might be any chance to trap the stallion. Still, that did not alter Slone's purpose, though it lost to him the joy of former hopes. He rode down the slope, out upon the billowing floor of the valley. Wildfire looked back to see his pursuers, and then the solemn stillness broke to a wild, piercing whistle. Day after day, camping where night found him, Slone followed the stallion, never losing sight of him till darkness had fallen. The valley was immense and the monuments miles apart, but they always seemed close together and near him. The air magnified everything. Slone lost track of time. The strange, solemn, lonely days and the silent, lonely nights and the endless pursuit and the wild, weird valley, these completed the work of years on Slone, and he became satisfied, unthinking, almost savage. The toil and privation had worn him down, and he was like iron. His garments hung in tatters. His boots were ripped and soleless. Long since his flour had been used up, and all his supplies except the salt. He lived on the meat of rabbits, but they were scarce, and the time came when there were none. Some days he did not eat. Hunger did not make him suffer. He killed a desert bird now and then, and once a wildcat crossing the valley. Eventually he felt his strength diminishing, and then he took to digging out the pack rats and cooking them. But these too were scarce. At length starvation faced Slone, but he knew he would not starve. Many times he had been within rifle shot of Wildfire, and the grim, forbidden thought grew upon him that he must kill the stallion. The thought seemed involuntary, but his mind rejected it. Nevertheless, he knew that if he could not catch the stallion, he would kill him. That had been the end of many a desperate rider's pursuit of a coveted horse. While Slone kept on his merciless pursuit, never letting Wildfire rest by day, time went on just as relentlessly. Spring gave way to early summer. The hot sun bleached the grass. Water holes failed out in the valley, and water could be found only in the canyons. And the dry winds began to blow the sand. It was a sandy valley, green and gray only at a distance, and out toward the north there were no monuments, and the slow heave of sand lifted toward the dim walls. Wildfire worked away from this open valley, back to the south end, where the great monuments loomed, and still farther back, where they grew closer, till at length some of them were joined by weathered ridges to the walls of the surrounding plateau. For all that Slone could see, Wildfire was in perfect condition, but Nagger was not the horse he had been. Slone realized that in one way or another the pursuit was narrowing down to the end. He found a water hole at the head of a wash in a split in the walls, and here he let Nagger rest and graze one whole day. The first day for a long time that he had not kept the red stallion in sight. That day was marked by the good fortune of killing a rabbit, and while eating it his gloomy, fixed mind admitted that he was starving. He dreaded the next sunrise, but he could not hold it back. There, behind the dark monuments, standing sentinel-like, the sky lightened and reddened and burst into gold and pink, till out on the golden glare the sun rose glorious. And Slone, facing the league-long shadows of the monuments, rode out again into the silent, solemn day on his hopeless quest. For a change, Wildfire had climbed high up a slope of talus, through a narrow pass, rounded over with drifting sand, and Slone gazed down into a huge amphitheater full of monuments, like all that strange country. A basin 3 miles across lay beneath him. Walls and weathered slants of rock and steep slopes of reddish yellow sand enclosed this oval depression. The floor was white, and it seemed to move gently or radiate with heat waves. Studying it, Slone made out that the motion was caused by wind in long bleached grass. He had crossed small areas of this grass in different parts of the region. Wildfire's tracks led down into this basin, and presently Slone, by straining his eyes, made out the red spot that was the stallion.
"He's looking to quit the country,"
soliloquized Slone as he surveyed the scene. With keen, slow gaze, Slone studied the lay of wall and slope, and when he had circled the huge depression, he made sure that Wildfire could not get out except by the narrow pass through which he had gone in. Slone sat astride Nagger in the mouth of this pass, a wash a few yards wide, walled by broken,
rough rock on one side and an insurmountable slope on the other. "If this hole was only little now," sighed Slone as he gazed at the sweeping, shimmering oval floor, "I might have a chance. But down there we couldn't get near him." There was no water in that dry bowl. Slone reflected on the uselessness of keeping Wildfire down there, because Nagger could not go without water as long as Wildfire. For the first time Slone hesitated. It seemed merciless to Nagger to drive him down into this hot, windy hole. The wind blew from the west, and it swooped up the slope, hot, with the odor of dry, dead grass. But that hot wind stirred Slone with an idea, and suddenly he was tense, excited, glowing, yet grim and hard. "Wildfire, I'll make you run with your namesake in that high grass," called Slone. The speech was full of bitter failure, of regret, of the hardness of a rider who could not give up the horse to freedom. Slone meant to ride down there and fire the long grass. In that wind there would indeed be Wildfire to race with the red stallion. It would, perhaps, mean his death. At least it would chase him out of that hole, where to follow him would be useless. "I'd make you hump now to get away if I could get behind you," muttered Slone. He saw that if he could fire the grass on the other side, the wind of flame would drive Wildfire straight toward him. The slopes and walls narrowed up to the pass, but high grass grew to within a few rods of where Slone stood. But it seemed impossible to get behind Wildfire. "At night, then, I could get around him," said Slone, thinking hard and narrowing his gaze to scan the circle of wall and slope. Why not? No wind at night. That grass would burn slow till morning, till the wind came up, and it's been west for days. Suddenly Slone began to pound the patient Nagger and to cry out to him in wild exultance. "Old horse, we got him! We got him! We'll put a rope on him before this time tomorrow." Slone yielded to his strange, wild joy, but it did not last long, soon succeeding to sober, keen thought. He rode down into the bowl a mile, making absolutely certain that Wildfire could not climb out on that side. The far end, beyond the monuments, was a sheer wall of rock. Then he crossed to the left side. Here the sandy slope was almost too steep for even him to go up, and there was grass that would burn. He returned to the pass, assured that Wildfire had at last fallen into her trap, the like Slone had never dreamed of. The great horse was doomed to run into living flame or the whirling noose of a lasso. Then Slone reflected. Nagger had that very morning had his fill of good water, the first really satisfying drink for days. If he was rested that day, on the morrow he would be fit for the grueling work possibly in store for him. Slone unsaddled the horse and turned him loose, and with a snort he made down the gentle slope for the grass. Then Slone carried his saddle to a shady spot afforded by a slab of rock and a dwarf cedar, and here he composed himself to rest and watch and think and wait. Wildfire was plainly in sight, no more than 2 miles away. Gradually he was grazing along toward the monuments and the far end of the great basin. Slone believed, because the place was so large, that Wildfire thought there was a way out on the other side, or over the slopes, or through the walls. Never before had the far-sighted stallion made a mistake. Slone suddenly felt the keen, stabbing fear of an outlet somewhere, but it left him quickly. He had studied those slopes and walls. Wildfire could not get out except by the pass he had entered, unless he could fly.
Slone lay in the shade, his head propped on his saddle, and while gazing down into the shimmering hollow, he began to plan. He calculated that he must be able to carry fire swiftly across the far end of the basin, so that he would not be absent long from the mouth of the pass. Fire was always a difficult matter, since he must depend only on flint and steel. He decided to wait till dark, build a fire with dead cedar sticks, and carry a bundle of them with burning ends. He felt assured that the wind caused by riding would keep them burning. After he had lighted the grass, all he had to do was to hurry back to his station and there await developments. The day passed slowly, and it was hot. The heat waves rose in dark, wavering lines and veils from the valley. The wind blew almost a gale. Thin, curling sheets of sand blew up over the crests of the slopes, and the sound it made was a soft, silken rustling, very low. The sky was a steely blue above, and copper close over the distant walls. That afternoon, toward the close, Slone ate the last of the meat. At sunset, the wind died away, and the air cooled. There was a strip of red along the wall of rock and on the tips of the monuments, and it lingered there for long, a strange, bright crown. Nagger was not far away, but Wildfire had disappeared, probably behind one of the monuments. When twilight fell, Slone went down after Nagger, and returning with him, put on bridle and saddle. Then he began to search for suitable sticks of wood. Farther back in the pass he found stunted dead cedars, and from these secured enough for his purpose. He kindled a fire and burnt the ends of the sticks into red embers. Making a bundle of these, he put them under his arm, the dull glowing ends backward, and then mounted his horse. It was just about dark when he faced down into the valley. When he reached level ground he kept to the edge of the left slope and put Nagger to a good trot. The grass and brush were scant here, and the color of the sand was light, so he had no difficulty in traveling. From time to time his horse went through grass, and its dry, crackling rustle, showing how it would burn, was music to Slone. Gradually the monuments began to loom up, bold and black against the blue sky, with stars seemingly hanging close over them. Slone had calculated that the basin was smaller than it really was, in both length and breadth. This worried him. Wildfire might see or hear or scent him, and make a break back to the pass and thus escape. Slone was glad when the huge, dark monuments were indistinguishable from the black, frowning wall. He had to go slower here because of the darkness, but at last he reached the slow rise of jumbled rock that evidently marked the extent of weathering on that side. Here he turned to the right and rode out into the valley. The floor was level and thickly overgrown with long dead grass and dead greasewood, as dry as tinder. It was easy to account for the dryness. Neither snow nor rain had visited that valley for many months. Slone whipped one of the sticks in the wind and soon had the smoldering end red and showering sparks. Then he dropped the stick in the grass with curious intent and a strange feeling of regret. Instantly the grass blazed with a little sputtering roar. Nagger snorted. "Wildfire!" exclaimed Slone. That word was a favorite one with riders, and now Slone used it both to call out his menace to the stallion and to express his feeling for that blaze already running wild. Without looking back, Slone rode across the valley,
dropping a glowing stick every quarter of a mile. When he reached the other side there were a dozen fires behind him, burning slowly, with white smoke rising lazily. Then he loped Nagger along the side back to the sandy ascent and on up to the mouth of the pass. There he searched for tracks. Wildfire had not gone out, and Slone experienced relief and exultation. He took up a position in the middle of the narrowest part of the pass, and there, with Nagger ready for anything, he once more composed himself to watch and wait. Far across the darkness of the valley, low down, 12 lines of fire, widely separated, crept toward one another. They appeared thin and slow, with only an occasional leaping flame, and some of the black spaces must have been monuments, blotting out the creeping snail lines of red. Slone watched, strangely fascinated. "What do you think of that?" he said aloud, and he meant his query for Wildfire. As he watched, the lines perceptibly lengthened and brightened, and pale shadows of smoke began to appear. Over at the left of the valley, the 2 brightest fires, the first he had started, crept closer and closer together. They seemed long in cover and distance, but not a breath of wind stirred, and besides, they really might move swiftly without looking so to Slone. When the 2 lines met, a sudden and larger blaze rose. "Ah!" said the rider, and then he watched the other lines creeping together. How slowly fire moved, he thought. The red stallion would have every chance to run between those lines if he dared. But a wild horse feared nothing like fire. This one would not run the gauntlet of flames. Nevertheless, Slone felt more and more relieved as the lines closed. The hours of the night dragged past until at length one long, continuous line of fire spread level across the valley, its bright red line broken only where the monuments of stone were silhouetted against it. The darkness of the valley changed. The light of the moon changed. The radiance of the stars changed. Either the line of fire was finding denser fuel to consume, or it was growing appreciably closer, for the flames began to grow, to leap, and to flare. Slone strained his ears for the thud of hoofs on sand. The time seemed endless in its futility of results, but fleeting after it had passed. And he could tell how the hours fled by the ever-recurring need to replenish the little fire he kept burning in the pass. A broad belt of valley grew bright in the light, and behind it loomed the monuments, weird and dark, with columns of yellow and white smoke wreathing them. Suddenly Slone's sensitive ear vibrated to a thrilling sound. He leaned down to place his ear to the sand. Rapid, rhythmic beat of hoofs made him leap to his feet, reaching for his lasso with right hand and a gun with his left. Nagger lifted his head, sniffed the air, and snorted. Slone peered into the black belt of gloom that lay below him. It would be hard to see a horse there unless he got high enough to be silhouetted against that line of fire now flaring to the sky. But he heard the beat of hoofs, swift, sharp, louder, louder. The night shadows were deceptive. That wonderful light confused him, made the place unreal. Was it dreaming? Or had the long chase and his privations unhinged his mind? He reached for Nagger. No, the big black was real, alive, quivering, pounding the sand. He scented an enemy. Once more Slone peered down into the void, or what seemed a void, but it too had changed, lightened. The whole valley was brightening.
Great palls of curling smoke rose white and yellow to turn back as the monuments met their crests, and then to roll upward, blotting out the stars. It was such a light as he had never seen, except in dreams. Pale moonlight and dim starlight and wan dawn, all vague and strange and shadowy under the wild and vivid light of a burning grass. In the pale path before Slone, that fan-like slope of sand which opened down into the valley, appeared a swiftly moving black object, like a fleeting phantom. It was a phantom horse. Slone felt that his eyes, deceived by his mind, saw racing images. Many a wild chase he had lived in dreams on some far desert. But what was that beating in his ears? Sharp, swift, even rhythmic. Never had his ears played him false. Never had he heard things in his dreams. That running object was a horse, and he was coming like the wind. Slone felt something grip his heart. All the time in endurance and pain and thirst and suspense and longing and hopelessness, the agony of the whole endless chase closed tight on his heart in that instant. The running horse halted just in the belt of light cast by the burning grass. There he stood sharply defined, clear as a cameo, not 100 paces from Slone. It was Wildfire. Slone uttered an involuntary cry. Thrill on thrill shot through him. Delight and hope and fear and despair claimed him in swift successive flashes. And then again the ruling passion of a rider held him. The sheer glory of a grand and unattainable horse. For Slone gave up Wildfire in that splendid moment. How had he ever dared to believe he could capture that wild stallion? Slone looked and looked, filling his mind, regretting nothing, sure that the moment was reward for all he had endured. The weird lights magnified Wildfire and showed him clearly. He seemed gigantic. He shone black against the fire. His head was high, his mane flying. Behind him the fire flared, and the valley-wide column of smoke rolled majestically upward, and the great monuments seemed to retreat darkly and mysteriously as the flames advanced beyond them. It was a beautiful, unearthly spectacle, with its silence the strangest feature. But suddenly Wildfire broke that silence with a whistle which to Slone's overstrained faculties seemed a blast as piercing as a splitting sound of lightning. And with the whistle Wildfire plunged up toward the pass. Slone yelled at the top of his lungs and fired his gun before he could terrorize the stallion and drive him back down the slope. Soon Wildfire became again a running black object, and then he disappeared. The great line of fire had gotten beyond the monuments and now stretched unbroken across the valley from wall to slope. Wildfire could never pierce that line of flames. And now Slone saw, in the paling sky to the east, that dawn was at hand. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva.
Slone looked grimly glad when simultaneously with the first red flash of sunrise, a breeze fanned his cheek. All that was needed now was a west wind, and here came the assurance of it. The valley appeared hazy and smoky, with slow, rolling clouds low down where the line of fire moved. The coming of daylight paled the blaze of the grass, though here and there Slone caught flickering glimpses of dull red flame. The wild stallion kept to the center of the valley, restlessly facing this way and that.
but never toward the smoke. Slone made sure that Wildfire gradually gave ground as the line of smoke slowly worked toward him. Every moment the breeze freshened, grew steadier and stronger, until Slone saw that it began to clear the valley of the low-hanging smoke. There came a time when once more the blazing line extended across from slope to slope. Wildfire was cornered, trapped. Many times Slone nervously uncoiled and recoiled his lasso. Presently the great chance of his life would come, the hardest and most important throw he would ever have with the rope. He did not miss often, but he missed sometimes, and here he must be swift and sure. It annoyed him that his hands perspired and trembled, and that something weighty seemed to obstruct his breathing. He muttered that he was pretty much worn out, not in the best of condition for a hard fight with a wild horse. Still he would capture Wildfire. His mind was unalterably set there. He anticipated that the stallion would make a final and desperate rush past him, and he had his plan of action all outlined. What worried him was the possibility of Wildfire doing some unforeseen feat at the very last. Slone was prepared for hours of strained watching, and then a desperate effort, and then a shock that might kill Wildfire and cripple Nagger, or a long race and fight. But he soon discovered that he was wrong about the long watch and wait. The wind had grown strong and was driving the fire swiftly. The flames, fanned by the breeze, leaped to a formidable barrier. In less than an hour, though the time seemed only a few moments to the excited Slone, Wildfire had been driven down toward the narrowing neck of the valley, and he had begun to run to and fro, back and forth. Any moment then, Slone expected him to grow terrorized and to come tearing up toward the pass. Wildfire showed evidence of terror, but he did not attempt to make the pass. Instead, he went at the right-hand slope of the valley and began to climb. The slope was steep and soft, yet the stallion climbed up and up. The dust flew in clouds. The gravel rolled down, and the sand followed in long streams. Wildfire showed his keenness by zigzagging up the slope. "Go ahead, you red devil!" yelled Slone. He was much elated. In that soft bank, Wildfire would tire out while not hurting himself. Slone watched the stallion in admiration and pity and exultation. Wildfire did not make much headway, for he slipped back almost as much as he gained. He attempted one place after another where he failed. There was a bank of clay some few feet high, and he could not round it at either end or surmount it in the middle. Finally, he literally pawed and cut a path, much as if he were digging in the sand for water. When he got over that, he was not much better off. The slope was endless and grew steeper, more difficult toward the top. Slone knew absolutely that no horse could climb over it. He grew apprehensive, however, for Wildfire might stick up there on the slope until the line of fire passed. The horse apparently shunned any near proximity to the fire and performed prodigious efforts to escape. "He'll be riding an avalanche pretty soon," muttered Slone. Long sheets of sand and gravel slid down to spill thinly over the low bank. Wildfire, now sinking to his knees, worked steadily upward till he had reached a point halfway up the slope, at the head of a long yellow bank of treacherous-looking sand. Here he was halted by a low bulge, which he might have surmounted had his feet been free, but he stood deep in the sand. For the first time he looked down at the sweeping fire and then at Slone. Suddenly the bank of sand began to slide with him. He snorted in fright. The avalanche started slowly and was evidently no mere surface slide. It was deep. It stopped, then started again, and again stopped. Wildfire appeared to be sinking deeper and deeper. His struggles only embedded him more firmly. Then the bank of sand, with an ominous low roar, began to move once more. This time it slipped swiftly. The dust rose in a cloud, almost obscuring the horse. Long streams of gravel rattled down, and waterfalls of sand waved over the steps of the slope. Just as suddenly the avalanche stopped again. Slone saw from the great oval hole it had left above that it was indeed deep. That was the reason it did not slide readily. When the dust cleared away, Slone saw the stallion sunk to his flanks in the sand, utterly helpless. With a wild whoop, Slone leaped off Nagger, and a lasso in each hand, he ran down the long bank. The fire was perhaps a quarter of a mile distant, and since the grass was thinning out, it was not coming so fast as it had been. The position of the stallion was halfway between the fire and Slone, and 100 yards up the slope. Like a madman, Slone climbed up through the dragging loose sand. He was beside himself with a fury of excitement. He fancied his eyes were failing him, that it was not possible the great horse was really up there, helpless in the sand. Yet every huge stride Slone took brought him closer to a fact he could not deny. In his eagerness he slipped and fell, and crawled and leaped until he reached the slide which held Wildfire prisoner. The stallion might have been fast in quicksand up to his body for all the movement he could make. He could move only his head. He held that up, his eyes wild, showing the whites, his foaming mouth wide open, his teeth gleaming. A sound like a scream rent the air. Terrible fear and hate were expressed in that piercing neigh. And shaggy, wet, dusty red, with all of brute savageness in the look and action of his head, he appeared hideous. As Slone leaped within roping distance, the avalanche slipped a foot or two, halted, slipped once more, and slowly started again with that low roar. He did not care whether it slipped or stopped. Like a wolf, he leaped closer, whirling his rope. The loop hissed round his head and whistled as he flung it, and when fiercely he jerked back on the rope, the noose closed tight round Wildfire's neck.
"By G.D., I got a rope on him!" cried Slone in hoarse pants.
He stared, unbelieving. It was unreal, that sight. Unreal like the slow, grinding movement of the avalanche under him. Wildfire's head seemed a demon head of hate. It reached out, mouth agape, to bite, to rend. That horrible scream could not be the scream of a horse. Slone was a wild horse hunter, a rider, and when that second of incredulity flashed by, then came the moment of triumph. No moment could ever equal that one, when he realized he stood there with a rope around that grand stallion's neck. All the days and the miles and the toil and the endurance and the hopelessness and the hunger were paid for in that moment. His heart seemed too large for his breast.
"I tracked you," he cried savagely. "I stayed with you. And I got a rope on you, and I'll ride you, you red devil."
The passion of the man was intense. That endless, racking pursuit had brought out all the hardness the desert had engendered in him. Almost hate instead of love spoke in Slone's words. He hauled on the lasso, pulling the stallion's head down and down. The action was the lust of capture as well as the rider's instinctive motive to make the horse fear him. Life was unquenchably wild and strong in that stallion. It showed in the terror which made him hideous, and man and beast somehow resembled each other in that moment, which was inimical to noble life. The avalanche slipped with little jerks, as if treacherously loosing its hold for a long plunge. The line of fire below ate at the bleached grass, and the long column of smoke curled away on the wind. Slone held the taut lasso with his left hand, and with the right he swung the other rope, catching the noose round Wildfire's nose. Then letting go of the first rope, he hauled on the other, pulling the head of the stallion far down. Hand over hand, Slone closed in on the horse. He leaped on Wildfire's head, pressed it down, and holding it down on the sand with his knees, with swift fingers he tied the noose in a hackamore, an improvised halter. Then, just as swiftly, he bound his scarf tight round Wildfire's head, blindfolding him.
"All so easy!" exclaimed Slone under his breath. "Lord, who would believe it? Is it a dream?"
He rose and let the stallion have a free head.
"Wildfire, I got a rope on you and a hackamore and a blinder," said Slone. "And if I had a bridle, I'd put that on you. Who'd ever believe you'd catch yourself dragging in the sand?"
Slone, finding himself failing in the sand, grew alive to the augmented movement of the avalanche. It had begun to slide, to heave and bulge and crack. Dust rose in clouds from all around. The sand appeared to open and let him sink to his knees. The rattle of gravel was drowned in a soft roar. Then he shot down swiftly, holding the lassos, keeping himself erect, and riding as if in a boat. He felt the successive steps of the slope, and then the long incline below, and then the checking and rising and spreading of the avalanche as it slowed down on the level. All movement then was checked violently. He appeared to be half buried in sand. While he struggled to extricate himself, the thick dust blew away and settled so that he could see. Wildfire lay before him at the edge of the slide, and now he was not so deeply embedded as he had been upon the slope. He was struggling and probably soon would have been able to get out. The line of fire was close now, but Slone did not fear that. At his shrill whistle, Nagger bounded toward him, obedient but snorting, with ears laid back. He halted. A second whistle started him again. Slone finally dug himself out of the sand, pulled the lassos out, and ran the length of them toward Nagger. The black showed both fear and fight. His eyes rolled, and he half shied away.
"Come on!" called Slone harshly.
He got a hand on the horse, pulled him round, and mounting in a flash, wound both lassos round the pommel of the saddle.
"Haul him out, Nagger, old boy!"
cried Slone, and he dug spurs into the black. One plunge of Nagger's slid the stallion out of the sand. Snorting, wild, blinded, Wildfire got up, shaking in every limb. He could not see his enemies. The blowing smoke right in his nose made scent impossible. But in the taut lassos he sensed the direction of his captors. He plunged, rearing at the end of the plunge, and struck out viciously with his hoofs.
Slone, quick with spur and bridle, swerved Nagger aside, and Wildfire, off his balance, went down with a crash. Slone dragged him, stretched him out, pulled him over twice before he got 4 feet planted. Once up, he reared again, screeching his rage, striking wildly with his hoofs. Slone wheeled aside and toppled him over again. "Wildfire, it's no fair fight," he called grimly, "but you led me a chase, and you'll learn right now I'm boss." Again he dragged the stallion. He was ruthless. He would have to be so, stopping just short of maiming or killing the horse, else he would never break him. But Wildfire was nimble. He got to his feet, and this time he lunged out. Nagger, powerful as he was, could not sustain the tremendous shock and went down. Slone saved himself with a rider's supple skill, falling clear of the horse, and he leaped again into the saddle as Nagger pounded up. Nagger braced his huge frame and held the plunging stallion. But the saddle slipped a little, and the cinches cracked. Slone eased the strain by wheeling after Wildfire. The horses had worked away from the fire, and Wildfire, free of the stifling smoke, began to break and lunge and pitch, plunging round Nagger in a circle, running blindly, but with unerring scent. Slone, by masterly horsemanship, easily avoided the rushes and made a pivot of Nagger, round which the wild horse dashed in his frenzy. It seemed that he no longer tried to free himself. He lunged to kill. "Steady, Nagger, old boy," Slone kept calling. "He'll never get at you. If he slips that blinder, I'll kill him." The stallion was a fiend in his fury, quicker than a panther, wonderful on his feet, and powerful as an ox. But he was at a disadvantage. He could not see, and Slone, in his spoken intention to kill Wildfire, should the scarf slip, acknowledged that he never would have a chance to master the stallion. Wildfire was bigger, faster, stronger than Slone had believed, and as for spirit, that was a grand and fearful thing to see. The soft sand in the pass was plowed deep before Wildfire paused in his mad plunges. He was wet and heaving. His red coat seemed to blaze. His mane stood up and his ears lay flat. Slone uncoiled the lassos from the pommel and slacked them a little. Wildfire stood up, striking at the air, snorting fiercely. Slone tried to wheel Nagger in close behind the stallion. Both horse and man narrowly escaped the vicious hoofs, but Slone had closed in. He took a desperate chance and spurred Nagger in a single leap as Wildfire reared again. The horses collided. Slone hauled the lassos tight. The impact threw Wildfire off his balance, just as Slone had calculated, and as the stallion plunged down on 4 feet, Slone spurred Nagger close against him. Wildfire was a little in the lead. He could only half rear now, for the heaving, moving Nagger, always against him, jostled him down, and Slone's iron arm hauled on the short ropes. When Wildfire turned to bite, Slone knocked the vicious nose back with a long swing of his fist. Up the pass the horses plunged. With a rider's wild joy, Slone saw the long green and gray valley and the isolated monuments in the distance. There, on that wide stretch, he would break Wildfire. How marvelously luck had favored him at the last. "Run, you red devil!" Slone called. "Drag us around now till you're done." They left the pass and swept out upon the waste of sage.
Slone realized from the stinging of the sweet wind in his face that Nagger was being pulled along at a tremendous pace. The faithful black could never have made the wind cut so. Lower the wild stallion stretched and swifter he ran, till it seemed to Slone that death must end that thunderbolt race. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Lucy Bostil had called twice to her father, and he had not answered. He was out at the hitching rail with Holley, the rider, and 2 other men. If he heard Lucy, he gave no sign of it. She had on her chaps, and did not care to go any farther than the door where she stood. "Somers has gone to Durango, and Shugrue is out hunting horses," Lucy heard Bostil say gruffly. "Well, now, I reckon I could handle the boat and fetch Creech's horses over," said Holley. Bostil raised an impatient hand as if to wave aside Holley's assumption. Then one of the other 2 men spoke up. Lucy had seen him before, but did not know his name. "Sure, there ain't no need to rustle the job. The river hain't shown any signs of risin' yet. But Creech is worryin'. He allers is worryin' over them hosses. No wonder. That blue roan is sure a hoss. Yesterday at 2 miles he showed Creech he was a sight faster than last year. The grass is gone over there. Creech is grainin' his stock these last few days, and that's expensive." "How about the flat up the canyon?" queried Bostil. "Ain't there any grass there?" "Reckon not. It's the driest spell Creech ever had," replied the other. "An' if there was grass, it wouldn't do him no good. A landslide blocked the only trail up." "Bostil, them hosses, the racer special, ought to be brought across the river," said Holley earnestly. He loved horses and was thinking of them. "The boat's got to be patched up," replied Bostil shortly. It occurred to Lucy that her father was also thinking of Creech's thoroughbreds, but not like Holley. She grew grave and listened intently. There was an awkward pause. Creech's rider, whoever he was, evidently tried to conceal his anxiety. He flicked his boots with a quirt. The boots were covered with wet mud. Probably he had crossed the river very recently. "Well, when will you have the horses fetched over?" he asked deliberately. "Creech'll want to know." "Just as soon as the boat's mended," replied Bostil. "I'll put Shugrue on the job tomorrow." "Thanks, Bostil. Sure, that'll be all right. Creech'll be satisfied," said the rider, as if relieved. Then he mounted and with his companion trotted down the lane. The lean gray Holley bent a keen gaze upon Bostil, but Bostil did not notice that. He appeared preoccupied in thought. "Bostil, the dry winter and spring here ain't any guarantee that there wasn't a lot of snow up in the mountains." Holley's remark startled Bostil. "No, it ain't sure," he replied. "And any morning along now we might wake up to hear the Colorado boomin'," went on Holley significantly. Bostil did not reply to that. "Creech hadn't lived over there so many years. What's he know about the river? And for that matter, who knows anything sure about that hell-bent river?" "It ain't my business that Creech lives over there risking his stock every spring," replied Bostil darkly. Holley opened his lips to speak, hesitated, looked away from Bostil, and finally said, "No, it sure ain't." Then he turned and walked away, head bent in sober thought. Bostil came toward the open door where Lucy stood. He looked somber. At her greeting he seemed startled. "What?" he said. "I just said hello, Dad," she replied demurely. Yet she thoughtfully studied her father's dark face. "Hello yourself. Did you know Van got throwed and hurt?" "Yes." Bostil swore under his breath. "There ain't any riders on the range that can be trusted," he said disgustedly. "They're all the same. They like to get in a bunch and jeer each other and bet. They want mean horses. They make good horses buck. They haven't any use for a horse that won't buck. They all want to give a horse a raking over. Think of that fool Van getting throwed by a $2 Ute mustang and hurt so he can't ride for days. With them races coming soon, it makes me sick." "Dad, weren't you a rider once?" asked Lucy. "I never was that kind." "Van will be all right in a few days." "No matter. It's bad business. If I had any other rider who could handle the King, I'd let Van go." "I can get just as much out of King as Van can," said Lucy spiritedly. "You!" exclaimed Bostil, but there was pride in his glance. "I know I can." "You never had any use for Sage King," said Bostil, as if he had been wronged. "I love the King a little and hate him a lot," laughed Lucy. "Well, I might let you ride at that, if Van ain't in shape," rejoined her father. "I wouldn't ride him in the race, but I'll keep him in fine fettle." "I bet you'd like to see Sarch beat him," said Bostil jealously. "Sure I would," replied Lucy teasingly. "But, Dad, I'm afraid Sarch never will beat him." Bostil grunted. "See here, I don't want any weight upon the King. You take him out for a few days and ride him. Savvy that?" "Yes, Dad." "Give him miles and miles, and then come home on good trails. Ride him for all you're worth. Now, Lucy, keep your eye open. Don't let anyone get near you on the sage." "I won't. Dad, do you still worry about poor Joel Creech?" "Not Joel. But I'd rather lose all my stock than have Cordts or Dick Sears get within a mile of you." "A mile!" exclaimed Lucy lightly, though a fleeting shade crossed her face. "Why, I'd run away from him if I was on the King, even if he got within 10 yards of me." "A mile is close enough, my daughter," replied Bostil. "Don't ever forget to keep your eye open. Cordts has sworn that if he can't steal the King, he'll get you." "Oh, he prefers the horse to me." "Well, Lucy, I've a sneaking idea that Cordts will never leave the uplands unless he gets you and the King both." "And, Dad, you consented to let that horse thief come to our races?" exclaimed Lucy with heat. "Why not? He can't do any harm. If he or his men get uppish, the worse for them. Cordts gave his word not to turn a trick till after the races." "Do you trust him?" "Yes, but his men might break loose away from his sight, especially that Dick Sears. He's a bad man, so be watchful whenever you ride out." As Lucy went down toward the corrals, she was thinking deeply. She could always tell, womanlike, when her father was excited or agitated. She remembered the conversation between him and Creech's rider. She remembered the keen glance old Holley had bent upon him. And mostly she remembered the somber look upon his face. She did not like that. Once, when a little girl, she had seen it and never forgotten it, nor the thing that it was associated with. Something tragical which had happened in the big room. There had been loud, angry voices of men, and shots, and then the men carried out a long form covered with a blanket. She loved her father, but there was a side to him she feared, and somehow related to that side was his hardness toward Creech and his intolerance of any rider owning a fast horse, and his obsession in regard to his own racers. Lucy had often tantalized her father with the joke that if it ever came to a choice between her and his favorites, they would come first. But was it any longer a joke? Lucy felt that she had left childhood behind, with its fun and fancies, and she had begun to look at life thoughtfully. Sight of the corrals, however, and of the King prancing around, drove serious thoughts away. There were riders there, among them Farlane, and they all had pleasant greetings for her. "Farlane, Dad says I'm to take out Sage King," announced Lucy. "No!" ejaculated Farlane as he pocketed his pipe. "Sure, and I'm to ride him. You know how Dad means that." "Well, now, I'm doggoned," added Farlane, looking worried and pleased at once. "I reckon, Miss Lucy, you wouldn't fool me." "Why, Farlane," returned Lucy reproachfully, "did I ever do a single thing around horses that you didn't want me to?" Farlane rubbed his chin beard somewhat dubiously.
"Well, Miss Lucy, not exactly while you was around the horses, but I reckon when you once got up you sort of forgot a few times."
All the riders laughed, and Lucy joined them.
"I'm safe when I'm up. You know that," she replied.
They brought out the gray, and after the manner of riders who had the care of a great horse and loved him, they carried and combed and rubbed him before saddling him.
"Reckon you better ride Van's saddle," suggested Farlane. "Them races is close now, an' a strange saddle." "Of course. Don't change anything he's used to, except the stirrups," replied Lucy. Despite her antipathy toward Sage King, Lucy could not gaze at him without a rider's glory in a horse. He was sleek, so graceful, so racy, so near the soft gray of the sage, so beautiful in build and action. Then he was the kind of a horse that did not have to be eternally watched. He was spirited and full of life, eager to run. But when Farlane called for him to stand, still he obeyed. He was the kind of a horse that a child could have played around in safety. He never kicked. He never bit. He never bolted. It was splendid to see him with Farlane or with Bostil. He did not like Lucy very well, a fact that perhaps accounted for Lucy's antipathy. For that matter, he did not like any woman. If he had a bad trait, it came out when Van rode him. But all the riders, and Bostil too, claimed that Van was to blame for that. "I reckon them stirrups is right," declared Farlane. "Now, Miss Lucy, hold him tight till he wears off that edge. He needs work."
Sage King would not kneel for Lucy as Sarchedon did, and he was too high for her to mount from the ground, so she mounted from a rock. She took to the road and then the first trail into the sage, intending to trot him 10 or 15 miles down into the valley and give him some fast, warm work on the return. The day was early in May and promised to grow hot. There was not a cloud in the blue sky. The wind, laden with the breath of sage, blew briskly from the west. All before Lucy lay the vast valley, gray and dusky gray, then blue, then purple where the monuments stood, and farther still dark ramparts of rock. Lucy had a habit of dreaming while on horseback, a habit all the riders had tried to break, but she did not give it rein while she rode Sarchedon, and assuredly now up on the King she never forgot him for an instant. He shied at mockingbirds and pack rats and blowing blossoms and even at butterflies, and he did it, Lucy thought, just because he was full of mischief. Sage King had been known to go steady when there had been reason to shy. He did not like Lucy, and he chose to torment her. Finally he earned a good dig from a spur, and then with swift pounding of hoofs he plunged and veered and danced in the sage. Lucy kept her temper, which was what most riders did not do, and by patience and firmness pulled Sage King out of his prancing back into the trail. He was not the least cross-grained, and having had his little spurt, he settled down into easy going. In an hour Lucy was 10 miles or more from home and farther down in the valley than she had ever been. In fact, she had never before been down the long slope to the valley floor. How changed the horizon became! The monuments loomed up now, dark, sentinel-like, and strange. The first one, a great red rock, seemed to her some 5 miles away. It was lofty, straight-sided, with a green slope at its base, and beyond that the other monuments stretched out down the valley. Lucy decided to ride as far as the first one before turning back. Always these monuments had fascinated her, and this was her opportunity to ride near one. How lofty they were! How wonderfully colored and how comely! Presently, over the left, where the monuments were thicker and gradually merged their slopes and lines and bulk into the yellow walls, she saw low, drifting clouds of smoke. "Well, what's that, I wonder?" she mused. To see smoke on the horizon in that direction was unusual, though out toward Durango the grassy benches would often burn over, and these low clouds of smoke resembled those she had seen before. "It's a long way off," she added. So she kept on, now and then gazing at the smoke. As she drew nearer to the first monument, she was surprised, then amazed at its height and surpassing size. It was mountain high, a grand tower, smooth, worn, glistening, yellow and red. The trail she had followed petered out in the deep wash, and beyond that she crossed no more trails. The sage had grown meager and the greasewood stunted and dead. The cacti appeared on barren places. The grass had not failed, but it was not rich grass such as the horses and cattle grazed upon miles back on the slope. The air was hot down here. The breeze was heavy and smelled of fire, and the sand was blowing here and there. She had a sense of the bigness, the openness of this valley, and then she realized its wildness and strangeness. These lonely, isolated monuments made the place different from any she had visited. They did not seem mere standing rocks. They seemed to retreat all the time as she approached, and they watched her. They interested her, made her curious. What had formed all these strange monuments? Here the ground was level for miles and miles, to slope gently up to the bases of these huge rocks. In an old book she had seen pictures of the Egyptian pyramids, but these appeared vaster, higher, and stranger, and they were sheerly perpendicular. Suddenly Sage King halted sharply, shot up his ears, and whistled. Lucy was startled. That from the King meant something. Hastily, with keen glance, she swept the foreground.
A mile on, near the monument, was a small black spot. It seemed motionless, but the King's whistle had proved it to be a horse. When Lucy had covered a quarter of the intervening distance she could distinguish the horse, and that there appeared something strange about his position. Lucy urged Sage King into a lope and soon drew nearer. The black horse had his head down, yet he did not appear to be grazing. He was as still as a statue. He stood just outside a clump of greasewood and cactus. Suddenly a sound pierced the stillness. The King jumped and snorted in fright. For an instant Lucy's blood ran cold, for it was a horrible cry. Then she recognized it as the neigh of a horse in agony. She had heard crippled and dying horses utter that long-drawn and blood-curdling neigh. The black horse had not moved, so the sound could not have come from him. Lucy thought Sage King acted more excited than the occasion called for. Then, remembering her father's warning, she reined in on top of a little knoll, perhaps 100 yards from where the black horse stood, and she bent her keen gaze forward. It was a huge, gaunt, shaggy black horse she saw, with the saddle farther up on his shoulders than it should have been. He stood motionless, as if utterly exhausted. His forelegs were braced, so that he leaned slightly back. Then Lucy saw a rope. It was fast to the saddle and stretched down into the cactus. There was no other horse in sight, nor any living thing. The immense monument dominated the scene. It seemed stupendous to Lucy, sublime, almost frightful. She hesitated. She knew there was another horse, very likely at the other end of that lasso. Probably a rider had been thrown, perhaps killed. Certainly a horse had been hurt. Then, on the moment, rang out the same neigh of agony, only weaker and shorter. Lucy no longer feared an ambush. That was a cry which could not be imitated by a man or forced from a horse. There was probably death, certainly suffering near at hand. She spurred the King on. There was a little slope to descend, a wash to cross, a bench to climb, and then she rode up to the black horse. Sage King needed harder treatment than Lucy had ever given him. "What's wrong with you?" she demanded, pulling him down. Suddenly, as she felt him tremble, she realized that he was frightened. "That's funny." Then, when she got him quiet, she looked around. The black horse was indeed huge. His mane, his shaggy flanks were lathered as if he had been smeared with heavy soap suds. He raised his head to look at her. Lucy, accustomed to horses all her life, saw that this one welcomed her arrival, but he was almost ready to drop. Two taut lassos stretched from the pommel of his saddle down a little into a depression full of brush and cactus and rocks. Then Lucy saw a red horse. He was down in a bad position. She heard his low, choking heaves. Probably he had broken legs or back. She could not bear to see a horse in pain. She would do what was possible, even to the extent of putting him out of his misery if nothing else could be done. Yet she scanned the surroundings closely and peered into the bushes and behind the rocks before she tried to urge Sage King closer. He refused to go nearer, and Lucy dismounted. The red horse was partly hidden by overbending brush. He had plunged into a hole full of cactus. There was a hackamore round his nose and a tight noose round his neck. The one round his neck was also round his forelegs, and both lassos were held taut by the black horse. A torn and soiled rider's scarf hung limp round the red horse's nose. kept from falling off by the hackamore. "A wild horse, a stallion being broken!" exclaimed Lucy, instantly grasping the situation. "Oh, where's the rider?" She gazed around, ran to and fro, glanced down the little slope and beyond, but she did not see anything resembling the form of a man. Then she ran back. Lucy took another quick look at the red stallion. She did not believe either his legs or back were hurt. He was just played out, entangled, and tied in the ropes, and could not get up. The shaggy black horse stood there braced and indomitable, but he likewise was almost ready to drop. Looking at the condition of both horses and the saddle and ropes, Lucy saw what a fight there had been, and a race. Where was the rider? Thrown, surely, and back on the trail, perhaps dead or maimed. Lucy went closer to the stallion so that she could almost touch him. He saw her. He was nearly choked. Foam and blood wheezed out with his heaves. She must do something quickly, and in her haste she pricked her arms and shoulders on the cactus. She led the black horse closer in, letting the ropes go slack. The black seemed as glad of that release as she was. What a faithful brute he looked. Lucy liked his eyes. Then she edged down in among the cactus and brush. The red horse no longer lay in a strained position. He could lift his head. Lucy saw that the noose still held tight round his neck. Fearlessly she jerked it loose. Then she backed away, but not quite out of his reach. He coughed and breathed slowly, with great heaves. Then he snorted. "You're all right now," said Lucy soothingly. Slowly she reached a hand toward his head. He drew it back as far as he could. She stepped around closer and more back of him and put a hand on him gently for an instant. Then she slipped out of the brush, and untying one lasso from the pommel, she returned to the horse and pulled it from round his legs. He was free now, except the hackamore, and that rope was slack. Lucy stood near him, watching him, talking to him, waiting for him to get up. She could not be sure he was not badly hurt till he stood up. At first he made no efforts to rise. He watched Lucy less fearfully, she imagined, and she never made a move. She wanted him to see, to understand that she had not hurt him and would not hurt him. It began to dawn upon her that he was magnificent. Finally, with a long, slow heave, he got to his feet. Lucy led him out of the hole to open ground. She seemed somehow confident. There occurred to her only one way to act. "A little horse sense, as Dad would say," she soliloquized, and then, when she got him out of the brush, she stood thrilled and amazed. "Oh, what a wild, beautiful horse! What a giant! He's bigger than the King. Oh, if Dad could see him!" The red stallion did not appear to be hurt. The twitching of his muscles must have been caused by the cactus spikes embedded in him. There were drops of blood all over one side. Lucy thought she dared to try to pull these thorns out. She had never in her life been afraid of any horse. Farlane, Holley, all the riders, and her father, too, had tried to make her realize the danger in a horse sooner or later. But Lucy could not help it. She was not afraid. She believed that the meanest horse was actuated by natural fear of a man. She was not a man, and she had never handled a horse like a man. This red stallion showed hate of the black horse and the rope that connected them. He showed some spirit at the repeated blasts of Sage King.
but he showed less fear of her.
He has been a proud, wild stallion, mused Lucy, and he's now broken, terribly broken, all but ruined.
Then she walked up to him naturally and spoke softly and reached a hand for his shoulder.
Whoa, Reddy. Whoa now. There. That's a good fella. Why, I wouldn't rope you or hit you. I'm only a girl.
He drew up, made a single effort to jump, which she prevented, and then he stood quivering, eyeing her, while she talked soothingly and patted him and looked at him in the way she had found infallible with most horses. Lucy believed horses were like people, or easier to get along with. Presently she gently pulled out one of the cactus spikes. The horse flinched, but he stood. Lucy was slow, careful, patient, and dexterous. The cactus needles were loose and easily removed or brushed off. At length she got him free of them, and was almost as proud as she was glad. The horse had gradually dropped his head. He was tired, and his spirit was broken.
Now, what shall I do?
She queried.
I'll take the back trail of these horses. They certainly hadn't been here long before I saw them, and the rider may be close. If not, I'll take the horses home.
She slipped the noose from the stallion's head, leaving the hackamore and coiling the loose lasso. She hung it over the pommel of the black's saddle. Then she took up his bridle.
"Come on,"
she called. The black followed her, and the stallion, still fast to him by the lasso Lucy had left tied, trooped behind with bowed head. Lucy was elated, but Sage King did not like the matter at all. Lucy had to drop the black's bridle and catch the King, and then ride back to lead the other again. A broad trail marked the way the two horses had come, and it led off to the left toward where the monuments were thickest, and where the great sections of wall stood, broken and battlemented. Lucy was hard put to hold Sage King, but the horses behind plodded along. The black horse struck Lucy as being an ugly but a faithful and wonderful animal. He understood everything. Presently she tied the bridle she was leading him by to the end of her own lasso, and thus let him drop back a few yards, which lessened the King's fretting. Intent on the trail, Lucy failed to note time or distance till the looming and frowning monuments stood aloft before her. What a weird effect they had! Each might have been a colossal statue left there to mark the work of all ages. Lucy realized that the whole vast valley had once been solid rock, just like the monuments, and through the millions of years the softer parts had eroded and weathered and blown away, gone with the great sea that had once been there. But the beauty, the solemnity, the majesty of these monuments fascinated her most. She passed the first one, a huge square butte, and then the second, a ragged, thin, double shaft, and then went between two much alike, reaching skyward in the shape of monstrous mittens. She watched and watched them, sparing a moment now and then to tend to the trail. She noticed that she was coming into a region of grass and faint signs of water in the draws. She was getting high again, not many miles now from the wall of the rock. All at once Sage King shied, and Lucy looked down to see a man lying on the ground. He lay inert, but his eyes were open, dark, staring eyes. They moved, and he called, but Lucy could not understand him. In a flash she leaped off the King. She ran to the prostrate man. dropped to her knees. "Oh!" she cried. His face was ghastly. "Oh! Are you badly hurt?" "Lift me my head," he said, faintly. She raised his head. What a strained, passionate, terrible gaze he bent upon the horses! "Boy, they're mine the black and the red!" he cried. "There surely must be," replied Lucy. "Oh, tell me, are you hurt?" "Boy, did you catch them? Fetch them back looking for me?" "I sure did." "You caught that red devil and fetched him back to me?" went on the wondering, faint voice. "Boy, oh boy!" He lifted a long, ragged arm and pulled Lucy down. The action amazed her equally as his passion of gratitude. He might have been injured, but he had an arm of iron. Lucy was powerless. She felt her face against his and her breast against his. The pounding of his heart was like blows. The first instant she wanted to laugh, despite her pity. Then the powerful arm, the contact affected her as nothing ever before. Suppose this crippled rider had taken her for a boy. She was not a boy. She could not help being herself, and no man had ever put a hand on her. Consciousness of this brought shame and anger. She struggled so violently that she freed herself, and he lay back. "See here, that's no way to act, to hug a person," she cried with flaming cheeks. "Boy, I'm not a boy. I'm a girl." "What?" Lucy tore off her sombrero, which had been pulled far forward, and this revealed her face fully, and her hair came tumbling down. The rider gazed stupefied. Then a faint tinge of red colored his ghastly cheeks. "A girl? Why, excuse me, miss. I took you for a boy." He seemed so astounded. He looked so ashamed, so scared, and withal so haggard and weak that Lucy immediately recovered her equanimity. "Sure I'm a girl, but that's no matter. You've been thrown. Are you hurt?" He smiled a weak assent. "Badly?" she queried. She did not like the way he lay, so limp, so motionless. "I'm afraid so. I can't move." "Oh, what shall I do?" "Can you get me water?" he whispered with dry lips. Lucy flew to her horse to get the small canteen she always carried. But that had been left on her saddle and she had ridden Van's. Then she gazed around. The wash she had crossed several times ran near where the rider lay. Green grass and willows bordered it. She ran down and hurrying along searched for water. There was water in places, yet she had to go a long way before she found water that was drinkable. Filling her sombrero, she hurried back to the side of the rider. It was difficult to give him a drink. "Thanks, miss," he said gratefully. His voice was stronger and less hoarse. "Have you any broken bones?" asked Lucy. "I don't know. I can't feel much." "Are you in pain?" "Hardly. I feel sort of thick." Lucy, being an intelligent girl, born in the desert and used to its needs, had not often encountered a situation with which she was unable to cope. "Let me feel if you have any broken bones. That arm isn't broken, I'm positive." The rider smiled faintly again. How he stared with his strained dark eyes! His face showed ghastly through the thin, soft beard and the tan. Lucy found his right arm badly bruised, but not broken. She made sure his collar bones and shoulder blades were intact. Broken ribs were harder to locate. Still, as he did not feel pain from pressure, she concluded there were no fractures there. With her assistance he moved his legs, proving no broken bones there. "I'm afraid it's my spine," he said. "But you raised your head once," she replied. "If your back was broken or injured, you
Couldn't raise your head."
"So I couldn't. I guess I'm just knocked out. I was pretty weak before Wildfire knocked me off Nagger."
"Wildfire?"
"That's the red stallion's name."
"Oh, he's named already?"
"I named him long ago. He's known on many a range."
"Where?"
"I think far north of here. I trailed him days, weeks, months. We crossed the Great Canyon."
"The Grand Canyon?"
"It must be that."
"The Grand Canyon is down there," said Lucy, pointing. "I live on it. You've come a long way."
"Hundreds of miles. Oh, the ground I covered, that awful canyon country. But I stayed with Wildfire, and I put a rope on him, and he got away. And it was a boy, no, a girl, who saved him for me, and maybe saved my life, too." Lucy looked away from the dark, staring eyes. A light in them confused her.
"Never mind me. You say you were weak. Have you been ill?"
"No, miss. Just starved. I starved on Wildfire's trail." Lucy ran back to her saddle and got the biscuits out of the pockets of her coat, and she ran back to the rider.
"Here. I never thought. Oh, you've had a hard time of it. I understand. That wonderful flame of a horse. I'd have stayed, too. My father was a rider once. Bostil. Did you ever hear of him?"
"Bostil. The name I've heard." Then the rider lay thinking as he munched a biscuit. "Yes, I remember. But it was long ago. I spent a night with a wagon train, a camp of many men and women, religious people, working into Utah. Bostil had a boat at the crossing of the Fathers."
"Yes, they called the ferry that."
"I remember well now. They said Bostil couldn't count his horses, that he was a rich man, hard on riders, and he used a gun more than once." Lucy bowed her head.
"Yes, that's my dad."
The rider did not seem to see how he had hurt her.
"Here we are talking, wasting time," she said. "I must start home. You can't be moved. What shall I do?"
"That's for you to say, Bostil's daughter."
"My name's Lucy,"
replied the girl, blushing painfully.
"I mean I'll be glad to do anything you think best."
"You're very good." Then he turned his face away. Lucy looked closely at him. He was indeed a beggared rider. His clothes and his boots hung in tatters. He had no hat, no coat, no vest. His gaunt face bore traces of what might have been a fine, strong comeliness, but now it was only thin, worn, wan, pitiful, with that look which always went to a woman's heart. He had the look of a homeless rider. Lucy had seen a few of his wandering type, and his story was so plain. But he seemed to have a touch of pride, and this quickened her interest.
"Then I'll do what I think best for you,"
said Lucy. First she unsaddled the black Nagger. With the saddle she made a pillow for the rider's head, and she covered him with the saddle blanket. Before she had finished this task, he turned his eyes upon her, and Lucy felt she would be haunted. Was he badly hurt after all? It seemed probable. How strange he was!
"I'll water the horses, then tie Wildfire here on a double rope. There's grass."
"But you can't lead him," replied the rider.
"He'll follow me."
"That red devil!" The rider shuddered as he spoke. Lucy had some faint inkling of what a terrible fight that had been between man and horse.
"Yes, when I found him he was broken. Look at him now."
But the rider did not appear to want to see the stallion. He gazed up at Lucy, and she saw something in his eyes that made her think of a child. She left him, had no trouble watering the horses, and haltered Wildfire among the willows on a patch of grass. Then she returned.
"I'll go now,"
she said to the rider. "Where?"
"Home. I'll come back tomorrow early and bring someone to help you."
"Girl, If you want to help me more, bring me some bread and meat. Don't tell anyone. Look what a ragamuffin I am. And there's Wildfire. I don't want him seen till I'm on my feet again. I know riders. That's all. If you want to be so good, come." "I'll come," replied Lucy simply. "Thank you. I owe you a lot. What did you say your name was?" "Lucy. Lucy Bostil." "Oh, I forgot. Are you sure you tied Wildfire good and tight?" "Yes, I'm sure. I'll go now. I hope you'll be better tomorrow." Lucy hesitated, with her hand on the King's bridle. She did not like to leave this young man lying there helpless on the desert. But what else could she do? What a strange adventure had befallen her. At the following thought that it was not yet concluded, she felt a little stir of excitement at her pulses. She was so strangely preoccupied that she forgot it was necessary for her to have a step to mount Sage King. She realized it quickly enough when she attempted it. Then she led him off in the sage till she found a rock. Mounting, she turned him straight across country, meaning to cut out miles of travel that would have been necessary along her back trail. Once she looked back. The rider was not visible. The black horse Nagger was out of sight, but Wildfire, blazing in the sun, watched her depart. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Lucy Bostil could not control the glow of strange excitement under which she labored, but she could put her mind on the riding of Sage King. She did not realize, however, that she was riding him under the stress and spell of that excitement. She had headed out to make a shortcut, fairly sure of her direction. Yet she was not unaware of the fact that she would be lost till she ran across her trail. That might be easy to miss, and time was flying. She put the King to a brisk trot, winding through the aisles of the sage. Soon she had left the monument region and was down on the valley floor again. From time to time she conquered a desire to look back. Presently she was surprised and very glad to ride into a trail where she saw the track she had made coming out. With much relief she turned Sage King into this trail, and then any anxiety she had felt left her entirely. But that did not mitigate her excitement. She eased the King into a long, swinging lope, and as he warmed to the work, she was aroused also. It was hard to hold him in once he got out of a trot, and after miles and miles of this, when she thought best to slow down, he nearly pulled her arms off. Still, she finally got him in hand. Then followed miles of soft and rough going, which seemed long and tedious. Beyond that was the home stretch up the valley, whose gradual slope could be seen only at a distance. Here was a straight, broad trail, not too soft nor too hard, and for all the years she could remember, riders had tried out and trained their favorites on that course. Lucy reached down to assure herself that the cinch was tight. Then she pulled her sombrero down hard, slackened the bridle, and let the King go. He simply broke his gait. He was so surprised. Lucy saw him trying to look back at her, as if he could not realize that this young woman rider had given him a free rein. Perhaps one reason he disliked her had always been, and everlastingly, that tight rein. Like the wary horse he took to a canter to try out what his new freedom meant. Say, what's the matter with you?" called Lucy disdainfully. "Are you lazy? Or don't you believe I can ride you?" Whereupon she dug him with her spurs. Sage King snorted. His action shifted marvelously. Thunder rolled from under his hoofs, and he broke out of that clattering roar into his fleet stride, where his hoof beats were swift, regular, rhythmic. Lucy rode him with teeth and fists clenched, bending low. After all, she thought, it was no trick to ride him. In that gait he was dangerous, for a fall meant death. But he ran so smoothly that riding him was easy and certainly glorious. He went so fast that the wind blinded her. The trail was only a white streak in blurred gray. She could not get her breath. The wind seemed to whip the air away from her. And then she felt the lessening of the tremendous pace. Sage King had run himself out, and the miles were behind her. Gradually her sight became clear, and as the hot and wet horse slowed down, satisfied with his wild run, Lucy realized that she was up on the slope only a few miles from home. Suddenly she thought she saw something dark stir behind a sagebrush just ahead. Before she could move a hand at the bridle, Sage King leaped with a frantic snort. It was a swerving, nimble, tremendous bound. He went high. Lucy was unseated, but somehow clung on, and came down with him, finding the saddle. And it seemed, while in the air, she saw a long, snaky, whipping loop of rope shoot out, and close, just where Sage King's legs had been. She screamed. The horse broke and ran. Lucy, righting herself, looked back to see Joel Creech holding a limp lasso. He had tried to rope the King. The blood of her father was aroused in Lucy. She thought of the horse, not herself. If the King had not been so keen-sighted, so swift, he would have gone down with a broken leg. Lucy never in her life had been so furious. Joel shook his fist at her and yelled, "I'd have got you on any other horse." She did not reply, though she had to fight herself to keep from pulling her gun and shooting at him. She guided the running horse back into the trail, rapidly leaving Creech out of sight. "He's gone crazy, that's sure," said Lucy. "And he means me harm." She ran the King clear up to the corrals, and he was still going hard when she turned down the lane to the barns. She pulled him in. Farlane was there to greet her. She saw no other riders and was glad. "Well, Miss Lucy, the King sure looks good," said Farlane as she jumped off and flung him the bridle. "He's just had about right, judging. Say, girl, you're all pale. Oh, say, you wasn't scared of the King now?" "No," replied Lucy, panting. "Well, what's up then?" The rider spoke in an entirely different voice, and into his clear, hazel eyes a little dark gleam shot. "Joel Creech waylaid me out in the sage and tried to catch me." Lucy checked herself. It might not do to tell how Joel had tried to catch her. "He did. And you on the King." Farlane laughed as if relieved. "Well, he's tried that before, Miss Lucy. But when you was up on the gray, that shows Joel's crazy, sure." "He sure is. Farlane, I am mad." "Well, cool off, Miss Lucy. It ain't nothin' to get set up about. And don't tell the old man." "Why not?" demanded Lucy. "Well, because he's in a queer sort of bad mood lately. It wouldn't be safe. He hates them Creeches. So don't tell him." "All right, Farlane, I won't. Don't you tell either," replied Lucy soberly. "Sure, I'll keep mum.
But if Joel doesn't watch out, I'll put a crimp in him myself." Lucy hurried away down the lane and entered the house without meeting anyone. In her room she changed her clothes and lay down to rest and think. Strangely enough, Lucy might never have encountered Joel Creech out in the sage for all the thought she gave him. Her mind was busy with the crippled rider. Who was he? Where was he from? What strange passion he had shown over the recovery of that wonderful red horse. Lucy could not forget the feeling of his iron arm when he held her in a kind of frenzied gratitude. A wild upland rider, living only for a wild horse. How like Indians, some of these riders. Yet this fellow had seemed different from most of the uncouth riders she had known. He spoke better. He appeared to have had some little schooling. Lucy did not realize that she was interested in him. She thought she was sorry for him and interested in the stallion. She began to compare Wildfire with Sage King. And if she remembered rightly, Wildfire, even in his disheveled state, had appeared a worthy rival of the King. What would Bostil say at sight of that flame-colored stallion? Lucy thrilled. Later she left her room to see if the hour was opportune for her plan to make up a pack of supplies for the rider. Her aunt was busy in the kitchen, and Bostil had not come in. Lucy took advantage of the moment to tie up a pack and carry it to her room. Somehow the task pleased her. She recalled the lean face of the rider, and that recalled his ragged appearance. Why not pack up an outfit of clothes? Bostil had a stockroom full of such accessories for his men. Then Lucy, glowing with the thought, hurried to Bostil's stockroom, and with deft hands and swift judgment selected an outfit for the rider, even down to a comb and razor. All this she carried quickly to her room, where in her thoughtfulness she added a bit of glass from a broken mirror, and soap and a towel. Then she tied up a second pack. Bostil did not come home to supper, a circumstance that made Lucy's aunt cross. They ate alone, and, waiting a while, were rather late in clearing away the table. After this Lucy had her chance in the dusk of early evening, and she carried both packs way out into the sage and left them near the trail. "Hope a coyote doesn't come along," she said. That possibility, however, did not worry her as much as getting those packs up on the King. How in the world would she ever do it? She hurried back to the house, stealthily, keeping to the shadow of the cottonwoods, for she would have faced an embarrassing situation if she had met her father, even had he been in a good humor. And she reached the sitting room unobserved. The lamps had been lighted, and a log blazed on the hearth. She was reading when Bostil entered. "Hello, Lucy," he said. He looked tired, and Lucy knew he had been drinking, because when he had been he never offered to kiss her. The strange, somber shade was still on his face, but it brightened somewhat at the sight of her. Lucy greeted him as always. "Farlane tells me you handled the King great. Better'n Van has worked him lately," said Bostil. "But don't tell him I told you." That was sweet praise from Farlane. "Oh, Dad, it could hardly be true," expostulated Lucy. "Both you and Farlane are a little sore at Van now." "I'm a lot sore," replied Bostil gruffly. "Anyway, how did Farlane know how I handled Sage King?" queried Lucy. "Well, every hair on a horse talks to Farlane, so Holley says. Lucy, you take the King out every day for a while.
Ride him now and watch out. Joel Creech was in the village today. He sure sneaked when he seen me. He's up to some mischief." Lucy did not want to lie, and she did not know what to say. Presently Bostil bade her good night. Lucy endeavored to read, but her mind continually wandered back to the adventure of the day. Next morning she had difficulty in concealing her impatience, but luck favored her. Bostil was not in evidence, and Farlane for once could spare no more time than it took to saddle Sage King. Lucy rode out into the sage, pretty sure that no one watched her. She had hidden the packs near the tallest bunch of greasewood along from the trail, and when she halted behind it she had no fear of being seen from the corrals. She got the packs. The light one was not hard to tie back of the saddle, but the large one was a very different matter. She decided to carry it in front. There was a good-sized rock near, upon which she stepped, leading Sage King alongside, and after an exceedingly trying moment she got up, holding the pack. For a wonder, Sage King behaved well. Then she started off, holding the pack across her lap, and she tried the King's several gaits to see which one would lend itself more comfortably to the task before her. The trouble was that Sage King had no slow gait. Even his walk was fast, and Lucy was compelled to hold him into that. She wanted to hurry, but that seemed out of the question. She tried to keep from gazing out toward the monuments because they were so far away. How would she find the crippled rider? It flashed into her mind that she might find him dead, and this seemed horrible. But her common sense persuaded her that she would find him alive and better. The pack was hard to hold, and Sage King fretted at the monotonous walk. The hours dragged. The sun grew hot, and it was noon almost when she reached the point where she cut off the trail to the left. Thereafter, with the monuments standing ever higher and the distance perceptibly lessening, the minutes passed less tediously. At length she reached the zone of lofty rocks and found them different. How, she could not tell. She rode down among them and was glad when she saw the huge mittens, her landmarks. At last she espied the green bordered wash and the few cedar trees. Then a horse blazed red against the sage, and another shone black. That sight made Lucy thrill. She rode on, eager now, but moved by the strangeness of the experience. Before she got quite close to the cedars, she saw a man. He took a few slow steps out of the shade. His back was bent. Lucy recognized the rider, and in her gladness to see him on his feet, she cried out. Then, when Sage King reached the spot, Lucy rolled the pack off to the ground. "Oh, that was a job!" she cried. The rider looked up with eyes that seemed keener, less staring than she remembered. "You came. I was afraid you wouldn't," he said. "Sure I came. You're better? Not badly hurt?" she said gravely. I'm so glad." "I've got a crimp in my back, that's all." Lucy was quick to see that after the first glance at her, he was all eyes for Sage King. She laughed. How like a rider! She watched him, knowing that presently he would realize what a horse she was riding. She slipped off and threw the bridle, and then, swiftly untying the second pack, she laid it down. The rider, with slow, painful steps and bent back, approached Sage King and put a lean, strong, brown hand on him and touched him as if he wished to feel if he were real. Then he whistled softly.
When he turned to Lucy his eyes shone with a beautiful light.
"It's Sage King, Bostil's favorite," said Lucy.
"Sage King, he looks it. But never a wild horse?"
"No."
"A fine horse," replied the rider. "Of course he can run." This last held a note of a rider's jealousy. Lucy laughed.
"Run? The King is Bostil's favorite. He can run away from any horse in the uplands."
"I'll bet you Wildfire can beat him," replied the rider with a dark glance.
"Come on!"
cried Lucy daringly. Then the rider and the girl looked more earnestly at each other. He smiled in a way that changed his face, brightened out the set hardness. "I reckon I'll have to crawl," he said ruefully. "But maybe I can ride in a few days, if you'll come back again." His remark brought to Lucy the idea that of course she would hardly see this rider again after today, even if he went to the Ford, which event was unlikely. He would not remain there long. The sensation of blankness puzzled her, and she felt an unfamiliar confusion.
I've brought you some things,"
she said, pointing to the larger pack. "Grub, you mean?"
"No."
"That was all I asked you for, miss," he said, somewhat stiffly.
"Yes, but I thought."
Lucy became unaccountably embarrassed. Suppose this strange rider would be offended.
"Your clothes were so torn. And no wonder you were thrown in those boots. So I thought I'd."
"You thought I needed clothes as bad as grub," he said bitterly. "I reckon that's so." His look, more than his tone, cut Lucy, and involuntarily she touched his arm.
"Oh, you won't refuse to take them? Please don't."
At her touch a warmth came into his face. "Take them? I should smile I will." He tried to reach down to lift the pack, but as it was obviously painful for him to bend, Lucy intercepted him.
"But you had no breakfast," she protested. "Why not eat before you opened that pack?"
"Nope. I'm not hungry. Maybe I'll eat a little after I dress up." He started to walk away, then turned. "Miss Bostil, have you been so good to every wandering rider you happened to run across?"
"Good!"
she exclaimed, flushing. She dropped her eyes before his.
"Nonsense! Anyway, you're the first wandering rider I ever met like this."
"Well, you're good," he replied with emotion. Then he walked away with slow, stiff steps and disappeared behind the willows in the little hollow. Lucy uncoiled the rope on her saddle and haltered Sage King on the best grass near at hand. Then she opened the pack of supplies, thinking the while that she must not tarry here long.
"But on the King I can run back like the wind," she mused.
The pack contained dried fruits and meat and staples, also an assortment of good things to eat that were of a perishable nature, already much the worse for the long ride. She spread all this out in the shade of a cedar. The utensils were few: 2 cups, 2 pans, and a tiny pot. She gathered wood and arranged it for a fire, so that the rider could start as soon as he came back. He seemed long in coming. Lucy waited, yet still he did not return. Finally she thought of the red stallion and started off down the wash to take a look at him. He was grazing. He had lost some of the dirt and dust and the bedraggled appearance. When he caught sight of her he lifted his head high and whistled. How wild he looked! And his whistle was shrill, clear, strong. Both other horses answered it. Lucy went on closer to Wildfire.
She was fascinated now.
"If he doesn't know me!"
she cried. Never had she been so pleased. She had expected every sign of savageness on his part, and certainly had not intended to go near him. But Wildfire did not show fear or hate in his recognition. Lucy went directly to him and got a hand on him. Wildfire reared a little and shook a little, but this disappeared presently under her touch. He held his head very high and watched her with wonderful eyes. Gradually she drew his head down. Standing before him, she carefully and slowly changed the set of the hackamore, which had made a welt on his nose. It seemed to have been her good fortune that every significant move she had made around this stallion had been to mitigate his pain. Lucy believed he knew this as well as she knew it. Her theory, an often disputed one, was that horses were as intelligent as human beings and had just the same fears, likes, and dislikes. Lucy knew she was safe when she untied the lasso from the strong root where she had fastened it and led the stallion down the wash to a pool of water. And she stood beside him with a hand on his shoulder while he bent his head to sniff the water. He tasted it, plainly with disgust. It was stagnant water, full of vermin. But finally he drank. Lucy led him up the wash to another likely place and tied him securely. When she got back to the camp in the cedars, the rider was there, on his knees, kindling the fire. His clean-shaved face and new apparel made him vastly different. He was young, and had he not been so gaunt, he would have been fine-looking, Lucy thought.
"Wildfire remembered me,"
Lucy burst out.
"He wasn't a bit scary. Let me handle him, followed me to the water."
"He's taken to you," replied the rider seriously. "I've heard of the like, but not so quick. Was he in a bad fix when you got to him yesterday?" Lucy explained briefly. "Aha! If that red devil has any love in him, I'll never get it. I wish I could have done so much for him. But always when he sees me, he'll remember." Lucy saw that the rider was in difficulties. He could not bend his back, and evidently it pained him to try. His brow was moist.
"Let me do that,"
she said. "Thanks. It took about all my strength to get into this new outfit," he said, relinquishing his place to Lucy. When she looked up from her task presently, he was sitting in the shade of the cedar watching her. He had the expression of a man who hardly believed what he saw. "Did you have any trouble getting away without telling about me?" he asked.
"No, but I sure had a job with those packs,"
she replied. "You must be a wonder with the horse." As far as vanity was concerned, Lucy had only one weakness, and he had touched upon it.
"Well, Dad and Holley and Farlane argue much about me. Still, I guess they all agree I can ride."
"Holley and Farlane are riders?" he questioned.
"Yes, Dad's right-hand men."
"Your dad hires many riders, I suppose?"
"Sure. I never heard of him turning any rider down, at least not without a try."
"I wonder if he would give me a job." Lucy glanced up quickly. The idea surprised her, pleased her.
"In a minute,"
she replied.
"And he'd be grand to you. You see, he'd have an eye for Wildfire."
The rider nodded his head as if he understood how that would be.
"And of course you'd never sell nor trade Wildfire,"
went on Lucy. The rider's smile was sad, but it was conclusive.
"Then you'd better stay away from Bostil,"
returned Lucy shortly. He remained silent, and Lucy, busy about the campfire, did not speak again till the simple fare was ready. Then she spread a tarpaulin in the shade.
"I'm pretty hungry myself," she said, "but I don't suppose I know what hunger is."
"After a while a fellow loses the feeling of hunger," he replied. "I reckon it'll come back quick. This all looks good." So they began to eat. Lucy's excitement, her sense of the unreality of this adventure in no wise impaired her appetite. She seemed acutely sensitive to the perceptions of the moment. The shade of the cedars was cool, and out on the desert she could see the dark, smoky veils of heat lifting. The breeze carried a dry odor of sand and grass. She heard bees humming by, and all around the great isolated monuments stood up, red tops against the blue sky. It was a silent, dreaming, impressive place where she felt unlike herself.
"I mustn't stay long,"
she said, suddenly remembering. "Will you come back again?" he asked. The question startled Lucy.
"Why, I don't know. Won't you ride into the Ford just as soon as you're able?"
"I reckon not."
"But it's the only place where there's people in hundreds of miles. Surely you won't try to go back the way you came?"
"When Wildfire left that country, I left it. We camped back."
"Then you've no people? No one you care for?"
she asked in sweet seriousness. "There's no one. I'm an orphan. My people were lost in an Indian massacre with a wagon train crossing Wyoming. A few escaped, and I was one of the youngsters. I had a tough time, like a stray dog, till I grew up, and then I took to the desert."
"Oh, I see. I'm sorry," replied Lucy. "But that's not very different from my dad's story of his early years. What will you do now?"
"I'll stay here till my back straightens out."
"Will you ride out again?"
"Yes," replied Lucy, without looking at him, and she wondered if it were really she who was speaking. Then he asked her about the Ford and Bostil and the ranches and villages north, and the riders and horses. Lucy told him everything she knew and could think of, and lastly, after waxing eloquent on the horses of the uplands, particularly Bostil's, she gave him a graphic account of Cordts and Dick Sears. "Horse thieves!" exclaimed the rider, darkly. There was a grimness as well as fear in his tone. "I've heard of Sears, but not Cordts. Where does this band hang out?"
"No one knows. Holley says they hide up in the canyon country. None of the riders have ever tried to track 'em far. It would be useless. Holley says there are plateaus of rich grass and great forests. The Ute Indians say that much, too. But we know little about the wild country."
"Aren't there any hunters at Bostil's Ford?"
"Wild horse hunters, you mean?"
"No, bear and deer hunters."
"There's none. And I suppose that's why we're not familiar with the wild canyon country. I'd like to ride in there sometime and camp, but our people don't go in for that. They love the open ranges. No one I know, except a half-witted boy, ever rode down among these monuments. And how wonderful a place! It can't be more than 20 miles from home. I must be going soon. I'm forgetting Sage King. Did I tell you I was training him for the races?"
"No, you didn't. What races? Tell me," he replied with keen interest. Then Lucy told him about the great passion of her father, about the long time honored custom of free-for-all races, and the great races that had been run in the past, about the Creeches and their swift horses, about the rivalry and speculation and betting, and lastly about the races to be run in a few weeks. Races so wonderful in prospect that even the horse thief Cordts had begged to be allowed to attend. "I'm going to see the King beat Creech's roan," shouted the rider, with red in his cheeks and a flash in his eye. His enthusiasm warmed Lucy's interest, yet it made her thoughtful. Ideas flashed into her mind. If the rider attended the races, he would have that fleet stallion with him. He could not be separated from the horse that had cost him so dearly. What would Bostil and Holley and Farlane say at sight of Wildfire? Suppose Wildfire was to enter the races. It was probable that he could run away from the whole field, even beat the King. Lucy thrilled and thrilled. What a surprise it would be! She had the rider's true love of seeing the unheralded horse win over the favorite. She had for years wanted to see a horse and ride a horse out in front of Sage King. Then suddenly all these flashing ideas coruscated seemingly into a gleam, a leaping, radiant, wonderful thought. Irresistibly it burst from her. "Let me ride your Wildfire in the great race!" she cried breathlessly. His response was instantaneous. A smile that was keen and sweet and strong, and a proffered hand. Impulsively Lucy clasped that hand with both of hers. "You don't mean it," she said. "Oh, it's what Auntie would call one of my wild dreams. And I'm growing up, they say. But, oh, if I could ride Wildfire against the field in that race, if I only could!" She was on fire with the hope, flushing, tingling. She was unconscious of her effect upon the rider, who gazed at her with a newborn light in his eyes. "You can ride him. I reckon I'd like to see that race just as much as Bostil or Cordts or any man. And see here, girl, Wildfire can beat this gray racer of your father's." "Oh!" cried Lucy. "Wildfire can beat the King," repeated the rider intensely. "The tame horse doesn't step on this earth that can run with Wildfire. He's a stallion. He's been a killer of horses. It's in him to kill. If he ran a race, it would be that instinct in him." "How can we plan it?" went on Lucy impulsively. She had forgotten to withdraw her hands from his. "It must be a surprise, a complete surprise. If you came to the Ford, we couldn't keep it secret, and Dad or Farlane would prevent me somehow." "It's easy. Ride out here as often as you can. Bring a light saddle and let me put you up on Wildfire. You'll run him, train him, get him in shape. Then the day of the races or the night before, I'll go in and hide out in the sage till you come and send for Wildfire." "Oh, it'll be glorious!" she cried with eyes like stars. "I know just where to have you hide. A pile of rocks near the race course. There's a spring and good grass. I could ride out to you just before the big race, and we'd come back with me on Wildfire. The crowd always stays down at the end of the race course. It's only the starters stay out there. Oh, I can see Bostil when that red stallion runs into sight." "Well, is it settled?" queried the rider, strangely. Lucy was startled into self-consciousness by his tone. How strangely he must have felt, and his eyes were piercing. "You mean that I'll ride Wildfire?" she replied shyly. "Yes, if you'll let me." "I'll be proud." "You're very good.
And you do think Wildfire can beat the King?"
"I know it.
"How do you?"
I've seen both horses."
"But it will be a grand race."
"I reckon so. It's likely to be the grandest ever seen. But Wildfire will win because he's run wild all his life, and run to kill other horses. The only question is, can you ride him?"
"Yes. I never saw the horse I couldn't ride. Bostil says there are some I can't ride. Farlane says not. Only 2 horses have thrown me, the King and Sarchedon. But that was before they knew me, and I was sort of wild. I can make your Wildfire love me."
"That's the last part of it I'd ever doubt," replied the rider. "It's settled, then. I'll camp here. I'll be well in a few days. Then I'll take Wildfire in hand. You will ride out whenever you have a chance, without being seen, and the 2 of us will train the stallion to upset that race."
"Yes, then it's settled."
Lucy's gaze was impelled and held by the rider's. Why was he so pale? But then he had been injured, weakened. This compact between them had somehow changed their relation. She seemed to have known him long.
"What's your name?"
she asked. "Lin Slone," replied the rider. Then she released her hands.
"I must ride now. If this isn't a dream, I'll come back soon."
She led Sage King to a rock and mounted him. "It's good to see you up there," said Slone. "And that splendid horse. He knows what he is. It'll break Bostil's heart to see that horse beat."
"Dad'll feel bad, but it'll do him good,"
replied Lucy. That was the old rider's ruthless spirit speaking out of his daughter's lips. Slone went close to the King and, putting a hand on the pommel, he looked up at Lucy. "Maybe it is a dream, and you won't come back," he said with an unsteady voice.
"Then I'll come in dreams," she flashed. "Be careful of yourself. Goodbye."
And at a touch the impatient King was off. From far up the slope near a monument Lucy looked back. Slone was watching her. She waved a gauntleted hand and then looked back no more. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. 2 weeks slipped by on the wings of time and opportunity and achievement, all colored so wonderfully for Lucy, all spelling that adventure for which she had yearned. Lucy was riding down into the sage toward the monuments with a whole day before her. Bostil kept more and more to himself, a circumstance that worried her, though she thought little about it. Van had taken up the training of the King, and Lucy had deliberately quarreled with him so that she would be free to ride where she listed. Farlane nagged her occasionally about her rides into the sage, insisting that she must not go far and stay so long. And after Van's return to work, he made her ride Sarchedon. Things had happened at the ford which would have concerned Lucy greatly had she not been overexcited about her own affairs. Someone had ambushed Bostil in the cottonwoods near his house and had shot at him, narrowly missing him. Bostil had sworn he recognized the shot as having come from a rifle and that he knew to whom it belonged. The riders did not believe this and said some boy shooting at a rabbit or coyote had been afraid to confess. He had nearly hit Bostil. The riders all said Bostil was not wholly himself of late. The river was still low. The boat had not been repaired, and Creech's horses were still on the other side. These things concerned Lucy, yet they only came and went swiftly through her mind. She was obsessed by things intimately concerning herself. "Oh, I oughtn't to go," she said aloud. But she did not even check Sarchedon's long swing, his rocking chair lope. She had said 100 times that she ought not go again out to the monuments, for Lin Slone had fallen despairingly, terribly in love with her. It was not this, she averred, but the monuments and the beautiful Wildfire that had woven a spell around her she could not break. She had ridden Wildfire all through that strange region of monuments, and now they claimed something of her. Just as wonderful was Wildfire's love for her. The great stallion hated Slone and loved Lucy. Of all the remarkable circumstances she had seen or heard about a horse, this fact was the most striking. She could do anything with him. All that savageness and wildness disappeared when she approached him. He came at her call. He whistled at sight of her. He sent out a ringing blast of disapproval when she rode away. Every day he tried to bite or kick Slone, but he was meek under Lucy's touch. But this morning there came to Lucy the first vague doubt of herself. Once entering her mind, that doubt became clear. And then she vowed she liked Slone as she might a brother. And something within her accused her own conviction. The conviction was her real self, and the accusation was some other girl lately born in her. Lucy did not like this new person. She was afraid of her. She would not think of her unless she had to. "I never cared for him that way," she said aloud. "I don't. I couldn't ever. I love Lin Slone." The spoken thought, the sound of the words played havoc with Lucy's self-conscious calmness. She burned, she trembled, she was in a rage with herself. She spurred Sarchedon into a run and tore through the sage down into the valley, running him harder than she should have run him. Then she checked him and penitent petted him out of all proportion to her thoughtlessness. The violent exercise only heated her blood, and if anything, increased this sudden and new torment. Why had she discarded her boy's rider outfit and chaps for a riding habit made by her aunt, and one she had scorned to wear? Some awful accusing voice thundered in Lucy's burning ears that she had done this because she was ashamed to face Lin Slone any more in that costume. She wanted to appear different in his eyes, to look like a girl. If that shameful suspicion was a fact, why was it? What did it mean? She could not tell, yet she was afraid of the truth. All of a sudden, Lin Slone stood out clearer in her mental vision. The finest type of a rider she'd ever known. A strong, lithe, magnificent horseman whose gentleness showed his love for horses, whose roughness showed his power. A strange, intense, lonely man in whom she had brought out pride, gratitude, kindness, passion, and despair. She felt her heart swell at the realization that she had changed him, made him kinder, made him divide his love as did her father, made him human, hopeful, longing for a future unfettered by the toils of desert allurement. She could not control her pride. She must like him very much. She confessed that honestly, without a qualm. It was only bewildering moments of strange agitation and uncertainty that bothered her. She had refused to be concerned by them until they had finally impinged upon her peace of mind. Then they accused her. Now she accused herself. She ought not to go meet Lin Slone any more.
"But then the race," she murmured. "I couldn't give that up. And I'm afraid the harm is done. What can I do?"
After the race? What then? To be sure, all of Bostil's Ford would know she had been meeting Slone out in the sage, training his horse. What would people say?
"Dad will simply be radiant if he can buy Wildfire, and a fiend if he can't," she muttered.
Lucy saw that her own impulsiveness had amounted to daring. She had gone too far. She excused that, for she had a rider's blood. She was Bostil's girl, but she had, in her wildness and joy and spirit, spent many hours alone with a rider to his own undoing. She could not excuse that. She was ashamed. What would he say when she told him she could see him no more? The thought made her weak. He would accept and go his way, back to that lonely desert with only a horse.
"Wildfire doesn't love him,"
she said, and the scarlet fired her neck and cheek and temple. That leap of blood seemed to release a riot of emotions. What had been a torment became a torture. She turned Sarchedon homeward, but scarcely had faced that way when she wheeled him again. She rode slowly and she rode swiftly. The former was hateful because it held her back from what she no longer dared think. The latter was fearful because it hurried her on swiftly, irresistibly to her fate. Lin Slone had changed his camp and had chosen a pass high up where the great walls had begun to break into sections. Here there was intimacy with the sheer cliffs of red and yellow. Wide avenues between the walls opened on all points of the compass, and that one to the north appeared to be a gateway down into the valley of monuments. The monuments trooped down into the valley to spread out and grow isolated in the distance. Slone's camp was in a clump of cedars surrounding a spring. There was grass and white sage where rabbits darted in and out. Lucy did not approach this camp from that roundabout trail which she had made upon the first occasion of her visiting Slone. He had found an opening in the wall, and by riding this way into the pass, Lucy cut off miles. In fact, the camp was not over 15 miles from Bostil's Ford. It was so close that Lucy was worried lest some horse tracker should stumble on the trail and follow her up into the pass. This morning she espied Slone at his outlook on a high rock that had fallen from the great walls. She always looked to see if he was there, and she always saw him. The days she had not come, which were few, he had spent watching for her there. His tasks were not many, and he said he had nothing to do but wait for her. Lucy had a persistent and remorseful, yet sweet memory of Slone at his lonely lookout. Here was a fine, strong, splendid young man who had nothing to do but watch for her. A waste of precious hours. She waved her hand from afar, and he waved in reply. Then, as she reached the ceded part of the pass, Slone was no longer visible. She put Sarchedon to a run up the hard, wind-swept sand and reached the camp before Slone had climbed down from his perch.
Lucy dismounted reluctantly. What would he say about the riding habit that she wore? She felt very curious to learn, and shyer than ever before, and altogether different. The skirt made her more of a girl, it seemed. "Hello, Lin," she called. There was nothing in her usual greeting to betray the state of her mind. "Good morning, Lucy," he replied, very slowly. He was looking at her, she thought, with different eyes, and he seemed changed, too, though he had long been well, and his tall, lithe rider's form, his lean, strong face, and his dark eyes were admirable in her sight. Only this morning, all because she had worn a girl's riding skirt instead of boys' chaps, everything seemed different. Perhaps her aunt had been right, after all, and now things were natural. Slone gazed so long at her that Lucy could not keep silent. She laughed. "How do you like me in this?" "I like you much better," Slone said bluntly. "Auntie made this, and she's been trying to get me to ride in it." "It changes you, Lucy. But can you ride as well?" "I'm afraid not. What's Wildfire gonna think of me?" "He'll like you better, too. Lucy, how's the King coming on?"
"Lin, I'll tell you. If I wasn't as crazy about Wildfire as you are, I'd say he'll have to kill himself to beat the King," replied Lucy with gravity. "Sometimes I doubt, too," said Slone. "But I only have to look at Wildfire to get back my nerve. Lucy, that will be the grandest race ever run." "Yes," sighed Lucy. "What's wrong? Don't you want Wildfire to win?" "Yes and no. But I'm gonna beat the King anyway. Bring on your Wildfire." Lucy unsaddled Sarchedon and turned him loose to graze, while Slone went out after Wildfire. And presently it appeared that Lucy might have some little time to wait. Wildfire had lately been trusted to hobbles, which fact made it likely that he had strayed. Lucy gazed about her at the great looming red walls and out through the avenues to the gray desert beyond. This adventure of hers would soon have an end, for the day of the races was not far distant, and after that it was obvious she would not have occasion to meet Slone. To think of never coming to the pass again gave Lucy a pang. Unconsciously she meant that she would never ride up here again because Slone would not be here. A wind always blew through the pass, and that was why the sand was so clean and hard. Today it was a pleasant wind, not hot nor laden with dust, and somehow musical in the cedars. The blue smoke from Slone's fire curled away and floated out of sight. It was lonely with the haunting presence of the broken walls ever manifest. But the loneliness seemed full of content. She no longer wondered at Slone's desert life. That might be well for a young man during those years when adventure and daring called him, but she doubted that it would be well for all of a man's life, and only a little of it ought to be known by a woman. She saw how the wildness and loneliness and brooding of such a life would prevent a woman's development. Yet she loved it all and wanted to live near it, so that when the need pressed her she could ride out into the great open stretches and see the dark monuments grow nearer and nearer till she was under them
in the silent and colored shadows. Slone returned presently with Wildfire. The stallion shone like a flame in the sunlight. His fear and hatred of Slone showed in the way he obeyed. Slone had mastered him and must always keep the upper hand of him. It had from the first been a fight between man and beast, and Lucy believed it would always be so. But Wildfire was a different horse when he saw Lucy. Day by day, evidently, Slone loved him more and tried harder to win a little of what Wildfire showed at sight of Lucy. Still, Slone was proud of Lucy's control over the stallion. He was just as much heart and soul bent on winning the great race as Lucy was. She had ridden Wildfire bareback at first, and then they had broken him to the saddle. It was serious business, that training of Wildfire, and Slone had peculiar ideas regarding it. Lucy rode him up and down the pass until he was warm. Then Slone got on Sarchedon. Wildfire always snorted and showed fight at the sight of Sage King or Nagger, and the stallion Sarchedon infuriated him because Sarchedon showed fight too. Slone started out ahead of Lucy, and then they raced down the long pass. The course was hard-packed sand. Fast as Sarchedon was, and matchless as a horseman as was Slone, the race was over almost as soon as it began. Wildfire ran indeed like fire before the wind. He wanted to run, and the other horse made him fierce. Like a burr, Lucy stuck low over his neck, a part of the horse, and so light he would not have known he was carrying her but for the repeated calls in his ears. Lucy never spurred him. She absolutely refused to use spurs on him. This day she ran away from Slone, and turning at the end of the 2-mile course they had marked out, she loped Wildfire back. Slone turned with her, and they were soon in camp. Lucy did not jump off. She was in transport. Every race kindled a mountain fire in her. She was scarlet of face, out of breath, her hair flying, and she lay on Wildfire's neck and hugged him and caressed him and talked to him in low tones of love. Slone dismounted and got Sarchedon out of the way, then crossed to where Lucy still fondled Wildfire. He paused a moment to look at her, but when she saw him, he started again and came close up to her as she set the saddle. "You went past me like a bullet," he said.
"Oh, can't he run?"
murmured Lucy. Could he beat the King today? Slone had asked that question every day, more than once.
"Yes, he could. Today, I know it," replied Lucy. "Oh, I get so excited. I make a fool of myself over him. But to ride him, going like that, Lin, it's just glorious."
"You sure can ride him," replied Slone. "I can't see a fault anywhere. In him or in your handling of him. He never breaks. He goes hard, but he saves something. He gets mad, fierce all the time, yet he wants to go your way, Lucy. I never saw the like of it. Somehow you and Wildfire make a combination. You can't be beat."
"Do I ride him well?"
she asked softly. "I could never ride him so well."
"Oh, Lin, you just want to please me. Why, Van couldn't ride with you."
"I don't care, Lucy," replied Slone stoutly. "You rode this horse perfect. I've found fault with you on the King, on your mustangs, and on this black horse Sarch, but on Wildfire you grow there."
"What will Dad say? And Farlane? And Holly? And Van? Oh, I'll crow over then," said Lucy. "I'm crazy to ride Wildfire out before all the Indians and ranchers and riders before the races, just to show him off, to make them stare." "No, Lucy. The best plan is to surprise them all. Enter your horse for the race, but don't show up till all the riders are at the start." "Yes, that'll be best. And Lin, only 5 days more. 5 days."
Her words made Slone thoughtful, and Lucy, seeing that, straightway grew thoughtful too.
"Sure, only 5 days more," repeated Slone slowly. His tone convinced Lucy that he meant to speak again, as he had spoken once before, precipitating the only quarrel they had ever had. "Does any one at Bostil's Ford know you meet me out here?" he asked suddenly. "Only Auntie. I told her the other day. She had been watching me. She thought things, so I told her."
"What did she say?" went on Slone curiously.
"She was mad," replied Lucy. "She scolded me. She said but anyway, I coaxed her not to tell on me." "I want to know what she said," spoke up the rider deliberately. Lucy blushed, and it was a consciousness of confusion as well as Slone's tone that made her half angry. "She said when I was found out there'd be a great fuss at the Ford. There would be talk. Auntie said I'm now a grown-up girl. Oh, she carried on. Bostil would likely shoot you. And if it didn't, some of the riders would. Oh, Lin, it was perfectly ridiculous the way Auntie talked." "I reckon not," replied Slone. "I'm afraid I've done wrong to let you come out here. But I never thought. I'm not used to girls. I'll deserve what I get for letting you come." "It's my own business," declared Lucy spiritedly. "And I guess they'd better let you alone." Slone shook his head mournfully. He was getting one of those gloomy spells that Lucy hated. Nevertheless, she felt a stir of her pulses. "Lucy, there won't be any doubt about my stand when I meet Bostil," said Slone. Some thought had animated him. "What do you mean?" Lucy trembled a little. There was a sternness about Slone, a dignity that seemed new. "I'll ask him to let you marry me." Lucy stared aghast. Slone appeared in dead earnest. "Nonsense!" she exclaimed, shortly. "I reckon the possibility is that," replied Slone bitterly. "But my motive isn't." "It is. Why, you've known me only a few days. Dad would be mad. Like as not he'd knock you down. I tell you, Lin, my dad is pretty rough, and just at this time of the races. And if Wildfire beats the King, whew!" "When Wildfire beats the King, not if," corrected Slone. "Dad will be dangerous," warned Lucy. "Please don't ask him that. Then everybody would know you." "That's it. I want everybody at your home to know." "But it's a little place," flashed Lucy. "Everyone knows me. I'm the only girl. There have been other fellows who and oh, I don't want you made fun of." "Why?" he asked. Lucy turned away her head without answering. Something deep within her was softening her anger. She must fight to keep angry, and that was easy enough, she thought, if she could only keep in mind Slone's opposition to her. Strangely, she discovered that it had been sweet to find him always governed by her desire or will. "Maybe you misunderstand," he began presently, and his voice was not steady. I don't forget. I'm only a beggarly rider. I couldn't have gone into the Fort at all. I was such a ragamuffin." "Don't talk like that," interrupted Lucy impatiently. "Listen," he replied. "My asking Bostil for you doesn't mean I've any hope. It's just I want him and everybody to know that I asked." "But, Dad, everybody will think that you think there's reason why you ought to ask," burst out Lucy with scarlet face. "Sure, that's it," he replied. "But there's no reason. None. Not a reason under the sun," retorted Lucy hotly. "I found you out here. I did you a little service. We planned to race Wildfire, and I came out to ride him. That's all." Slone's dark, steady gaze disconcerted Lucy. "But no one knows me, and we've been alone in secret." "It's not altogether that. I told Auntie," faltered Lucy. "Yes, just lately." "Lin Slone, I'll never forgive you if you ask Dad that," declared Lucy with startling force. "I reckon that's not so important." "Oh, so you don't care?" Lucy felt herself indeed in a mood not comprehensible to her. Her blood raced. She wanted to be furious with Slone, but somehow she could not wholly be so. There was something about him that made her feel small and thoughtless and selfish. Slone had hurt her pride, but the thing that she feared and resented and could not understand was the strange gladness Slone's declaration roused in her. She tried to control her temper so she could think. Two emotions contended with her, one of intense annoyance at the thought of embarrassment surely to follow Slone's action, and the other a vague, disturbing element, all sweet and furious and inexplicable. She must try to dissuade him from approaching her father. "Please don't go to Dad." She put a hand on Slone's arm as he stood close up to Wildfire. "I reckon I will," he said. "Lin," in that word there was the subtle, nameless charm of an intimacy she had never granted him until that moment. He seemed drawn as if by invisible wires. He put a shaking hand on hers and crushed her gauntleted fingers. Lucy, in the current now of her woman's need to be placated if not obeyed, pressed her small hand to his. How strange, to what lengths a little submission to her feeling had carried her. Every spoken word, every moment seemed to exact more from her. She did not know herself. "Lin, promise not to speak to Dad." "No." His voice rang. "Don't give me away. Don't tell my dad." "What?" he queried incredulously. Lucy did not understand what, but his amazed voice, his wide open eyes of bewilderment, seemed to aid her into piercing the maze of her own mind. 100 thoughts whirled together, and all around them was wrapped the warm, strong feeling of his hand on hers. What did she mean that he would tell her father? There seemed to be a deep, hidden self in her. Out of these depths came a whisper like a ray of light, and it said to her that there was more hope for Lin Slone than he had ever had in one of his wildest dreams. "Lin, if you tell Dad, then he'll know. And there won't be any hope for you," cried Lucy honestly. If Slone caught the significance of her words, he did not believe it. "I'm going to Bostil after the race and ask him. That's settled," declared Slone stubbornly. At this Lucy utterly lost her temper. Oh, you fool!" she cried.
Slone drew back suddenly as if struck, and a spot of dark blood leaped to his lean face. "No, it seems to me the right way."
"Right or wrong, there's no sense in it, because oh, can't you see?"
"I see more than I used to," he replied. "I was a fool over a horse, and now I'm a fool over a girl. I wish you'd never found me that day." Lucy whirled in the saddle and made Wildfire jump. She quieted him, and leaping off, threw the bridle to Slone.
"I won't ride your horse in the race,"
she declared with sudden passion. She felt herself shaking all over. "Lucy Bostil, I wish I was as sure of heaven as I am you'll be up on Wildfire in that race," he said.
"I won't ride your horse."
"My horse? Oh, I see. But you'll ride Wildfire."
"I won't."
Slone suddenly turned white and his eyes flashed dark fire.
"You won't be able to help riding him any more than I could help it." "A lot you know about me, Lin Slone,"
returned Lucy with scorn.
"I can be as bullheaded as you any day."
Slone evidently controlled his temper, though his face remained white. He even smiled at her. "You are Bostil's daughter," he said.
"Yes."
"You are blood and bone, heart and soul a rider, if any girl ever was. You're a wonder with a horse, as good as any man I ever saw. You love Wildfire. And look, how strange! That wild stallion, that killer of horses, why, he follows you. He whistles for you. He runs like lightning for you. He loves you." Slone had attacked Lucy in her one weak point. She felt a force rending her. She dared not look at Wildfire. Yes, all that was true, Slone had said. How desperately hard to think of forfeiting the great race she knew she could win.
"Never. I'll never ride you, Wildfire, again,"
she said, very low. "Mine. So that's the trouble. Well, Wildfire won't be mine when you ride the race."
"What do you mean?"
demanded Lucy.
"You'll sell him to Bostil?" "Bah! You couldn't."
"Sell Wildfire? After what it costs me to catch and break him? Not for all your father's lands and horses and money." Slone's voice rolled out with deep, ringing scorn. And Lucy, her temper quelled, began to feel the rider's strength, his mastery of the situation, and something vague, yet splendid about him that hurt her. Slone strode toward her. Lucy backed against the cedar tree and could go no farther. How white he was now! Lucy's heart gave a great fearful leap, for she imagined Slone intended to take her in his arms, but he did not. "When you ride, Wildfire, in that race, he'll be yours," said Slone, huskily.
"How can that be?"
questioned Lucy in astonishment. "I give him to you."
"You give Wildfire to me?"
gasped Lucy. "Yes, right now." The rider's white face and dark eyes showed the strain of great and passionate sacrifice.
"Lin Slone, I can't understand you."
"You've got to ride Wildfire in that race. You've got to beat the King. So I give Wildfire to you. And now you can't help but ride him."
Why do you give him to me?"
faltered Lucy. All her pride and temper had vanished, and she seemed lost in blankness. "Because you love Wildfire, and Wildfire loves you. If that isn't reason enough, then because I love him, as no rider ever loved a horse, and I love you as no man ever loved a girl."
Slone had never before spoken words of love to Lucy. She dropped her head. She knew of his infatuation, but he had always been shy except once when he had been bold, and that had caused a quarrel. With a strange pain at her breast, Lucy wondered why Slone had not spoken that way before. It made as great a change in her as if she had been born again. It released something. A bolt shot back in her heart. She knew she was quivering like a leaf with no power to control her muscles. She knew if she looked up, then Slone might see the depths of her soul. Even with her hands shutting out the light, she thought the desert around had changed and become all mellow gold and blue and white, radiant as the moonlight of dreams, and that the monuments soared above them grandly and were beautiful and noble like the revelations of love and joy to her. And suddenly she found herself sitting at the foot of the cedar, weeping with tear-wet hands over her face. "There's nothing to cry about," Slone was saying. "But I'm sorry if I hurt you." "Will you please fetch Sarch?" asked Lucy tremulously. While Slone went for the horse and saddled him, Lucy composed herself outwardly, and she had two very strong desires, one to tell Slone something and the other to run. She decided she would do both together. Slone brought Sarchedon. Lucy put on her gauntlets and, mounting the horse, she took a moment to arrange her skirts before she looked down at Slone. He was now pale rather than white, and instead of fire in his eyes there was sadness. Lucy felt the swelling and pounding of her heart, and a long, delicious shuddering thrill that ran over her. "Lin, I won't take Wildfire," she said. "Yes, you will. You can't refuse. Remember, he's grown to look to you. It wouldn't be right by the horse." "But he's all you have in the world," she protested. Yet she knew any protestations would be in vain. "No, I have good old faithful Nagger." "Would you go try to hunt another wild stallion like Wildfire?" asked Lucy curiously. She was playing with the wonderful, sweet consciousness of her power to render happiness when she chose. "No more horse hunting for me," declared Slone. "And as for finding one like Wildfire, that'd never be." "Suppose I won't accept him?" "How could you refuse? Not for me, but for Wildfire's sake. But if you could be mean and refuse, why, Wildfire can go back to the desert." "No!" exclaimed Lucy. "I reckon so." Lucy paused a moment. How dry her tongue seemed, and her breathing was labored. An unreal shimmering gleam shone on all about her. Even the red stallion appeared enveloped in a glow, and the looming monuments looked down upon her, paternal, old, and wise, bright with the color of happiness. "Wildfire ought to have several more days' training, then a day of rest, and then the race," said Lucy, turning again to look at Slone. A smile was beginning to change the hardness of his face. "Yes, Lucy," he said. "And I'll have to ride him?" "You sure will, if he's ever to beat the King." Lucy's eyes flashed blue. She saw the crowd, the curious, friendly Indians, the eager riders, the spirited horses, the face of her father, and last, the race itself. Such a race as had never been ran. So swift, so fierce, so wonderful.
"Then, Lin,"
began Lucy with a slowly heaving breast,
"if I accept Wildfire, will you keep him for me until And if I accept him and tell you why, will you promise to say—"
"Don't ask me again," interrupted Slone hastily. "I will speak to Bostil."
"Wait. Will you promise not to say a single word to me till after the race?"
"A word to you? What about?" he queried, wonderingly. Something in his eyes made Lucy think of the dawn.
"About the because why I'll accept your horse."
"Yes," he replied swiftly. Lucy settled herself in the saddle, and shortening the bridle, she got ready to spur Sarchedon into a bolt.
"Lin, I'll accept Wildfire because I love you."
Sarchedon leaped forward. Lucy did not see Slone's face nor hear him speak. Then she was tearing through the sage, out past the whistling Wildfire, with the wind sweet in her face. She did not look back. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Wildfire by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. All through May there was an idea, dark and sinister, growing in Bostil's mind. Fiercely at first he had rejected it as utterly unworthy of the man he was. But it returned. It would not be denied. It was fostered by singular and unforeseen circumstances. The meetings with Creech, the strange, sneaking actions of young Joel Creech, and especially the gossip of riders about the improvement in Creech's swift horse. These things appeared to loom larger and larger and to augment in Bostil's mind the monstrous idea which he could not shake off. So he became brooding and gloomy. It appeared to be an indication of his intense preoccupation of mind that he seemed unaware of Lucy's long trips down into the sage. But Bostil had observed them long before Holley and other riders had approached him with the information. "Let her alone," he growled to his men. "I gave her orders to train the King, and after Van got well, maybe Lucy just had a habit of riding down there. She can take care of herself." To himself, when alone, Bostil muttered, "Wonder what the kid has looked up now. Some mischief, I'll bet." Nevertheless, he did not speak to her on the subject. Deep in his heart he knew he feared his keen-eyed daughter, and during these days he was glad she was not in evidence at the hours when he could not very well keep entirely to himself. Bostil was afraid Lucy might divine what he had on his mind. There was no one else he cared for. Holley, that old hawk-eyed rider, might see through him. But Bostil knew Holley would be loyal, whatever he saw. Toward the end of the month, when Somers returned from horse hunting, Bostil put him and Shugrue to work upon the big flatboat down at the crossing. Bostil himself went down, and he walked. A fact apt to be considered unusual if it had been noticed. "Put in new planks," was his order to the men, "and pour hot tar in the cracks. Then, when the tar dries, shove her in. But I'll tell you when." Every morning young Creech rode over to see if the boat was ready to take the trip across to bring his father's horses back. The third morning of work on the boat Bostil met Joel down there. Joel seemed eager to speak to Bostil.
He certainly was a wild-looking youth.
"Bostil, my old man is losing sleep waiting to get the horses over," he said frankly. "Feed's almost gone."
"That'll be all right, Joel," replied Bostil. "You see, the river ain't begun to raise yet.
"How are the horses coming on?" "Grand, sir, grand!" exclaimed the simple Joel. "Peg is running faster than last year, but Blue Roan is leaving her a mile. Dad's going to bet all he has. The roan can't lose this year."
Bostil felt like a bull bayed at by a hound. Blue Roan was a young horse, and every season he had grown bigger and faster. The King had reached the limit of his speed. That was great, Bostil knew, and enough to win over any horse in the uplands, providing the luck of the race fell even. Luck, however, was a fickle thing.
"I was advising Dad to swim the horses over," declared Joel deliberately.
"Uh-huh, you was. And why?" rejoined Bostil.
Joel's simplicity and frankness vanished, and with them his rationality. He looked queer. His contrasting eyes shot little malignant gleams. He muttered incoherently and moved back toward the skiff, making violent gestures, and his muttering grew to shouting, though still incoherent. He got in the boat and started to row back over the river.
"Sure he's got a screw loose," observed Somers. Shugrue tapped his grizzled head significantly. Bostil made no comment. He strode away from his men down to the river shore, and finding a seat on a stone, he studied the slow, eddying red current of the river, and he listened. If any man knew the strange and remorseless Colorado, that man was Bostil. He never made any mistakes in anticipating what the river was going to do. And now he listened, as if indeed the sullen, low roar, the murmuring, hollow gurgle, the sudden strange splash, were spoken words meant for his ears alone. The river was low. It seemed tired out. It was a dirty red in color, and it swirled and flowed along lingeringly. At times the current was almost imperceptible, and then again it moved at varying speed. It seemed a petulant, waiting, yet inevitable stream, with some remorseless end before it. It had 1,000 voices, but not the one Bostil listened to hear. He plodded gloomily up the trail, resting in the quiet, dark places of the canyon, loath to climb out into the clear light of day. And once in the village, Bostil shook himself as if to cast off an evil, ever-present, pressing spell. The races were now only a few days off. Piutes and Navajos were camped out on the sage, and hourly the number grew as more came in. They were building cedar sunshades. Columns of blue smoke curled up here and there. Mustangs and ponies grazed everywhere, and a line of Indians extended along the race course, where the trials were being held. The village was full of riders, horse traders and hunters and ranchers. Work on the ranges had practically stopped for the time being, and in another day or so every inhabitant of the country would be in Bostil's Ford. Bostil walked into the village grimly conscious that the presence of the Indians and riders and horses, the action and color and bustle, the near approach of the great race day, these things that in former years had brought him keen delight and speculation had somehow lost their tang. He had changed.
something was wrong in him. But he must go among these visitors and welcome them as of old. He who had always been the life of these racing days must be, outwardly, the same. And the task was all the harder because of the pleasure shown by old friends among the Indians and the riders at meeting him. Bostil knew he had been a cunning horse trader, but he had likewise been a good friend. Many were the riders and Indians who owed much to him. So everywhere he was hailed and besieged, until finally the old excitement of betting and bantering took hold of him, and he forgot his brooding. Brackton's place, as always, was a headquarters for all visitors. Macomber had just come in full of enthusiasm and pride over the horse he had entered, and he had money to wager. 2 Navajo chiefs, called by white men Old Horse and Silver, were there for the first time in years. They were ready to gamble horse against horse. Cal Blinn and his riders of Durango had arrived, likewise Colson, Styx, and Berthwaite, old friends and rivals of Bostil's. For a while Brackton's was merry. There was some drinking and much betting. It was characteristic of Bostil that he would give any odds asked on the King in a race, and furthermore, he would take any end of wagers on other horses. As far as his own horses were concerned, he bet shrewdly, but in races where his horses did not figure, he seemed to find fun in the betting, whether or not he won. The fact remained, however, that there were only 2 wagers against the King, and both were put up by Indians. Macomber was betting on 2nd or 3rd place for his horse in the big race. No odds of Bostil's tempted him.
"Say, where's Wetherby?" rolled out Bostil. "He'll back his horse."
"Wetherby's riding over tomorrow," replied Macomber. "But you gotta bet him 2 to 1. "See here, Bostil," spoke up old Cal Blinn. "You just wait till I get an eye on the King's running. Maybe I'll go you even money." "And as for me, Bostil," said Colson, "I ain't set up yet which horse I'll race." Berthwaite, an old rider, came forward to Brackton's desk and entered a wager against the field that made all the men gasp.
"By George, pard, you ain't a limping along,"
ejaculated Bostil admiringly, and he put a hand on the other's shoulder.
"Bostil, I've a grand horse," replied Berthwaite. "He's 4 years old, I guess, for he was born wild. And you never seen him."
"Wild horse, huh," growled Bostil.
"You must think he can run." "Why, Bostil, a streak of lightning ain't anywheres with him."
"Well, I'm glad to hear it," said Bostil gruffly.
"Brack, how many horses entered now for the big race?"
The lean gray Brackton bent earnestly over his soiled ledger, while the riders and horsemen round him grew silent to listen. "Thar's the Sage King by Bostil," replied Brackton. "Blue Roan and Peg by Creech. Whitefoot by Macomber. Rocks by Holley. Horseshoes by Blinn. Bay Charlie by Berthwaite. Then there's the 2 mustangs entered by Old Horse and Silver. And last, Wildfire by Lucy Bostil."
"What's that last?" queried Bostil.
"Wildfire by Lucy Bostil," repeated Brackton.
"Has the girl gone and entered a horse?"
"She sure has. She came in today, regular and businesslike, read her name and her horses. Here 'tis, and put up the entrance money."
"Well, I'll be d," exclaimed Bostil. He was astonished and pleased. "She said she'd do it, but I didn't take no stock in her talk." "And the horse's name?"
"Wildfire."
"Huh! Wildfire. Maybe that girl can't think of names for horses. What's this horse she calls Wildfire?"
"She sure didn't say," replied Brackton. "Holley and Van and some more of the boys was here. They joked her a little. You ought to seen the look Lucy give 'em. But for once she seemed mum. She just walked away, mysterious like."
"Lucy's got a pony off some Indian, I reckon," returned Bostil, and he laughed. "Then that makes 10 horses entered so far?"
"Right. And there's sure to be one more. I guess the track's wide enough for 12.
"Well, Brack, there'll likely be one horse out in front and some stretched out behind," replied Bostil dryly. "The track's sure wide enough."
"Won't that be a grand race?" exclaimed an enthusiastic rider. "Wisht I had about $1 million to bet. Bostil, I most forgot," went on Brackton. "Cordts sent word by the Piutes, who come today, that he'd be here sure." Bostil's face suddenly changed. The light seemed to leave it. He did not reply to Brackton, did not show that he heard the comment on all sides. Public opinion was against Bostil's permission to allow Cordts and his horse thieves to attend the race. Bostil appeared grave, regretful. Yet it was known by all that in the strangeness and perversity of his rider's nature, he wanted Cordts to see the King win that race. It was his rider's vanity and defiance in the teeth of a great horse thief. But no good would come of Cordts's presence. That much was manifest. There was a moment of silence. All these men, if they did not fear Bostil, were sometimes uneasy when near him. Some who were more reckless than discreet liked to irritate him. That, too, was a rider's weakness. "When's Creech's horses coming over?" asked Colson with sudden interest.
"Well, I reckon soon," replied Bostil constrainedly, and he turned away. By the time he got home all the excitement of the past hour had left him, and gloom again abided in his mind. He avoided his daughter and forgot the fact of her entering a horse in the race. He ate supper alone without speaking to his sister. Then in the dusk he went out to the corrals and called the King to the fence. There was love between master and horse. Bostil talked low like a woman to Sage King, and the hard old rider's heart was full, and a lump swelled in his throat, for contact with the King reminded him that other men loved other horses. Bostil returned to the house and went to his room, where he sat thinking in the dark. By and by all was quiet. Then, seemingly with a wrench, he bestirred himself and did what for him was a strange action. Removing his boots, he put on a pair of moccasins. He slipped out of the house. He kept to the flagstone of the walk. He took to the sage till out of the village, and then he sheered round to the river trail. With the step and sureness and the eyes of an Indian, he went down through that pitch-black canyon to the river and the ford. The river seemed absolutely the same as during the day. He peered through the dark opaqueness of gloom. It moved there. The river, he knew, shadowy, mysterious, murmuring. Bostil went down to the edge of the water, and sitting there, he listened. Yes, the voices of the stream were the same, but after a long time he imagined there was among them an infinitely low voice, as if from a great distance. He imagined this. He doubted. He made sure. And then all seemed fancy again. His mind held only one idea and was riveted round it. He strained his hearing so long, so intently, that at last he knew he had heard what he was longing for. Then, in the gloom, he took to the trail and returned home as he had left, stealthily like an Indian. But Bostil did not sleep nor rest. Next morning early he rode down to the river. Somers and Shugrue had finished the boat and were waiting. Other men were there, curious and eager. Joel Creech, barefooted and ragged, with hollow eyes and strange actions, paced the sands. The boat was lying bottom up. Bostil examined the new planking and the seams. Then he straightened his form. "Turn her over," he ordered. "Shove her in, and let her soak up today." The men seemed glad and relieved. Joel Creech heard, and he came near to Bostil. "You'll fetch Dad's horses over?" he queried. "Sure. Tomorrow," replied Bostil cheerily. Joel smiled, and that smile showed what might have been possible for him under kinder conditions of life. "Now, Bostil, I'm sorry for what I said," blurted Joel. "Shut up. Go tell your old man." Joel ran down to his skiff and, leaping in, began to row vigorously across. Bostil watched while the workmen turned the boat over and slid it off the sandbar and tied it securely to the mooring. Bostil observed that not a man there saw anything unusual about the river. But for that matter, there was nothing to see. The river was the same. That night, when all was quiet in and around the village, Bostil emerged from his house and took to his stealthy walk down toward the river. The moment he got out into the night, oppression left him. How interminable the hours had been! Suspense, doubt, anxiety, fear no longer burdened him. The night was dark, with only a few stars, and the air was cool. A soft wind blew across his heated face. A neighbor's dog, baying dismally, startled Bostil. He halted to listen, then stole on under the cottonwoods, through the sage, down the trail, into the jet-black canyon. Yet he found his way as if it had been light. In the darkness of his room, he had been a slave to his indecision. Now, in the darkness of the looming cliffs, he was free, resolved, immutable. The distance seemed short. He passed out of the narrow canyon, skirted the gorge over the river, and hurried down into the shadowy amphitheater under the looming walls. The boat lay at the mooring, one end resting lightly on the sandbar. With strong, nervous clutch, Bostil felt the knots of the cables. Then he peered into the opaque gloom of that strange and huge V-shaped split between the great canyon walls. Bostil's mind had begun to relax from the single idea. Was he alone? Except for the low murmur of the river, there was dead silence. A silence like no other. A silence which seemed held under imprisoning walls. Yet Bostil peered long into the shadows. He looked up. The ragged ramparts far above frowned bold and black at a few cold stars, and the blue of its sky was without the usual velvety brightness. How far it was up to that corrugated rim! All of a sudden Bostil hated this vast ebony pit. He strode down to the water and, sitting upon the stone he had occupied so often, he listened. He turned his ear upstream, then downstream and to the side, and again upstream, and listened. The river seemed the same. It was slow, heavy, listless, eddying, lingering, moving, the same apparently as for days past. It splashed very softly and murmured low and gurgled faintly. It gave forth fitful little swishes and musical tinkles and lapping sounds. It was flowing water, yet the proof was there of tardiness. Now it was almost still, and then again it moved on. It was a river of mystery, telling a lie with its low music. As Bostil listened, all those soft, watery sounds merged into what seemed a moaning, and that moaning held a roar so low as to be only distinguishable to the ear trained by years. No, the river was not the same, for the voice of its soft moaning showed to Bostil its meaning. It called from the far north, the north of great ice-clad peaks, beginning to glisten under the nearing sun, of vast snow-filled canyons dripping and melting, of the crystal brooks suddenly colored and roiled, and filled bank full along the mountain meadows, of many brooks plunging down and down, rolling the rocks to pour their volume into the growing turbid streams on the slopes. It was the voice of all that widely separated water spilled suddenly with magical power into the desert river to make it a mighty thundering torrent, red and defiled, terrible in its increasing onslaught into the canyon, deep, ponderous, but swift, the Colorado in flood. And as Bostil heard that voice, he trembled. What was the thing he meant to do? 1,000 thoughts assailed him in answer, and none were clear. A chill passed over him. Suddenly he felt that the cold stole up from his feet. They were both in the water. He pulled them out and, bending down, watched the dim, dark line of water. It moved up and up, inch by inch, swiftly. The river was on the rise. Bostil leaped up. He seemed possessed of devils. A rippling hot gash of blood fired his every vein, and tremor after tremor shook him. "By J.D., I had it right. She is rising!" he exclaimed hoarsely. He stared in fascinated certainty at the river. All about it and pertaining to it had changed. The murmur and moan changed to a low, sullen roar. The music was gone. The current chafed at its rock-bound confines. Here was an uneasy, tormented, driven river. The light from the stars shone on dark, glancing, restless waters, uneven and strange. And while Bostil watched, whether it was a short time or long, the remorseless, destructive nature of the river showed itself. Bostil began to pace the sands. He thought of those beautiful race horses across the river. "It's not too late," he muttered. "I can get the boat over and back yet." He knew that on the morrow the Colorado in flood would bar those horses, imprison them in a barren canyon, shut them in to starve. It'd be hellish. Bostil, you can't do it. You ain't that kind of a man. Bostil poison a water hole where horses love to drink, or burn over grass. What would Lucy think of you? No, Bostil, you've let spite rule bad. Hurry now and save them horses. He strode down to the boat. It swung clear now, and there was water between it and the shore. Bostil laid hold of the cables. As he did so, he thought of Creech, and a blackness enfolded him. He forgot Creech's horses. Something gripped him, burned him. Some hard and bitter feeling which he thought was hate of Creech. Again the wave of fire ran over him, and his huge hands strained on the cables. The fiend of that fiendish river had entered his soul. He meant ruin to man. He meant more than ruin. He meant to destroy what his enemy, his rival, loved. The darkness all about him, the gloom and sinister shadow of the canyon, the sullen increasing roar of the river, these lent their influence to the deed, encouraged him, drove him onward, fought and strangled the resistance in his heart. As he brooded, all the motives for the deed grew like that remorseless river. Had not his enemy's son shot at him from ambush? Was not his very life at stake? A terrible blow must be dealt Creech, one that would crush him, or else lend him manhood enough to come forth with a gun. Bostil, in his torment, divined that Creech would know who had ruined him. They would meet then, as Bostil had tried more than once to bring about a meeting. Bostil saw into his soul, and it was a gulf like this canyon pit where the dark and sullen river raged. He shrank at what he saw, but the furies of passion held him fast. His hands tore at the cables. Then he fell to pacing to and fro in the gloom. Every moment the river changed its voice. In an hour flood would be down. Too late then. Bostil again remembered the sleek, slim, racy thoroughbreds, Blue Roan, a wild horse he had longed to own, and Peg, a mare that had no equal in the uplands. Where did Bostil's hate of a man stand in comparison with love of a horse? He began to sweat, and the sweat burned him. "How soon'll Creech hear the river and know what's comin'?" muttered Bostil darkly. And that question showed him how he was lost. All this strife of doubt and fear and horror were of no use. He meant to doom Creech's horses. The thing had been unalterable from the inception of the insidious, hateful idea. It was irresistible. He grew strong, hard, fierce, and implacable. He found himself. He strode back to the cables. The knots, having dragged in the water, were soaking wet and swollen. He could not untie them. Then he cut one strand after another. The boat swung out beyond his reach. Instinctively, Bostil reached to pull it back. "My God, it's going!" he whispered. "What have I done?" He, Bostil, who had made this crossing of the Fathers more famous as Bostil's Ford. He, to cut the boat adrift. The thing was inconceivable. The roar of the river rose weird and mournful and incessant, with few breaks, and these were marked by strange ripping and splashing sounds made as the bulges of water broke on the surface. 20 feet out the boat floated,
turning a little as it drifted. It seemed loath to leave. It held on the shore eddy. Hungrily, spitefully, the little heavy waves lapped it. Bostil watched it with dilating eyes. There, the current caught one end, and the water rose in a hollow splash over the corner. An invisible hand, like a mighty giant, seemed to swing the boat out. It had been dark. Now it was opaque, now shadowy, now dim. How swift this cursed river! Was there any way in which Bostil could recover his boat? The river answered him with hollow, deep mockery. Despair seized upon him, and the vague shape of the boat, spectral and instinct with meaning, passed from Bostil's strained gaze.
"So help me God, I've done it,"
he groaned hoarsely, and he staggered back and sat down. Mind and heart and soul were suddenly and exquisitely acute to the shame of his act. Remorse seized upon his vitals. He suffered physical agony, as if a wolf gnawed him internally.
"To hell with Creech and his horses, but where do I come in as a man?"
he whispered, and he sat there, arms tight around his knees, locked both mentally and physically into inaction. The rising water broke the spell and drove him back. The river was creeping no longer. It swelled, and the roar likewise swelled. Bostil hurried across the flat to get to the rocky trail before he was cut off, and the last few rods he waded in water up to his knees.
"I'll leave no trail there,"
he muttered with a hard laugh. It sounded ghastly to him, like the laugh of the river. And there, at the foot of the rocky trail, he halted to watch and listen. The old, memorable boom came to his ears. The flood was coming. For 23 years he had heard the vanguard boom of the Colorado in flood, but never like this. For in the sound he heard the strife and passion of his blood, and realized himself a human counterpart of that remorseless river. The moments passed, and each one saw a swelling of the volume of sound. The sullen roar just below him was gradually lost in a distant roar. A steady wind now blew through the canyon. The great walls seemed to gape wider to prepare for the torrent. Bostil backed slowly up the trail as foot by foot the water rose. The floor of the amphitheater was now a lake of choppy, angry waves. The willows bent and seethed in the edge of the current. Beyond ran an uneven, bulging mass that resembled some gray, heavy, moving monster. In the gloom, Bostil could see how the river turned a corner of wall and slanted away from it toward the center, where it rose higher. Black objects that must have been driftwood appeared on this crest. They showed an instant, then flashed out of sight. The boom grew steadier, closer, louder, and the reverberations, like low detonations of thunder, were less noticeable because all sounds were being swallowed up. A harder breeze puffed into Bostil's face. It brought a tremendous thunder, as if all the colossal walls were falling in avalanche. Bostil knew the crest of the flood had turned the corner above and would soon reach him. He watched, he listened, but sound had ceased. His ears seemed ringing and they hurt. All his body felt cold, and he backed up and up with dead feet. The shadows of the canyon lightened. A river-wide froth, like a curtain, moved down, spreading mushroom-wise before it, a rolling, heaving maelstrom.
Bostil ran to escape the great wave that surged into the amphitheater, up and up the rocky trail. When he turned again, he seemed to look down into hell. Murky depths, streaked by pale gleams, and black, sinister, changing forms yawned beneath them. He watched with fixed eyes until once more the feeling of filled ears left him, and an awful thundering boom assured him of actualities. It was only the Colorado in flood.
End of chapter 11.